Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League here for the final day of the Gauntlet playing stage. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg with the honor of taking you through the last few matches of this stage. How you doing, man?
I'm very excited to get into the Gauntlet stage. We've seen that in the past seasons, sometimes some of the teams you expect that are going to ride the Gauntlet quite easy all the way to the playoffs sometimes come up short, and what a game to start off the day.
Indeed, yes. 4 teams left with their chance to take their spot in the playoffs stage. Of course, we're talking about, well, a number of squads, of course, that have already made their spot known. fnatic, Rising, Astralis, Talent sitting up there, standing by. We're waiting over the last couple of days for the teams from the lower portions of the Gauntlet to make their way through. And Young Ninjas and FURIA Academy will be the squads that look to face up against them over the course of the day. We'll start with fnatic Rising versus Young Ninjas, of course, as our opening best of 3 of today. And a little bit later on, we'll take a look at that Astralis FURIA matchup. A lot of very interesting things to talk about with all 4 teams involved.
I mean, even just to kick it off at the back, when we look at someone like fnatic Rising and Young Ninjas, I think back to the last season, Jay, and both teams, their only game they played in the Gauntlet, they were eliminated straight away. And now we've got the matchup that actually sends them into the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's obviously their great performances over the course of the groups that's allowed each of these teams to make their way forward as far as they have. In general, it feels like that we just sort of found the right teams in the right places. FURIA being the ones that made the big run throughout the quarterfinal portion, the second round of the Gauntlet, and them having this opportunity to take on Astralis. They've definitely upset a number of squads over the course of the run. And again, we'll talk a bit more about that in detail, of course, at 6:30 CET. But again, coming into our first match, fnatic Rising versus Young Ninjas. This one could be quite interesting because we've sort of seen 2 very different trajectories for these 2 teams. I remember when Young Ninjas first came to the fold, they were looking like a team that could compete in the tier 2 space. It felt like they were a squad that were able to give a lot of squads a decent run for their money. But the new direction, I'm not certain it's going to be as fruitful this time around, Dwight.
Well, results speak for itself. Think back to the first season of the Academy League on land. They made a grand final appearance, came down second place there. Second season, third place as well. And now this time around, they're in an awkward position where are they even the favorite to make the playoffs?
That's the question, right? I mean, look, they are in a decent spot right now. Obviously, one more match to go to get there. And in general, like, you got to remember that their, like, run was pretty all right during the course of the group stage. They had that third place position. They finished above some of the other squads that you probably would have expected to have a decent run in that sort of, like, Group B standing. So for them, like, they've proven themselves so far, right? And obviously, the victory against OG Academy was also a 2-0 in the last round of the tournament. So they've shown that at least in the Academy League, they are okay. But is that question, is that final hurdle going to be enough? Because the team on the other end is fnatic Rising, and these guys, well, they've looked fantastic in the course of the entire tournament and even some of the tier 2 tournaments.
And just knowing that fnatic Rising came into this season with a slightly new lineup, Maze coming through as an in-game leader, Volt from the UK scene as well, and they've only played this event in the last 3 months. So the sample size of this fnatic Rising side is actually quite limited, Jay. We've only seen 12 maps from them, and that was all of the best ones that they played in Group A.
Well, they've constantly been making changes to try and improve this roster. I mean, we kind of looked at fnatic Rising in the international space and what they were doing outside of Academy League as not being the most proficient of the Academy sides. But it feels to me right now they're coming in as kind of favorites in this matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely think so. They've been able to have some pretty good head-to-heads against Young Ninjas in the past. They've obviously shown a very good display of talent when it comes to the group stage itself. Knowing that Inferno got floated through quite a few times in best-of-3 contexts seemed to be pretty good from them in that sort of an environment. But now come the best-of-3s, the test comes through to what are the strong maps? Because again, for fnatic Rising, we haven't seen them play a best-of-3.
No, I mean, the last time we saw them play a best of 3, actually, I think was against the Young Ninjas way long ago, and to their credit, they were able to win it. But when it comes to experience in terms of the 2 teams themselves, obviously there's a lot more results to pull from for the Ninjas side. This squad has sort of settled in with a final 5-man lineup, and now trying to work in with that of their own accord. So as a result, like, the numbers definitely do kind of favor the Ninjas side, but I am taking a look at potential in this roster, and I do feel like fnatic Rising have that little edge.
And just keep in mind, right, we had that game for Young Ninjas yesterday where they took on OG Academy. After that, they played in the SES event, a local LAN. They didn't even have the same 5J. So we're talking about consistency here and results trying to get posted. We've got a side here for the Young Ninjas that post one lineup in one event and then a different lineup in another. How are you going to get consistency there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not certain if that's just like a one-off thing or whether there was just some availability issues, whether there was something in terms of quarantining or whatever have you. Obviously, everyone's still worried about the coof, if you will. So for them, like we've definitely like don't know the circumstances surrounding what they're looking to do over on that Young Ninja side. What we do know is that the main squad are playing today, so we have the majority of those results here. Map bans coming through here, Dwayne. We saw obviously Inferno was the one map that fnatic probably want to look towards, right? 4 maps played, 100% win rate. Is that going to be their main pick here?
Definitely not. For Young Ninjas, they're a very good Inferno team, so they'll pick into it. For fnatic Rising, Ancient or Vertigo. Those are the two that we saw picked quite a lot in best of 3 history. If they want to throw in a curveball, they might be able to do so, but they go into what they know. They go into Vertigo.
Indeed they do, and I mean, it makes sense. Again, a bit of a higher win rate for their own right, again, over a number of maps played, but you've got to take a look at the results in the Academy League and understand that they lost 2 of their 3 maps that they played so far this season, so not opting, or 2 of their 3 maps of Ancient, I should be more specific. So Vertigo being a bit more basic, Ancient gets removed by the NIP roster, and again, I guess being one of the more played maps for the fnatic side rather, that makes a bit more sense, right?
Yeah, and I mean, even for Mirage, it's a very good map to come through from Young Ninjas, so that's why fnatic Rising take it out of there. And as an overall picture, looking at Overpass coming through, this is actually the 3rd highest picked map in the pool for Young Ninjas, so even though I wouldn't classify the Swedes as favourites in this sort of a matchup, they do have a pretty good veto.
Yeah, I have to agree on that sense. I just feel like, again, that the veto might not necessarily be the winning factor for them. Having that Inferno in there, of course, is going to be a bit of a risk, for example, because fnatic is probably their best map in the pool by argument's sake in the last 3 months. Again, it's not a definitive, like, definitely 100% they're going to take this whole series in 2, but it is a bit of a risk from the Ninja side because fnatic have been proficient on it.
Yeah, they have, but they've also had a lot of close results. You have a look at the majority of the Infernos that they played in the best of ones, and there's overtimes into the mixes. Yeah, there was that one-sided affair against the Young Gods, but overall, a lot of them have been going close to that 30-round marker. So Young Ninjas will know going into Inferno as the first map where, okay, it's comfortable for us, but we will get tested.
A lot of these stats seem to set a dead even sort of matchup as well between these 2 squads. So what do you think is going to be the difference maker between fnatic and IP here?
I think it's going to have to be individuals. I look at someone like Regali, who has just been sick so far in this event. He's the 3rd highest rated player, nearly positive 100 KD difference and averaging a 1.29 rating. Whereas for Young Ninjas, I think Maxter has to be the guy to be that definitive element of consistency throughout a best of 3 like this.
It's good that you mentioned Maxter, obviously one of the newer additions to this roster, not quite the main sort of staple guy per se, but one of the men you want to look out for, I think, the most. I mean, we've got a lot of great up-and-coming talents in both of these particular teams, and I'm excited to see how well they'll do against each other. But in terms of this matchup, Dwayne, like, who are you siding the most with, fnatic or NIP?
I'm going to go with fnatic Rising on this one. The 2-0 potential is looming, but I'm going to be honest, Jay, I think it's going to go to 3 maps.
I do have the risk of the 2-0 again. I feel like if the fnatic Rising squad are able to get this Inferno, then that's going to be the main sort of like sticking point to getting the 2-0 factor. So let's see how far it goes in that sort of sense. For me, I am going fnatic Rising, whether that be in 2-0 or 2-1 fashion. I'm all aboard the fnatic hype train, so let's see whether they can pull it off as the pistol round is set to go live with fnatic starting on the CT side.
Just keep in mind, too, about the last round game that we saw from Young Ninjas in the Gauntlet against that OG Academy side, Jay. 16-5 on Inferno, their map pick, 10 rounds, double digits coming on that T side. So if they can get off to a good start again, like they did previously, that could actually be them really getting cracked into the game.
Indeed, and something we haven't touched on too much about fnatic in this particular like pre-game is the idea of the newer elements. Obviously, Maze and Vol being brought in, what was it, a couple of weeks ago now. So how do you think they're going to fit into this roster here?
I think they've already done very well. Maze has been able to prove himself to be a very efficient caller, can pick up that secondary AWP hybrid role every now and then. And even for Volt, we know how strong of a rifler he can be.
All right, then, no more waiting around. Let's see how far they can go. Ninjas out to the defaults, initially getting themselves set up into the mid control, and Banjo will tap forward, spot several individuals out of the bracket position, get that one good frag, but overwhelmed by 2 more on the turn. Volt with his responsive to bring it in at a 3-on-3 and keep it even standing. The Ninjas will get the bomb down.
A very good acceleration coming through, but the City's actually trying to charge through this motor smoke, drop that bomb, and now the last lurk is FURIA out towards that banana position.
Overwhelmed, but a quick charge forward. fnatic Rising now have dominion over the side. Plenty of time for FURIA to work with. That bomb is right at his feet. Try to see if he can pick it up and Turn forward. Being careful, very silent about this push forward, not giving any information away because fnatic of the crossfire, a pretty tight one at that. Shoulder seen, Regali's head spotted, but the flick isn't good enough for the last T-side member. Eventually gets it to a 1v1, whereas Voltat has got a good inkling, sees the shoulder, knows for certain, and holds face to get the headshot and win the pistol for the Ninjas.
Ah, that's a very good clutch coming through from Fuzi. And that entire round came down to obviously Young Ninjas exploding into the brackets control, trying to get the bomb down into the site and having that super late lurk from Fuzi, perhaps get all the way in towards CT, have that rat play. Instead, Jay, he gets called back to the site. All of his teammates go down and he gets forced into a clutch situation.
That's a solid start for the Ninjas. Two sides might end up being the name of the game for this one here. Both squads have got a pretty proficient set of T-halves over the course of their last handful of games. Let's see whether that's going to be the difference maker in the first half at least. Mac-10's coming out, the Galil's in for temporary. Regali kicking things off on the right foot.
Now, even for Young Ninjas, keep in mind, no ZTR on the lineup today, Jay. No in-game leader, at least from the traditional sets of teams that we've seen so far in the Invitational and right here in the Academy League 2.
Stack set in for fnatic Rising. Hold their line for the time being as the Ninjas play possum. Got that first frag, but unawares of where that stack could be in, or whether it's a bit more of a spread out affair from the CT default. Minute and 10, and they're just going to wait back here, sit in banana, wait for a mistake. Nothing seems to come towards them, though. I don't think fnatic are going to look to move.
The last time Young Ninjas played fnatic Rising in the WePlay Academy League in a best of 3 as well, Jay, was back in August last year in the Season 1 LAN Finals, and Young Ninjas were able to get a 16-3 and a 16-3. It was an absolute pumper.
See whether that sort of result will end up compounding right here and now. A disappointment for that fnatic side. They're able to lose in that sort of fashion. Mac-10's charging forward, Volt will be able to get his kill on towards Adam B. That seems to be about as far as it goes. Actually gets a knife kill as well in the back, so a little bit extra bonus cash for them. But nothing that should make a mass amount of difference. I mean, I say that, but 2 players were left alive for the T side, one of which is a Galil that's not even going to get picked up, it doesn't seem. So damage was done.
Damage was done, but the round gets won. And knowing that Young Ninjas are running into a stack like that, you know it's going to be expensive. You know the trades are going to be somewhat decent for fnatic Rising. I think the European squad could be slightly disappointed there, Jay. Yeah, they lose that first player to the mid pick from temporary, but when you've got 4 players gamble stacking on the B side and you get hit towards an XE, that's your perfect chance of stealing the force fight.
Well, no such steal here for the fnatic squad. Back to the upgrade pistols and basic defaults in the eco basis. Another stack into that B side. We're going to see if they'll fool the Young Ninjas twice here. Nade stacks, not an encouraging start for them. Damage done to 2 individuals, actually 3 individuals. 2 of which are tanked pretty heavily here.
Now, Fuzi just trying to see if he can farm up some money with that Mac-10. Flash around the corner, only gets away with 1, and the trades are actually pretty decent here for the CTs.
USP is able to keep themselves at least afloat for the time being. Banjo, same can't be said for him. Maxter, a decent frag, trying to protect that AK, but he's being crossfired now by the other USP and by the Mac-10. Still isolates that one frag, but Regali turns it away. And now we'll look for that AK to save it into the next round. They're still going hunting for it, though. The bomb's been left back over its stairs. Temporary should grab it and should send it over towards that A site. The AK also being thrown out by Regali, knowing that he can't really win this clutch. He'll try to look for more damage. But that's 2 rounds where they've gotten 3 casualties or more, and they've dropped more rifles.
Yeah, this is where we've got to get a little bit deeper in that conversation, right? If you go up against a force buy and you come away with 2 players surviving, there's not really much to unpack. But then when you get into the anti-eco and it's the same level of damage, it does open up that instant reset potential come the opening rifle round. And fnatic Rising will know, let's get the big green out for Regali, let's put the pressure on, and if we're able to really stabilize now, we could put ourselves in a very good position.
It's a solid start for the time being. Guns are out on both sides. Still limited for the Young Ninjas camp, obviously, as you would expect. Mac-10 and Galil, not ideal. He's doing the damage as fnatic falls forward, and Volt catches a player blind, but Rolstal gets that frag. Maze, however, with 2 in 1 behind the smoke in particular. Maxter will fall to the advantage for fnatic.
Yeah, very good spam to allow a couple of kills to come through, but it actually starts driving the T's into this brackets position, put the incendiary down as soon as the smoke contact comes through, and for Young Ninjas, they're just trying to see if they can gain some map control.
Goes silent for the time being. And there's the kill for Pepsor on towards Fuzi, so 2 left in play. Surely shouldn't be much left for the Young Ninjas on this one. They've been picked apart by the guns out for fnatic Rising, and the ramifications that could do to the buy in future probably could lead to an even scoreline now.
Even Maze just playing the man advantage, not getting too aggressive towards this banana control, just jump spotting at the half wall. And it just means as soon as he spots the contact, he could put some nades down, fall back, and even Pepsor could be fairly quick on rotate to come out from city spawn directly. Young Ninjas, I mean, they need a miracle to crack open this B site and recover a 2v4.
It won't be easy, to say the least. Smokes down, there is a player backside. One player at the cross, Pepsor. Rotate to try and join his teammate on the site crossfire itself. 16 seconds. They have to commit here. Backup will be a little bit late to arrive to the scene. So if they get these 2 kills, it's not impossible that Young Ninjas break back in. The smoke's going down to pretty much confirm it. Temporary out in the open. Shot in the back by Maze. And Adam B with absolutely no chance in hell of this clutch. There's the first round for fnatic. And the money is not looking all that juicy for the Ninjas. They can drop weapons and they should be able to force it. But again, limitations will be the name of the game.
Just knowing that you weren't able to do some more economical damage or that bomb plant is really going to affect these next couple of rounds. And even for Maze, I think we got a very good sequence out of him, Jake. Multi-frag coming through from that banana control, even playing out towards the new box. He finds a third. And he was definitely an individual that made his name known on the Danish ambush side before going European for one of the first times in his career.
Yeah, a little bit of history behind that there for you. Players are not completely without merit. This round might get knocked out without any merit, however, for the Ninjas side. Already a first casualty taken to the nade stack. Temporary and Rolf down on HP themselves. It's just Deagles in this round. No real Kevlar being brought up. Even Maxter not investing with his $1,900 in single round loss bonus. So there might still be a buyback in them for the next round here. The Ninjas facing in against those rifles will get picked apart as standard. Regali gets his piece of the pie. As Rolf's out. And for the time being, Brackets is defended.
Now, Regali peeking slightly aggressively forward against the anti-eco pistols will get domed off the marker. That now opens up an opportunity, if they continue to put some pace further down, of recovering that orb and trying to get some damage out of it.
Swing the burst, the nade coming up. That should do some damage. Lovely. Temporary to fall. AWP back in the hands of Adam B, of course, picked up off of Regali's body. Smokes down from Banjo to buy him a bit more cover. Should be able to escape from this position without being challenged. The AWP should also be heard. Pepsor in at mini pit to look for the info. No one's covering off the apartment's entrance directly, but you can imagine that Banjo will swing up towards that as soon as he sees them. And Ninjas again will slow things down towards the tail end of the round. Start peaking as Banjo starts falling away. So timing's not all that great. But now Ninjas have got to commit. And start to make that move in. No one on site. They're prodding. 10 seconds left. M4 covering off the bomb carrier. Adam B will get seen. Kill gets found. Maxter does get a couple of kills in, but now no more time to get back to the bomb and get it planted. So grab the AWP and save it. Now to get to.
That's not a bad round, in all honesty, from Young Ninjas. You don't have a crazy amount of investment into a round like that. Yeah, you're not getting a bomb plant and you're saving into an AWP. It's still a decent upgrade at that. And for fnatic Rising, you've got to give a lot of props to the time stalling with the util standpoint. Gets into a position here where you think, oh, things might get a little bit awkward. But instead, Banjo just doesn't overpeak from that pit position, and fnatic Rising get themselves a second.
And the guns are out once again for the Ninjas. Full buy-in. Mostly full sets of utility as well for them, so this should be a pretty standardized round. The AWP and Temporary in particular will look for that first frag, but flashed off. Blinded Volt presses the issue and gets his double. Maves will get traded for it. It's a 2-for-1 responsive. They continue to hold down this banana control. Get forced back temporarily by the nades, putting that for the Ninja side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they'll gain the apartment's control.
It definitely feels as if in the rifle rounds, they want the intent on putting pressure down towards Banana, fighting for it hard and using the util. Even the lurks out to the apartments aren't finding much at all. Fuzi with some spam. Adam B getting up close. Rolf now starting to regroup with the pack. They've got to try and get out of Boiler, though, and that could be tough.
Taps on the AKs, doing a little bit of damage to the CT side as Adam B peeks out, but still thinks that he's covered off. He's not. Banjo in a pit, gets that frag, leaving only 2 left now for the Ninjas, and a very similar predicament to the tail end of that last round. 1 short, 1 apps. And this time, 3 players to deal with them here on the Rising side. Volt might even challenge Fuzi, get his triple in, and there it is, easy as that.
A nice tidy off angle coming through from Volt towards a long control out to Arch. Rolf trying his best to isolate a couple of frags, turns it into a 1v2 and can try and win the round.
Plant down at default, most covered off position. 1 man inbound from mid control as well. Does not see where Volt is. The flash and smoke to his position to force him back and keep him there. Sprays blinded towards the man, now gives away his position, and Rolf will watch out the apartments, look on towards short. Perfect timing against Regali. Rolf is on for the 4K clutch. A 1-on-4. Watching him mini-pit with a bit of harder cover. Perfect shots needed from that M4, and 1-shot headshot will not be enough. Extra smoke to buy a bit more cover. Coming in towards the graveyard, and Volt will just about shut it down. Just about get the defuse. It's going to be a bit closer, actually. Oh, that's too close. I don't know if he's got it. No. I don't think he's got it. It's not enough. The clutch is going to get 1 there. What a hold from Rolf. I didn't expect that to go as far as it did.
No, not at all. That is a mental round to come out like that. And just the way that he's isolating the fights, I think that was slightly wide on the pit angle. Really didn't need to be held as wide as it was. And you could just see there from fnatic Rising, I think they get sloppy in that 4v1. They offer up individual fights. Rolf actually has some very good crosshair placement. That positioning there from Banjo does not need to extend. And then, of course, in the side directly, rather than hiding and waiting for Volt on rotate in from Mini, they come down into a state where the 1v4 successful.
The Ninjas, that once again knocks them back a peg. The 5-7 of Pepsor, charging straight forward. Sees so many, gets only 1 kill for it. Blind behind the smokes. Maze will be able to get temporary on the turn. And chaos once again ensuing in that banana take. Both sides sending their forces forward without real concern for their lives. And the frags eventually lead to fnatic Rising again, getting the man advantage and falling back to the defense.
It definitely comes down to the situation of fnatic Rising getting positives out of the banana control and Young Ninjas getting positives more towards the A site. Now that resmoke going down towards the top of banana is going to stall for some further time. As of right now, they don't know if Young Ninjas have backed off.
Just held position for now. Boost up for the M4. Sat there on top of a new box and just going to wait for it. Silence ensues once again across Inferno. Ninjas want to slow things down.
That's got to be the B take. Just knowing that no one's falling back, that there's no map control gain towards A. It's going to be the double pump.
Flash in, Volt. Spray goes awry, but Maze is there for the trade back, and backup is also on the way, but Maze stands alone for now. Eventually overwhelmed by Maxa to a 2-on-2. Spray from Regali has an inkling as to where he might be. A gap in that smoke as well that Fuzi will try and exploit. CT's leaving that one open. Bomb goes down. Fuzi just barely seen by Banjo. I don't know if the AK saw him first, though. Push forward on towards Tree. Maxter covering off Regali's peek forward. That spray is not there. And now Banjo should get swung by these 2 or just 1 for the trade. SMG versus 2 AKs. He'll look to check Tree here and not win the fight anyway. The dink not good enough. And the Ninjas will get their 5th round.
Impressive stuff coming through from the Ninjas, going in for a double pump again, 3v4 situation. They obviously get some very good entries onto the side, and I like the space that Fuzi's trying to create, get aggressive towards that tree position, really cut the rotates off, have the crossfire being set, and for Maze and Volt, they needed to get away with a little bit more there, Jay. They struggled on the B hold.
Now the 2 newest additions to fnatic Rising there. Obviously a lot for those 2 to prove on their individual basis, so they can do it as a duo. That would be even more fantastic. Tasked with that B site in that last round, though, overwhelmed with a little bit of inaccuracy. Shots not connecting, and blindness won't affect Rolf this time. Maze, first to fall in this round. And Deagle Force Buy is brought in for fnatic as well, so that's 1 crucial weapon taken out.
You can get a vibe that this is going to be a strong T-side, Jay. And again, to reflect on the 10T rounds against OG Academy, I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking double digits. It's promising. This is looking decent on the T-side.
A 16-5 result towards the end of it for that particular matchup. Yes, anywhere near as one-sided. fnatic Rising might concede map 1 at the very most. Rolf does get that first kill. Banjo with his own responsive. Pepsor able to find one of his own. But 2 Vat for Fuzi leaves it all onto Volt in the 1 versus 3. The Brits up against it all, will tap forward, get tons of damage, but no kills in that clutch. So Force buy not working well for the Fnatic Rising side. The money set back, so this should be enough cash to go for a half buy. They have got max loss bonus, so should be seen as upgrade pistols again.
And this is obviously the difficult factor here for Fnatic Rising, is never really getting a grasp on the economy state, being forced down into a buy in the last round where it doesn't really have rifles, instead a lot of upgraded pistols. And then what is going to come next? Not much at all. You run the tactical, you try and get an idea on what you want to open up come the next rifle round. And even for someone like Regali, who we've seen so much from in this event so far, yeah, he hasn't had the AWP in his hands for many of these rounds, but he's had a quiet start.
Moment to try and figure out how to get that start a bit more louder for them. Fnatic taking their first tactical. Discussions with Cube, see what he wants to say about this. Going to get this team back into the matchup. 4 rounds to separate. Fnatic have only gained 2 so far. It'll be a much lighter eco than what I initially thought here. I don't know if they're aware that they've got max loss bonus. But either way, USP is out. A formality round for this Fnatic side. And Young Ninjas should be able to take control of this. They'll work their way into the A site, and there's only one man standing there.
Hey, you've got to think about long term, that these rounds haven't come easily, and especially in the rifle v rifle rounds. And they want to give themselves as much security as possible by having a strong economy flow. And even going in towards an A-side play, Badger's the only defender. They're not running into the stack at all.
Spam of the USP returned by 3 AK spamming him back. I think he knows now that there's no way back into the round for him and his team. They're stacked towards that B site. Hope that they might have gone there as a bit more of a lurk in brackets. That's not been the case at all. And there's not really many great options for Fnatic Rising. I mean, they could just go ahead and commit because USP round, nothing being lost here. They'll move as a big unit out to that banana position, so that indicates they might just end up doing so. But even then, the prospects are limited.
Try and get 1 kill, recover a rifle if at all possible. Hope to not get farmed, and there it is. That's already the start, but you know the T's are just going to start swarming in. They want to make sure there's no chance that AK can get picked up.
Yeah, kills found on Volt, Regali, and Maze. And from here, well, Rolf will get another good kill back towards Pepsor, Banjo to fall all the same. So these are taps, good stuff, anti-eco frags. 7-2 for the Ninjas, 1 away from winning the half. Fnatic Rising have 1 more gun round to put a stop to that. AWP's in, M4's out, full set to utility again. Max loss bonus means that there will be nothing spared in this buy.
Just starting to see that consistency really come through from Maxter, again being the highlight player of this team in the event so far. 13-5, he's been involved in a lot of trade frags, some multi-frags as well. And Fnatic Rising desperate to just get a grip on this map of the series, otherwise it could be a one-sided one. Even Regali looking to get very aggressive to look down mid.
Yeah, just peeking forward to spot. Doesn't seem to see him. Much earlier set of quiet plays from the Ninjas side. Utility is thrown down towards their position in the apartments, as Fnatic do have the inkling they're going to go for it. Flashes over towards that brackets control. Trusted they can pop out there, but it's stalled by another incendiary, so Fuzi not allowed to make progress. It's got that flashbang, though. I imagine you'll pop flash his teammates in from the apartments. Banjo sees one before the flash pops itself. Pepsor gets 1 decent kill, but Rolf with 2. Pepsor still known here towards quad. 3-on-3 situations. Got to win this frag, but doesn't do so. Rolf with a 3K.
What an unreal sequence coming through from Rolf, just working around that hay car, and now even for Maze, he might get caught off from this boiler position. This is such a tough retake.
The flash is over to suppress anything else in the brackets control. Maze going for a long wrap into the apartments. Doesn't seem like Volt has his heart in it, though. Backed up in library, so it might just be exit frags for these 2 individuals. Fuzi's already got one of them covered. So this should be a round win for the Young Ninjas side. Fnatic not had a look in the last 5 rounds in a row. This is not a good sign for them. 3 members to back up. No damage utility they can put out here. Maybe Maze might press the issue and maybe try to take one of these guys down with a quick spray. Okay, 1 frag. Second goal? No, not going down to the bomb. It's planted to the back wall, so Fuzi's safe. Damaging round, but it doesn't mean much here. There's so much bounty here for the Ninjas.
And I don't think we can be too surprised that this is the way that it's going. Again, Inferno's the strongest map in the pool for Young Ninjas. It's the highest pick map in the pool in best 3 contexts. And for Fnatic Rising, yeah, we can have that stance of, oh, they've got 100% win rate on it. They've got 4 maps in a row. That's all best of ones. That's all playing into the middle of the map pool. You're not playing into a strength.
And that's showing right here and now. Round streak for the Ninjas continuing to grow and get out of control. Fnatic Rising need a counter play. They need a counter strategy. Push one player forward again into banana control. We get driven away by the utility countered by the T side. The Ninjas actually vacate that position. Go back in towards mid instead. Receive a nade straight to the face of Fuzi.
They're trying to pop through this bracket smoke. Flash is coming through. Entry's pretty decent for the moment, but the crossfire is strong. Badger's got to try and stay alive, but it doesn't happen at all. Maze is here.
1 versus 2 essentially for him. Spray comes up good against the first player, not the second. Temporary brings it into a clutch scenario, a one-on-one against Pepsor. And a 3k up for the AWPer here. Smokes out towards long. Incendiary and Flash also to play with. He's going to challenge directly though. AWP the M4. Perfect shot to the flick. A 3k for him and a 9th round as the Ninja streak continues. Getting closer and closer for Fnatic Rising, but they just can't seem to finish the job.
And maybe we need the conversation, Jay, on snatching opportunities. Look at Young Ninjas so far on this T side. They've won 2 clutches. It came down to that pistol in from Fuzi, now an AWP clutch in for Temporary. And we've probably had, what, 3, maybe 4 rounds in which Fnatic Rising, especially on rifle rounds, have had opening opportunities. They've had 5v4s, they've had 4v3s, and they haven't been able to close the round. Young Ninjas, on the other hand, have been able to close the majority of them.
Yeah, they just look fantastic in general here. Sprays through. Oh, what was that? Perfect adjustment to Maze. A back turn as he sprayed through. Got tons of damage. The trade will be there for Volt overall. But even so, 32 HP tanked down for it, and Ninjas still look impressive.
And now that positive that we were talking about Fnatic Rising earlier on, being so strong in the banana control, getting the decent trades in their favor, putting a lot of damage on and pressure, is now coming down to actually not that much further into the matter. This time around, Young Ninjas can silently walk contact their way forward. And knowing that Volt is already so low at 32, he can't continue to hold aggressively.
A smoke set up. Regali rolling into that mid position, but it's completely absent. Nobody's there for the Ninjas. They're up towards that B player where Volt's standing alone. Such little HP to face against the T side with. Gonna watch that crack angle with an anti-flash position. As soon as he sees contact, he's gonna fall away, wait for teammates. But he won't see anything. Ninjas are gonna back off from there as well.
Well, they still got Adam B in the lurk in the apartments, and he hasn't really heard anything. No one's walked aggressively from boiler entrance or from the balcony itself. And they're even going to try and see if they can fake this B site from Fuzi's util.
Dry face forward, only one man standing on the site itself. Off-site anchor there for Banjo with the SMG. Regali's really got to do the heavy lifting. Utility thrown over. He's in the box corner. Temporary doesn't check it. Maxter can't get anything done either. Bomb dropped with 4-on-2. Damage done to all the Ninjas players that remain. And Banjo will tank a nade to the face, but it won't mean much for the T side. They'll back up, save their weapons, or Pepsor might even go for the hunt. He catches Adam B. As the timer ticks to 0, $150 left in the bank account for him. Fuzi can survive, keep that 1 AK in. The Fnatic Rising at long last break the streak.
And the time just not being there at all for Young Ninjas. They run the clock down quite heavily, and you always know in that sort of situation, you have to get the immediate trade on the site and get the bomb plant. And what ends up happening is Regali gets out to that cold zero box and just multi-frags, just drops that bomb, makes it so much more awkward for the apartments player to make anything more happen on the site directly. And now for Fnatic Rising, you wonder, Jay, can a streak get built at all?
With Adam B getting brought down to only $150 thanks to that post-round kill. It means they've had to invest a lot of their economy to get that AWP out for the Ninja side. So what was looking like a strong money state has now been reduced to rubble. Round 13, so still some time for Fnatic to recover something in this first half. Still 6 rounds to make up overall, though the best that they can do is 3 on the trot. And look towards that T side. Ninjas in Banana again with 4 players, 1 lurker in apps. And look for that kill above the half wall.
Yeah, very silent, don't want to make any noise off of that. And for Volt again, just jiggling down onto the angle, can put a smoke through. Knows that his teammate of Maze has got some utility too, so they can try to hold off. But no, Young Ninjas are going.
Oh, Maze charge forward upon that. Bolt sees so many as he also pushes the smoke, but gets overwhelmed by the numbers game. Fuzi credited with the kill, a 5-on-3, and Fnatic are forced to save. As soon as they get a decent round, the Ninjas just clap right back with sheer confidence on their board. And this was the T-side you mentioned that we probably were expecting to see.
And you can look at that stance from both Maze and Volt and think, geez, they didn't do a lot wrong. When you've got Volt jiggling down on the CT angle, waiting for some util, waiting for a sound cue to put that smoke down, he's got his teammate of Maze playing first oranges. They've got the crossfire and the util in hand. Instead, Young Ninjas just pop. They just go so quickly into that B exec, and they just catch them on a mistiming that they're not ready for it.
That's all important 10 for the Ninjas. 3 rifles save for Fnatic might enable a buyback here. Some drop weapons should be able to come through. So yes, guns are in. But you can just see the state of this game, how well it's been going for the Ninjas. They have not let up for a moment.
And we've just seen Rolf and Maxstar get really dug in on this first half, be some explosive players for the Young Ninja side. And for Fnatic Rising, it has been a bit of a slapping. They haven't kept this much competitive at all. And they'll definitely be disappointed in this first half. They could try and end it on a high at least, but for Young Ninjas, they've already reached 10. They could look for more.
Great shot for Temporary. Making the joke, is he a temporary addition to the Ninjas side? If you keep playing like this, he'll be permanent, most certain. 10 kills, second top of the board. 2 players ahead of him at 15. Looking on fire at this moment. Banjo trying to respond towards Adam B, but just seeing a pixel, a gun barrel peeking out. Couldn't get any damage for it. Rolf has chimed in on the other side of the map, meanwhile. Reducing Fnatic to 3. Temporary gets another shot to 2. Fuzi's inserted himself in a CT spawn. He might go hunting for Volt and Maze. Leave nothing for round 15 if he can get both these kills. And honestly, it's worth the hunt for the Ninjas here.
And this is a pure outclassing, without a doubt. I mean, even that jewel that gets created towards the balcony, they make it look so easy. You've snuck a T-side player in towards that CT spawn area. They're already thinking about the hunt, Jay, before the bomb and the site gets taken.
The thing as well, I was starting off this whole pre-game segment by saying, hey, maybe Fnatic Rising could do something here on this on this Inferno. Definitely looking a little bit silly to make that comment now. Ninjas have just looked purely brilliant, and another good kill against Volt now leaves it only to the Orb to survive. So many players around him. Oh, Rolf with the perfect peek. And there it is, 11-3, no one alive. Fnatic Rising can get a buy together, but it's not going to be perfect.
Hey, you've got to work with the scraps. And just think to yourself, geez, how do we get out of this one? I'd like to see something aggressive. Just send players down mid, try and see if you can get aggressive towards Banana. That's something that they haven't tried, is just full out aggression. And knowing that you've only managed 3 rounds on City side so far, you've got to think out of the box.
A tiny amount of util to back up these weapons. One for Mars for Pepzor as well. Whatever they're going to try, they've got only so much to do it with. A charge forward up towards bench for the likes of Maze. So watch out, that's a second mid position. 2 players peeking in from the apartments as well. Temporary. Had to watch out for it. Flashed in. Spray comes through, but Adam B's got 2 to return back. The apartments default locked out against Fnatic Rising. A flash forward on the T side line. Spray goes a little bit awry, but Rolf has got his kill and his second. And everything again falls apart for Fnatic Rising. A repeat of how this whole half has gone every single round almost. 12-3 for the Young Ninjas. Volt at least tried to have a bit of fight onto Adam B, but overwhelmed by Rolf on the sidelines. And yeah, monstrous, absolutely monstrous for this T side.
I love that call coming through from Fnatic Rising. You got to change it up. You got to make something different. You aggress down mid, you aggress out towards the apartments. It doesn't quite work, obviously, and it is a 12-3 half coming through from Young Ninjas, but you can feel as if Fnatic Rising are still trying to be creative, Jay. They're still trying to keep this competitive on the first map. The factor is they've just been outclassed completely, and Young Ninjas have come into this first map, and they've looked on point. They've delivered their game plan, and they've got some of their star individuals really showing up.
And not looking great for the Fnatic Rising side, and it's time to be very concerned, I do feel like.
Oh, I think it was a little bit of a while ago before that, mate. Let's even go back to the fact that the last head-to-head in a best-of-3 in the Academy League was that 16-3. Was that 16-3? And then you start thinking to yourself, okay, maybe it's not an exact mirror image, but this is a smashing.
And I worry how the rest of the series might end up going for it. I know it's a little bit early to start talking about the rest of the series when we're still playing map 1, but honestly, the way this is going, if it carries on like this, I reckon map 1 could be wrapped up pretty quickly within the next 4 or 5 rounds or so. Fnatic need this pistol. Like, they need this pistol, they need to find the second round break. Otherwise, I just don't see them having any way back in.
And just the lack of numbers. Think about the way in which Volt is the only one on double digits. And for him, he's been farming a lot of exit frags. He'd always be the one that's not quite going for the clutch, but trying to make it more expensive. When you've got 4 players on single-digit kills going into a second half, that is definitely a poor performance and a poor game. So they know we've got to step it up and we've got to strike now.
What is that step up, though? Is it just down to everyone performing a little bit better, or is there something deeper than that?
I think everyone needs to show up, and of course they need to get a little bit of luck on their side. They've got to get round streaks together, and a start here in the pistol could be it.
Charge forward into mid. FURIA will hear those footsteps as they are making no qualms about this Volt with the opening kill of the half. Rolf, the first man to fall. A great start for Fnatic, but will it keep going that way? One player in the apartments might become a bit of a spanner in the works. The bomb will get planted at least.
Regali taking that duel onto FURIA, and even Maze getting very aggressive out towards Arch. Is going to deal with another. What a start this is.
Adam B finally gets a trade, but it's him standing alongside Temporary to peek in and gets shut down by Regali. Temporary with his kill in the round needs another 1v4 clutch, and for the Ninjas it won't happen this time. It's a pistol game of Fnatic, so that's step 1.
Now, we know that Fnatic Rising are currently ranked 3rd in the event, Jay, for the highest pistol win percentage. So that might be something that they lean on throughout the majority of this series. Now, 1 for 2. I even think about this second round, though, and think, okay, Young Ninjas on the force up, Jay, 12-4. It could still happen, couldn't it? It could still get the Deagles to rein in.
I mean, the way that they've been playing this whole matchup thus far, like, you can't really discount it. Like, you have to look at this round and think to yourself, listen, Deagle shots, entirely plausible they get the second round break, and that's even worse than Fnatic winning the pistol, or losing the pistol, rather. Need to follow up. Any missteps could lead to their demise, especially if it leads to a reset like this round would do. The MAC-10s, the firepower, try and work their way into Banana. All 5 players are here.
Oh, when are the HEs going to come in? Are they going to miss at all? No, on target.
That's the perfect setup, though. Deagles don't need the headshots anymore. Pepsor gets overwhelmed, and there come the kills pouring in for the CT side. Not a lick of damage. Not a single kill. Fnatic Rising. That is a disaster of a round.
I don't know what to say. Honestly, you can look at the setup and say they had some well-timed HEs, Jay, but it's not even a gamble stack. There's a few players, a 3rd on rotate, and there's just no damage being done. It's just not good enough for Fnatic Rising at all. They just get sandwiched. They choke it on the take towards Banana, and that was the freest of rounds that Young Ninjas could have ever have asked for.
I think we came into this one vastly underestimating where Young Ninjas stand in this series. Especially in this first map. This has been decimation. And nothing that Fnatic can seemingly do to stop it. Forcing the issue into round 18. Desperate to get anything, any sort of steal. They need one now. Way back into the game.
Fnatic Rising, got to count their lucky stars for any positives, Jay. An opening man advantage, a rifle to get picked up. If there's a chance of trying to get one of those M4s or an AK mid-round, that would just help them massively.
Well, there's a MAC-10, a drop. Banjo grabs that. Start as Temporary falls. Maxter, M4 in hand. Maybe thinking about pressing the issue once again. Utility brought out for only a moment, but it's not going to be that case at the moment. Here, Maxter pulling away with Adam B, trying to prod down to the position. See the man get it back to a 4-on-4.
Adam B's aggressing forward again, double dipping into Boiler just when his teammate did the same. And it just shows the confidence here for Young Ninjas that they don't mind being on the press, being on that front foot. And now you feel as if Banjo worked so hard for that opening kill, it's now been wasted.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Such a great start for him. Now Fnatic Rising have 3 Deagles against 4 CT-side players. MAC-10 in for Rolf will try and work inland. Adam B will just spot Pepsor, get his frag. Crossfiring alongside Max. The smokes have gone down to maybe enable the bomb plant here. So some bonus cash. At this stage, I don't think it will mean much here. 1-on-4 for Regali in the corner of the site. Bullets flying all over the place. Rolf going in for knife kills. We saw one earlier, but they're going to give themselves up to Regali, who does get his 2 on the turn. Bit chaotic, yes, I know. Ultimately, however, it is going to be the round for the Ninjas.
Interesting one. For Fnatic Rising, we could say economy state, they've got a buy down, they don't have to force, but then you're also thinking 4-14. What are your other options? You try and play for OT, you try and force it up again. The young ninja's getting hungry for a couple of knives. At least it doesn't get out of control. Like, okay, you know, you're messing around a little bit, you lose a couple of players, but it doesn't end up being a clutch, so you can look at it that way. But for Fnatic Rising, they don't want to play for OTJ. It seems like they want to force it up.
I mean, if they play for OT, we're talking about 11 rounds in a row, so it's a philosophical difference. Do you think you can do that, or do you want to try and give yourself that little bit extra buffer in the future of the game and take the risk now as opposed to in the next round? Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, as I always say. And in this case, Temporary is damned to death. Maze picks up that first. And that's at least a start for Fnatic. But as we saw in the last round, the start doesn't win you the round itself.
Yeah, Temporary found himself in a very awkward position there, where he gets mollied, he's been seen, he puts the smoke down, but he can't really get out of trouble. Rolf getting spammed too, and every sort of push forward to try and resurge a pick back is actually going the other way.
5-on-3. Okay, down in the hands. Fuzi presses the issue, sees one, does get overwhelmed by the wallbangs. So there you go, 2 left. Maxter can at least get Volt to turn back around and get some control. Something back into the round itself for the young ninjas. Regali gets his frag on a Maxter, so all left to Adam B as the lone soldier left for the ninjas. And there you go, survival for the Fnatic side for the time being. Again, it's only 1 round though.
We could say it was a little bit of a feeding frenzy towards our top of Banana. We saw a lot of individual jewels being given up there. Sloppy stuff from young ninjas, and it comes down to a situation of those players behind the logs and towards bottom of Banana just spraying through the top car position, able to get some very good picks and entries. You gotta remember, Jay, the majority of those fights towards Banana, they hadn't even taken half full. They weren't even sort of fighting for it. Instead, they were just pushing towards him.
Winning those fights is appropriate. 1-4 to stay in for the Ninjas side. So lifeline game for Fnatic Rising. It's an AWP at the feet of Maze as well. Can upgrade to that for the Galil. Yep. Keep that for free. Might be valuable to the Fnatic side going forward. The Ninjas, bit of a lopsided economy line here. Does Fuzi drop and they invest? I mean, it's double eco status, so they probably do so, right?
Yeah, with a couple of players double eco, you could definitely see the vision. At the same time, you're up to 14, so they could think we've got a few rounds to play with. Do we want a heavy investor all the way? They need to get as much out of this round as possible. And even Fuzi, we haven't seen much AWPing from him. We saw a little bit on the T side here or there. He's going to be able to get that down. They've got an SMG in for Maxter, a Scout 2 for Temporary. So not the best of floats when it comes to what they're bringing to the table. So an opening man advantage and a start in the round is going to be desperate.
You're set in for Fuzi, trying to go for the initial wallbang attempts. Saw the Molotovs, hoped he could get lucky, but didn't quite do so. It's driven back as a result as Pepsil's boosted. They'll hold that angle, hoping that the CTs try and re-peek it. Won't be the case, though. They hold pretty.
Now, young ninjas know, especially without too much utility, it's going to be difficult to make those aggressive maneuvers work out. Even that lurk smoke going down towards the first Orange's position. Fuzi is still going to hold on to the angle, and you wonder, is anyone even going to jiggle?
Flash peek it instead. Throw that AWPer off as Pepsor evades the shot. Smokes off the cross as well to try and indicate they want to go here. A counter smoke from Temporary also holds the brackets. Fuzi falls to reposition. Fnatic looking to go in towards mid. The bomb's on its way.
Yeah, they're going to run into their stack. They're going to leave the AWP as the sole defender over at that B side towards Coffins. And even Temporary, who's playing long, should be the first one to grasp the information and have the tell of what's happening.
Oh, that's a good shot for the Scout. Perfect head landed on Volt. Now the stack looks to receive the T side. Eagle and SMG crossfire once again. Not again here, Fnatic. Banjo gets 3. An important sequence to get it to a 2-on-2. But it's a 2-on-2 that should never have existed. Bomb's got to get planted. The retake is on for the snipers.
Now, Fuzi's still out towards that B side, thinking that there was a quick wraparound play. It's going to take him a little while to get down to Banana, and Temporary's going to follow.
Fall away and save the weapons. Not looking to go for the retake. I mean, it's double orbs, so I guess it kind of makes sense. They just invested into this round with only a second stage loss bonus inbound for the next. So we are talking about not really a buy around these weapons here. Maybe they do force it. What do you think?
Nah, I don't think so. I think you have to play it safe. You can't just start throwing money away. As an overall picture, that round should have been theirs. Banjo gets 3 kills out in the open somehow. He's literally coming through from that short position, hasn't even found the site directly, and he's just spinning 90 degrees, 180s, finding all of the connections. Young Ninjas, after such a good start to the round and the stack play involved, I'm thoroughly surprised that they didn't win that, Jay. That's a 5-on-2.
Well, for Fnatic, it's an encouraging sign. Keeping it all together, keeping the lifeline going. 8 more rounds to make up the difference, try and equalize this scoreline. And again, only pistols will be brought out, so there won't be an investment here for the Ninjas. Orb still peeking in for Fuzi, though. Jump face, knows there's a player out there. Shot does not connect while blind. Flashbang throws him off. He still repeaks it, though. Ooh, he thinks that Maze might be progressive himself. Checks the cubby corner. Oh, caught out in the open. Another great flash for Volt.
Oh, they get the other AWP aggressive too. They've got the idea that they want to try and really put them in positions where risk is high, but also deaths could be high, and that's exactly it. Banjo going to fall. That's a lot of information that the AWP's fallen over towards that Banana position, and then another one out to the apartment, so one's on the floor.
Won't pick it up, though. They're going with the AKs for the execution. USP is tapping their way. P250 behind him in Maxter. No rifles for this Young Ninjas defensive. It might come in for the Young Ninjas retake, though. Bomb goes down. One player coming in, found from the Banana position. The AWP will watch out from CT. Molotovs. Another utility sent over towards the CT side, though. Fnatic are keeping the Ninjas at bay, and there's no counter util to really go in for a retake here. Look for exits, maybe get the pistols in to try and steal some of those rifles away at the last second. Extra casualties, extra bonuses. Keep the economy limited and work off that.
That's not a bad eco. Again, for Young Ninjas, if you hold the AWP and the M4, you know that you're not going to be scraped down to very much minimal money in the reserve come the end of the next round. And Volt just making sure that there's no quick action towards the side directly. So they will hold on to those 2 rifles. And for Fnatic Rising, they're slowly getting into it, right? They're getting rounds in a row, but you still look at the scoreline and think to yourself, no matter how strong this T side may be, no matter if we look back at them having a 65.1% round win on T side so far in the Invitational on Inferno, is that even going to make a difference, Jay? Because 2 rounds, 2 good rounds for Young Ninjas, and this map is done.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, what are the odds on that any one of the next, well, we've got 8 rounds or so to go before the end of regulation? Like, the odds of 2 of those being for Ninjas, pretty high, all things considered. A tactical taken for them so they can try and end it in the next 2, hopefully. Guns are out, discussions have been had. Fnatic know the pressure that they're under, but they have at least gotten to the halfway point.
Young Ninjas know that this could be the perfect start to their series as well. And for Fnatic Rising, knowing that they placed second in their Group J over in Group A, 8 wins and 4 losses, they found themselves the first time in the gauntlet, or at least for Young Ninjas, we saw them yesterday.
Yeah, they had the battle. Up against the OG Academy side, dispatched them pretty easily. Especially in that second map of Inferno, which, well, looks easy so far for them. Fnatic Rising, pressing forward. Going in for the execution with temporary caught off by flashbangs. Regali supporting that kill. Volt can double up against Adam B as well. And with that casualty, that's the A site fallen. Ninjas already rotating the saves. They're not going to bother with this.
Lovely sequence coming through from Volt. Double entry down in the short position. A little bit quicker that time around from fnatic rising towards a brackets take. Definitely more on the hyper-aggressive stance. A lot of pace into that round. And as soon as that first player falls of temporary, Adam B finds himself in a very awkward position trying to play around the pit. And for fnatic rising, I would probably say that that's one of their strongest T-side rounds yet.
Most certainly. All 5 alive. Looked pretty confident, looked pretty good. Flash support was there, 2 kills and you're done. I mean, there wasn't much resistance to their credit against the Young Ninjas side. They were just backed up, and as soon as they lost those 2 frags, they went for the save. But you're right. Overall, one of the best rounds we've seen so far for fnatic rising. 8th up on that board with a 3-gun save for the Ninjas. It should be a reinvestment for them.
And fnatic rising are ranked 3rd in the event on T-side for most multi-kills per rounds, Jay. So this is something that we can expect not only here on Inferno, but for the rest of the series. That on T-side, we typically see a lot of 2 or 3 frags coming from individuals on a consistent basis.
It's consistent for that last round at least. Fires back in, seeing you up a temporary. Tried to look towards that mid control, but didn't see anybody from fnatic. They all went up from second mid instead. Smoke down to the brackets entrance. Nades up to anyone that could be close. Temporary flashed off position. Forced back away with the AWP. Second flash in. Sees a player, but just overcooks the flick towards him. Man down as a result. Adam B stands alone up in the apartments. Gets 2 kills and makes it a manageable retake for his team, but he does go down to a 3-on-3.
He does as much as he can in that situation. Even FURIA trying to come quickly from that brackets and mixed position and try and get into the action. But as an overall picture, 3v3, there could be another save if a frag does not get presented.
Check their corners. Quarter of the time gone by already. UTL down from the T side as well to suppress for even further. Regali with his AWP pick on Maxter. That might send them back into the save. FURIA still pressing towards Apps, but now he starts to think better of it. As Rolf calls it in, gets back out towards Speedway, over towards the B site. FURIA might look for more exits. We saw that over from the fnatic side when they were on CT half. He's spotting a couple of players escaping towards the pit, but doesn't really get a kill shot or damage being done. The bomb won't take him down either. So there you go, 9 on the board. And this retake, or this comeback rather, starts to become a bit more manageable now for fnatic. Only 5 rounds to the difference, and the Ninjas, oh, now they're the ones down on the streak.
Yeah, beating them with pace these last couple of rounds. It definitely feels as if fnatic rising have got a good level of variation. We're seeing the slower defaults. We're also seeing the quick rushes. And in that one there, we saw the AWPer get caught off guard, and then you try to escape, you get caught on the wall, and you're stuck in that arch position. Even Adam B, he did everything he could. He got 2 frags completely by himself on A, and it still wasn't enough.
When you're standing solo, it's very difficult to win what is ostensibly a 1-on-5 defensive. So he did all that he could in that one. FURIA, same can't be said there in the banana control. Pepsor took some taken down instantly. Incendiary set. Smokes to try counteract it at the CT across the AWP, trying to rotate to back up his teammate. Incendiary stalls the execution, so can rotate towards it. fnatic rising though, looking for the prod, and Pepsor able to get another kill.
This has got to be another save. You've got to get out of here. Temporary is in a very awkward position now and needs to help. That the continuous smokes down towards CT is actually going to give him a line of vision to escape.
And fall back for it, use that chance. More protection for fnatic rising though, so no real chance at an exit frag. Not like it matters to them though, they've got so much cash in the bank that they can just afford to rebuy once again. Across all the players it seems. That's only going to grow with this round victory coming their way and all. The Ninjas, wow, another 2 frags against their name has forced them to fall back away. May as well go for the hunt. Temporary sees his shoulder bait, gets the shot together. Nothing major in the post rounds for the fnatic side, but again, it was really one and done with those 2 kills for it again from the Ninjas, losing the site with a double entry, and then from there it's a safe call.
I think that's obviously the more impactful sort of comment, Jay, right there, is that it's losing the site. It's not always losing the couple of players or losing the numbers game. It's the fact that the site has just been opened up on so many occasions. And for Young Ninjas, we can come into this and say, obviously, they're a very good T-sided team on this map of Inferno. It's one of their best maps in the pool. Their CT side is stronger, and it shouldn't be like this. When you've got a half like you did, we expect so much more. And now you're in a situation where, considering that there's always saves, it's not exactly like we're in a buy eco status, because we actually are seeing a lot of buy rounds continue.
Yeah, loss bonus keeping up, and of course with the money flowing in, it means that they can go for it. Looking for that one big round, but if they keep saving, then they're going to let this get real far out of control. 6 in a row for Fnatic Rising. Mirror image to what we've seen in the first half as well. There was 6 in a row for Young Ninjas when they had their T-halves. So maybe there was a bit more on the T side than we thought here, Dweg. Quick plays in from the mid control. Rolf swinging out first and foremost alongside Fuzi. Finally, some risky plays. Aggression coming in. Volt's pinned in a corner. Smoke's coming down towards him. The incendiaries get extinguished. He might find a way back out here, but Adam B continues. Pressure is temporary. Finds Pepzor in a 5-on-3. And Fuzi continuing his flying soul. This is wonderful. All their back to turn towards him. Volt at least gets that one trade, but now Fuzi can drop the bomb carrier. Maze on his back turn will get spotted in the end. The spray through to 32. The swing from Max that removes him from play. And finally, Ninjas, they're going to take one back here. Volt can only do so much. It's map points.
And that was so chaotic. What an odd round and cool that was for Young Ninjas. And maybe that's just what they needed, Jay. Something unorthodox. Something that's not typically in the playbook. They just go hyper-aggressive down towards second mid. They start pushing mid. And then even in the state where they start gathering a couple of kills, they're still pushing Banana. They're still coming from the bottom of it up through the smoke. And for Fnatic Rising, they just didn't know what hit them at all.
Maybe getting a bit complacent, perhaps. I mean, they tried something similar in their T-side half when they were on the ropes, and, well, the Ninjas will make it work far better in this particular occasion. With temporary, quickly run boost across the mid control, lands on Regali, a perfect sequence and the perfect shot to open up round 26.
And now you just feel like Young Ninjas are back in control. They've just got to map point. They've now got the opening advantage, playing a double porch setup too, and even further spam is trying to rain down towards that Banana position.
Yeah, 5-on-4. Young Ninjas trying to apply the hurt and bring in the end for Fnatic Rising here on Inferno. Oh, and Banjo up in the apartments, backed up by players coming in from mid. Looking like they want to split their way into the A site. Smokes down a Moto, indicating it's much faster than it really is. Only just starting to prod now.
That's a lot of information being gathered already. Adam B expecting a slow walk, aggressive play to come out from long, considering that's been opened up. Needs to clear out all of these positions, and Maze is just waiting to see if he can hear any sort of information around this porch position from Temporary.
He peeks in at long and sees nothing, and Adam B saw nothing himself with his own prod. Flash over for the app spot, Maxter, able to bolster up Temporary with a kill, doubles up towards Pepzor. 2 left in Maze and Banjo, and it looks like the end is indeed nigh for Fnatic Rising. A hell of a comeback. They're just too little, too late, like you mentioned, Dwayne. Banjo, try fight for his life, but as Maze has fallen, he's the last player left. Temporary, appropriately with the last kill of the match. 16-10, and it's Young Ninjas taking Inferno.
It's a very good effort coming through from the Young Ninjas overall, right? They get the job done, they make sure they close their map. For Fnatic Rising, they would have felt as if we worked so hard in that second map and didn't get rewarded, but the fact of the matter is, Jay, it wasn't enough rounds in the first half. They needed more on their CT side.
Well, the Ninjas picked into it. They got everything that they wanted, and indeed they will take Inferno. We're off to Fnatic's home turf of Vertigo after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see whether they can recover this near disaster after this. Well, the Young Ninjas dominated right up until the end of their opening map here in the WePlay Academy League end of Gauntlet Day. Very well done from them overall to get it past the finish line over on that Inferno Twig. It felt for a bit like we were looking at a 16-4, 16-3 at one point. That's how good the Young Ninjas really looked in that opening map, and I feel like some of that at the very least might translate over towards Vertigo.
Ooh, are you sure, Jay? Have you looked at Vertigo? Have you seen what it's been like this year for the Young Ninjas?
Look, I know it's not been the best of maps for them to play, but I also look at this whole series and how it's gone for the Ninjas, and you can't say that the mentality isn't completely high in that one, right? Like they must be riding the hype train of how that last map went, because it really was just that great for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, they allowed Fnatic Rising to get to double digits. So you've got to be real and say, okay, it was a good victory. We closed it out when it mattered the most. We've got to really focus in if we want to have a chance at Vertigo, because 3 wins, 7 losses this year alone. There was a time between January and April, Jay, that they had lost this map 7 times in a row. And it's only that one game against a FURIA Academy in the actual group stage that ended that losing streak.
That is also true, but you also have to take a look at the context surrounding those particular wins and losses, right? Because in the Academy League, it's actually been pretty good for them. Obviously, FURIA Academy mentioned that result earlier. They beat Astralis Talent on it twice. They had to go take into overtime for Astralis to get their revenge back on that map in a later tournament. But then you take a look at the other losses they've lost to. They've got the likes of Into the Breach and Endpoint in there, EC Brugge. So these are some squads that are established in the Tier 2 space, right? And obviously, you consider that to be maybe a bit more of a step up by comparison to where they're at overall. So yes, it's not a great map for them on the stats basis, but there's extra context that indicates that it might not be as one-sided as one might think.
And just knowing, too, that that was the result against FURIA Academy, we've got them a little bit later on today. They've also made their way into this last round to try and get into the playoffs. And I think for Fnatic Rising, they'll at least feel slightly better about their performance on Inferno coming into Vertigo. They didn't get completely slammed out of the equation. And in fact, we actually saw a pretty decent second half from them. And that's what I'm hoping that we get to see here come their map pick.
Oh, yeah, and obviously this being their main territory, this home turf for them, if you will, this makes a lot of sense given the circumstances. I mean, we talked about the idea of them being able to potentially pull off an Inferno victory, which in a different world, I think that possibly could have happened, right? The comeback was certainly on. If it did end up being a 16-3, I would have written this one off from the word go, really. Just coming into out of this break, I would have said, nope, no chance of Fnatic at this moment. But at least they've given themselves an opportunity to do some decent work here. So I still do feel like it will be 3 maps here. I just feel like the Ninjas are going to give it a bit more of a fight, and they'll come in with a bit more of a hotter streak than Fnatic might initially be expecting here. I guess you're riding the same hype train, 3 maps?
Yeah, I'm definitely in that agreement. One thing you need to keep in mind too is even though we've only seen Vertigo played 5 times in the last 3 months for Young Ninjas, some of the individuals that are playing on the server today, Jay, have played it even less. So there isn't actually that much experience coming for some of the players here for the Young Ninjas on this map. So yeah, I think it's going to 3.
All right, then. So, 3-map affair for this series. Fnatic Rising be ready to try and take their own onus, as they will be off on the T side to start things off, of course. The Young Ninjas there with their chance to get the defensive line rolling first and foremost. Now, it's kind of difficult to pick out which side is the better half for Young Ninjas in this one. We obviously took a look at the stats from the T side over on Inferno and looked at that, thinking to ourselves that, yes, that's going to be their main sort of winning point. It's not quite the same here for Vertigo. So how do you feel like the Young Ninjas' is best players in this one? What are you looking at the most?
I think coming in a map like this, we've obviously got to see a good performance out from Adam B. We certainly saw some decent moments from Temporary too, and once we get him on the big green, we'll probably see even more of that striking. Fnatic Rising thinking about a walk contact into this B site, very silent as of right now.
All 5 players are out there. Max has seen one. Adam B with the Julies might become the main element, but the USP headshot, first and foremost, found on Volt. Boundary with the trade back, and Adam B swings out. Bullets flying all over the place from both sides. Adam B credited with at least 1 kill, but only that 1 frag. Regali with a trade, and Temporary now holds the line, gets that 1. Pepsor with a trade, but now Fuzu creeps into the backstab. Regali's thinking it might be the case that he's there. 5 HP, though, only good for information spotting. Pepsor now to clutch it. Gets Rolf on the side. Got to charge back to that bomb position, though. Fuzi's got it right in his sights.
He's got so much time to play with this, and even for Fuzi, just try and hang it back, play with the sound cues, and just make sure you jiggle the bomb every so often to see if it gets picked up.
When he goes for the directive face, though, sees Pepsor, doesn't land the shot. Return wallbang damage done by the USP of the T-side member that flicks back damage for 2 HP, and Pepsor wins the fight with the headshot. Okay, unexpected, but it's good for Fnatic. They start things off.
Mate, he was on 2 HP into that fight, and he gets the job done. So much back and forth trading. You can see what Young Ninjas are trying to hold out to that B side. They want to try and contain and not allow the side take to come through to allow that backstab in from Fuzi. And while the backstab did come through and it was successful, the 1v2 clutch comes through from Pepsor. And for Fnatic Rising, this adds to the tally of them being one of the strongest teams in pistol rounds so far the event, now getting 2 out of 3.
We did see them lose a second round break earlier in the last map, though, so it's not like it's a one and done deal for them. Of course, the Deagles forced back in for the Young Ninjas. This was the exact same buy they used to get that second round break over in the second half of Inferno. Sat back waiting for their chance to strike, though. The boost up from Rolf playing against any potential flashes that be sent over by Fnatic. No info heard, though. Not a footstep of noise made by the T side.
And Fnatic Rising, definitely a lot slower in this sort of round. And try and flash up, make sure that no one's hiding behind the front of the ramp sandbags. And they know overall they've got to check the boost at some point, and Temporary might be there to pull the distraction.
Well, did he see Rolf? I don't think he did. Head tucked away. And that's why you keep your head tucked down there. Might hard check the sandbags. Rolf's thinking of peeking forward. Temporary waits. The Molotov sent towards him, and now Rolf can start the peek forward. Sees 1, gets 2 headshots. Perfect adjustment against Pepsor. Volt finally with his 2 trades and turns around for the triple against Temporary. Okay, impressive start with the dig. I think a little bit better for that Galil, though.
Definitely looks more favorable now for Fnatic Rising. Even Volt could be on for another one, and he ends the round 4 in which for the bread. And you're right, that boost coming up, they draw the attention over from Temporary, puts a smoke down to the molly, gets 2 absolutely bangers with that dig, and then all of a sudden, the information play comes around. The Galil starts moving up to the side, and it gets recovered in all by Volt.
What a beauty of a sequence there for Rolf. Great instincts in general there from the T side, though. Again, Volt credited with that quadra. Only because he had the info and had the wherewithal to go for it. 2-0 start for Fnatic, so no conversion broken by the Young Ninjas. The stack is in, though, and this might remain unbroken itself. The Galil of Volt will be the man to face, looking for even more to pad his stats.
And we do know that Volt's strongest map so far in the Academy League is Vertigo J, top fragging in both of the officials against the Eternal Fire Academy side and the Prospects. So definitely someone we can expect to keep an eye out for is going to be Volt.
He leads the charge up ramp right here. One man set at the side alley. Rolf might get forced forward as they charge their way up against him. Regali with that first kill. Volt only win 1 frag. Got Maze and Regali to bail him out there. They do lose one of them. But still a fantastic round for the Fnatic side nonetheless. 3-0 to start things off. And now the guns are in for the Ninjas.
And just to even consider the fact that Volt and the previous team that he played with on Fanbit, their best maps in the pool were Nuke and Vertigo, so it only makes sense that now transitioning over to an Academy side like the Fnatic Rising, that if you have a similar map pool, you're going to be as strong as.
The AWP for Temporary will be the highlight weapon for the Ninjas here. Galil still rocking for Volt. I guess a bit more of a bonus weapon, or they had the chance to pick it up from Regali, though. I think the AK was what was on his hands a little bit earlier in that last round. So a bit of a missed opportunity to keep all the main weapons in. Still full guns out for the Fnatic side, though, and upgrades where necessary. Adam B that pushes down here ahead of the smokes in at the ramp default. Volt will back off.
A very quick pop in towards that B side. Fuzi's got to try and hold the crossfire and at least gets away with 1. Max has got to stay alive.
A bit of cover thanks to that smoke, hiding behind the maybe the scaffolding for his way out. Smoke's in, a third player will join the fray on the T-side line. Swing out, Banjo will try and hunt for the likes of Maxter and co. Spotting the information, stall for time, finally Regali combines and Banjo gets a headshot the same, so advantage tips the way of fnatic and all three players are back here. Rotations could get called, and as Banjo falls, that will be the case. Bomb charging quickly into the A side, because the man's already pushed up aside.
I wonder how much further Volt actually goes to create some space, whether he hangs back passively and just waits for the CTs to get into elevator and the sniper's nest position to just play the post plan out in a 3v3. They do lack in the util department though.
A bomb down, default Incendiary might force Regali out of here. 75 HP spotted at that gap, but Adam B takes damage the same, and a player also sets off from Maze, and the off angle gets Rolf. High HP man taken down for the ninjas. And B goes for that swing. Volt there with a quick response of the AWP back for temporary, missing the first shot. Now known towards Regali, the same in the second shot. Towards that second player goes nowhere at all. Orb saved. AK also stays in for fnatic. 3 players might have fallen, but they still have a lot of cash built up in the early game.
Hey, using that as a bonus round and actually being rewarded. Now we've got to have the conversation, Jay. Are we just going to get good starts on map picks? Is that what is the situation going to be? Because obviously for fnatic Rising, they really struggled in the first half of the map pick of Young Ninjas when it came to Inferno. And now here on Vertigo, they're playing with a lot of freedom. We're seeing the individuals get involved. The map control is being taken like a breeze. It hasn't felt like it's much of a challenge so far.
Very similar to how things started off over on Inferno. You're right about that. Not much that they can do to suppress here on the Ninjas side, and the pistols pulled out. The hero M4 in for Fuzi might become a bit of a concern. He's allowed to push all the way down here at ramp, getting Regali, but Volt knowing how to deal with it. Nade set, lands at his feet, damage done. Both sides fall back out of position. Ninjas with the man advantage. Pepzor also thinking of prodding at mid. 2 to find if he goes.
And they do still need a positive elsewhere. They've lost that first engagement down towards the bottom of ramp. Pepzor's just trying to see if he could prod around, force temporary out to a difficult position, but it's more just of a distraction play, and CTs are coming in mass.
Knows of at least 2. The third man, not so much. Pepzor gets that kill onto him. Now they start charging into the east side. Volt again going to lead that charge. AK around the outside. Spokes to cover. There was a player out there. Maxter with a straight shot through said smoke catches Banjo in the head. The bomb will get planted and the retake will be on for the pistols.
And May's just trying to see if he can slow him down. And even Pepzor, he's still here, Jay. He's still pulling that distraction. And now Young Ninjas just need to focus in the side directly.
Indicating he backed up and stuck around. Eventually the strike later on. Might have set up for the victory as Volt finds temporary next to M4. Back in the hands of another player. That's Maxter now. Does find the kill on towards Maze. The Deagle's out in his hands. Gets his 2. And now Pepzor known. Here towards mid. Jump face. Spray Manic. Bullets flying all over the place. The tap on the bomb once. No kit for Maxter though. He's got no time. He's looking for the kill above all else. And Pepzor will make it a triple to close the round for fnatic Rising. Another expensive one. Still got cash available for them. That'll start to get whittled down as the Ninjas will have their guns out. And considering that was a hero M4 eco round, I don't think they can be too disappointed.
No, not at all. They've been quite happy about that one. Prodding their way down towards the bottom of ramp and then obviously getting quite involved in the chaos behind the generator's position. Maxter with his Deagle being able to make the round as expensive as possible. Pepzor making sure that it gets closed down. And now for Young Ninjas, we can continue to have the discussion, Jay, about the expensive rounds, but you start wondering, when is the break of the streak going to happen?
Question we asked all throughout Inferno. Doesn't seem like in this round, Regali's already landed on Adam B, taken down towards the scaffolding. Rolf there with a trade on Volt. May is trying to give chase, sees Nays, 2 HP for that CT player, but he gets away alive.
Great pressure being applied there from fnatic Rising, making it so awkward for Rolf. Fuzi getting aggressive around the top, should be on for a multi-frag, only gets away with one. At least he falls back to safety.
Yeah, back's turn there for fnatic Rising, weren't expecting that. And the Ninjas will have the man advantage thanks to their efforts. Rolf is an easy trade. Everything else might be the concern though. Smoke sent down, Pepzor watching with the AK. Being careful about who might be there at side alley. Nobody is though, the CTs are backed off.
This is still promising for fnatic Rising. You've got the map control, you've been very silent in nature, you're now starting to work the alley control. If they can get a pick or at least force the CTs to be defensive, that opens up the opportunity of a bomb plant.
Orp slowly pushes. Not sure where to go. Smoker, elevator, flash towards Sniper. Nades on to the orange boxes, and the Molotov's down at default from the CT side. Will stall that bomb plant. The bomb should commit, though, here. It should be a retake.
They've still got Regali alive, and we know he's starting to get into some good form now. City's trying to press early.
Wolf be the easier pick, temporary. Orp right behind him, flash evaded by the AWP and the T-side. Banjo gets 2 on the lineup. Pepzor gets traded 2-on-2. And Regali does chime in with Banjo there with the final frag to make it a triple for his own hat. And a 6-0 now for Fnatic.
Was it just me, Jay, or would that of retake should have had a bit more oomph towards it? You've got a 4-on-3 advantage, you put a smoke down towards a crane position, and it's just flat. There's just not much being gained at all. That's a man disadvantage scenario in which Fnatic Rising make it look easy. Banjo gets a couple of kills, Regali out from the sandbags gets 1, and overall, it just felt everything came together in that post plant.
I can't help but feel that they just got paranoid about the 2 HP on Rolf. Because he backed off so carefully, and so did everybody else there for the Ninjas. Put them back to this position now with their own pistols on a half-buy. 2 players charging up at the side alley, now down behind the tops. Incendiaries towards that bottom of ramp position. The smokes will come back for the CT side. We'll get out of dodge as Fnatic find that first pick. Fuzi the first to go down.
This is a great site that Regali's getting into the action, because he was a quiet member and he was someone that was so reliant on that first map to have a good performance and try and make that more competitive. And they know that there's an aggressive ramp take in tow. Young Ninjas trying to see if they can continue to press and make it an aggressive hold towards the top of ramp.
Oh, noise made by Volt there on the jump up. CTs will know that he's there, and they're going to stack up towards side alley, the SMG and 2 pistols. Raring to receive, but Fnatic will not give up the ghost on this one. Maybe Maze might peek towards them. If he does, he's in for a shock.
Oh, Max has got the backstab. This could be looking promising, and now the bomb gets dropped, but the trade comes in, and now they've got the info. There's 3 on 8. Just bring the bomb into B. This is an easy side take.
Yeah, the information is all the game for Fnatic Rising. Might be best for Young Ninjas to go for the save on the AK position. The bomb, of course, will get planted without much resistance. They're charging in, though. Banjo's going to hear these footsteps. Headshot on the first, spray not quite going well for the second, but Regali's Orp and Deagle combo deals with the last 2 anyway. A quarter for him in a round. You mentioned how he's starting to get going. And well, he's definitely going. Top frag on the board.
Yeah, 7-0 start from Fnatic Rising, and it does make a lot of sense why Young Ninjas go for that, Jay. They haven't been able to find a lot of opportunities. You're in a 3v3 with upgraded weapons. You might as well go for it. You're going to buy next round anyway. It's not as if you're losing anything. Okay, you can maybe have the discussion that he's losing an AK, but in the grand scale of things, they know that that was just an eco round, so try and get as much out of it as possible. Try and open that chance of a first round, because as of right now, it has been rough for the Swedes.
Press forward, Maze with a kill on temporary. Snart out. AK watching behind the smoke. Adam B. Back off the same. Neither side can really see each other here in this particular alley position. And Volt will finally try and force the issue with utility. Rather than the engagement, the Molotov gets him to fall away.
The Young Ninjas just can't even continue to aggress. They keep getting forced back by the util. Even an AWP spam coming through onto Fuzi gets him down to 49. Continuous spam around this yellow position. They've stacked up the A site really heavy right now.
A lot of bullets flying. A lot of players revealing their positions here for Fnatic Rising. Getting nothing in the kill department. Taking a lot of damage, in fact. You've got Regali at 2 HP. Very important he's been in the last couple of rounds. You don't want to see that at all. Time is starting to run short here. Maze patching his way in, counter incendiaries come back to throw them off, so Ninjas are dealing with it as appropriate, but finally Regali gets Rolf, gets that opening kill. Volt ready for Adam B, so now reducing the CT side to 2. And even Fuzi get forced back by a flashbang.
Oh, surely he's got to save. Get out of this one. There's no way a 2v5 is going to come through from the Young Ninjas. Fnatic Rising just forcing the mistake with the time alone, getting Young Ninjas into a position where they start getting desperate, Jay. Regali with the AWP is just posted, they peek into him, Volt holding down towards the alley position, they get a fight forced to pick, and they were playing 3 on A, 1 on mid. They were already gamble stacking towards the A side, and there's not even a trade that comes in.
Yeah, 8-0. Which, if memory serves me correctly, is greater than any streak that we saw from Young Ninjas over on the first map.
I would say yes to that.
Been dominant on the opposing side of things. Do lose one player in Regali. How much of a difference will that make, though? Again, fnatic riding high on the streak, on the rounds, on the money. Ninjas down in the dumps. Need to take a tactical pause here, Dweg. This is, I think, probably the most appropriate. I mean, maybe not the most appropriate. Probably a little bit late for my liking. But 8-0, you need to make a change here.
Yeah, I think they've struggled to gain ramp control. They've been able to have a very difficult time of forcing Regali into awkward positions. So maybe just indicating the idea on being a little bit more passive towards ramp and retaking it at a later stage. That's something they haven't really tried. Maybe have more aggression being pressed towards mid and out towards the B stairs to see if they can pick off a lurk, because even that has not been achievable so far. And just knowing that you don't even have the perfect buy, you don't have an AWP, and one of your teammates have Adam B's on an MP9 come round 9.
A smoke set in. Gap in that smoke for Volt, however, to peek forward ahead of the stairs anyway. Try go for a fast play up for fnatic Rising. Yeah, real quick. Flash is sent over. Got Maxter being flanked already. Sprayed back down. Gets that kill on Banjo. The Revolt builds a position. Turns around for one decent kill and does get Maxter in the end with a transfer. So a bit awkward when it came to that engagement, but it works better for fnatic.
Oh, that's a Volt special. Just sending it right. And just being allowed a couple of kills to come in, and now for the CTs, you gotta save again. This is so awkward when you haven't managed a round that you keep saving.
It's characteristic for Ninjas' gameplay, though, it feels like. A lot of saves over on that last map when they were forced out by Fnatic's executions and entries into the sites themselves. Remember, 2 kills on the back of entries, and just like that, it was Ninjas out of the round. Exact same scenario here. The economy doesn't call for it, so don't blame them too much for making that decision. But it does mean this will be a 9th round in a row conceded to Fnatic Rising. And the Ninjas just need rounds more than anything else. Like, money's great, guns are great. You can go for a buy in this next one with drop weapons and all. The SMG could stay in. But they just need a round, right? That's it.
And both teams are so desperate to get a victory in this best of 3. Both teams went into the gauntlet and in their first game got eliminated by Astralis talent. For Young Ninjas, they went through at the end of the gauntlet, got eliminated straight away. For Fnatic Rising, it was the first round of the gauntlet. So trying to see if they can make the playoffs. I don't know what's with the color scheme, mate. I don't know why it doesn't look quite right with the Pikachu there.
I'm going to blame his webcam.
The webcam? Yeah,
Although
okay.
I have to say, though, Pikachu with glasses looks very weird. Like, it's... Yeah. I don't know what it is. It just irks me the wrong way, dude.
They should be on Volt eyes instead. Look a bit better.
Perhaps. Well, second tactical taken for the Ninjas. Only in the last handful of rounds. Moments respite to figure out a new strategy. They need a new one here because they are running out of time to get anything done here. Guns are back out. Again, the SMG charges forward. They found a little bit of initial success when it came to the ramp challenge. The aggressive ramp challenge, that is, but they've left B-side completely open. So, once again, Fnatic Rise are going to go up here against Maxter, who does get 2 kills, but Banjo with the trade opens up the site to go back forward and get that bomb to pick up and plant. They'll smoke off the back lines, and we'll be able to do so.
Now, that's an excellent hold from the B-side anchor, probably one of the best that we've seen so far, but how much more can really get gained? Pepsaw is so deep in this mid control, and Fuzi's looking for the engagement.
Zor sees him, brings it back to a 3-on-3. Low HP for him, though, so Regali and Banjo on the side defensive. Well, Banjo gets caught looking the wrong way, thinking they weren't going to charge forward so quick. The Orpa Regali now, here for his 12th kill. Can he get 13 and 14? Or 13 comes in temporary. And Rolf now alone. Molotov down, forced in the open. Regali overwhelmed, but a HP with the Deagle comes up good regardless. And there is the 3K for him to keep the streak going for Fnatic Rising. 10-0. The Ninjas. Wow, I thought they were going to come in confident to this one. I was very clearly wrong on that one, Dweg.
And just when Maxter gets a couple of kills, we know how strong Pepsil's been on those late lurks out from the mid position, and then Regali playing around white, just hitting some absolutely incredible shots with the orb. And this is why he has been one of the highest rated players in the event. This is why he's been so strong so far in the Academy League. We didn't quite see it on the first map, but we're seeing it here on Vertigo.
Charge forward, quick again for the entry for Maze. Maxter also with his aggression out towards the B side, finding Banjo, so it's not without its casualties here for fnatic. 4-on-4, temporarily given a bit of util to potentially set up Brawl for a peek forward. I don't think anyone's in position to concede a frag though.
Now, fnatic Rising just claiming that top ramp control and not acting with it, instead slowing it down, trying to see if they can bait some further util. fnatic Rising have been very good with some of the mid-round calls to not run into stacks, and this is one of the first times in which Young Ninjas are trying to retake this ramp control mid-round.
Rolf pressing. 2 AKs on the crossfire, the AWP there in the center, and they're going to back off quite passive again. Is this a B stack?
Well, it's so misdirection, isn't it, Jay? They start aggressing forward towards ramp with that MP9 and see nothing. Instead, everyone's down at the forklift. They don't know that.
They will leave a player back there in case they have got a misread. And then we'll go for a bit more of a standard setup with one player over at Scaff that can rotate quickly into the ace site. So it's not like it's a harsher stack for the Ninjas. But it does leave one man to the direct defensive. Execution coming in with the smokes down. Rolf firing blind. Does get a dink off on Maze, so be aware that he's there. Incendiary sent up, and that bomb, I don't think we can commit here from Volt in the back corner. Sprays back from the CT side. Will try suppressing him. He puts a re-smoke down and a nade also in his hands. They're going to charge forward of it, though. They're so close towards him, but they just don't have the vision to get the kills themselves. The AWP of Regali backed up. And now here they come with util of their own right. I think a smoke just sent down towards the ramp entryway, blocking off at least one angle of attack as the flashbang allows the execution to come back for the Ninjas. Volt hiding behind, waiting for a chance to strike on the defuse, sticking the whole thing, got to spray through. Maxter, overwhelmed, sprays back and forth. But the defuse comes together just in time for the Ninjas. The very last second, it felt like, of that round. fnatic Rising finally have their streak broken.
Just playing in and around the util. Very well done there from Young Ninjas. They pull a lot of distractions. You get your first player on the bomb, and while the spam damage was coming in, the connection was just too late. And for Young Ninjas, they had to work really hard for that round. It took everything to get that to the first. And unfortunately, Jay, to kind of add to what you said, it is expensive. It's only one player surviving, so it means the chances of following up are very low.
Yeah, 2 downgrade weapons in for the CT side, an SMG and a FAMAS. Adam B prodding forward, wins that fight onto Volt. So they need players like that if they're going to get away with this round. Gaps in the smoke, though, trying to be exploited by Regali. Big shot on the first man. Now Maze makes his way up here. Seeing utility in front of the Ninja side. Caught blinded, but Pepsil's there for him. Bails him out to a 4-on-4.
And you just look at that and think, why is Rolf so aggressive? They've already worked the opening man advantage, and players are getting caught sleeping on the bomb site. Maze aggressing forward, out towards Allen, continues to find picks. He lets it rip through on the entries and makes it a piece of cake.
And we're right back on track, right back on cue for fnatic Rising here. 11-1. And that's unfortunate for the Ninjas. Just when you thought they're finally going to get into some manner of control, that's just not happened whatsoever. Even the exit attempt for Maxter just goes nowhere. What a sequence for Maze in particular. This transfer, the second and the third kills were just wonderful stuff. Watch it a bit closer, because why not? Admire it in a much more technical sense. Oh, yeah, you have every right to say that, Dweg.
Yeah, and you have to look at it from both sides. Obviously, 6 spray transfer. It's a really good entries to the side, but what are the CTs doing? They just got caught sleeping. You've got players with knives out. You've got players mispositioned. It felt as if as soon as they gained that opening man advantage and then Rolf aggressed down to turn it into a 4v4, they just got caught sleeping and were not recognizing the fact that there was a run-up.
Blind behind the smoke, shots ringing out. AWP aware of at least one man back over to the side alley entrance. Got Maxter Now pressed up over towards the B stairs. Shots, connecting damage, no kill. B site has lost its first defender. Now it's all onto FUZI.
Try and get as much out of this as possible. Rotations are underway, but they are going to take a little while, and even Rolf gets dealt with. They haven't checked FUZI just yet. This could be interesting.
Temporary with his kill. FUZI strikes on one man. Maze to the trace. Back, and Maze dropped the same. 2 kills for the Deagle. Now brought it to a manageable distance, but he's the only player left. M4 in his hands. Sees the gun barrel and the second player as well. Crossing back, looking away. And Regali able to punish the mistakes there from the last man. Paranoid about a backstab. Had no reason to be there, though. 12-1 to the board. fnatic Rising extending their lead beyond the 10-round difference.
And just put yourself in the mind of someone like Pepsor and Regali that had been here from the absolute start, Jay. The last time they've made the playoffs of the WePlay Academy League was back in Season 1. They couldn't do it in Season 2. They couldn't do it in Season 3. Now they're here in Season 4, and it's one best of 3 away. And knowing it's your map pick at 12-1, you've got to be so confident and feeling, yeah, we're here for victory.
Once again, the ramp default for fnatic Rising. Trying to make this a truly one-sided affair. We saw Ninjas nearly do that, and maybe there is a comeback in the second half, but for right now, fnatic Rising was looking like they're on a roll with even less being let up against the Ninjas side. Kill found for Adam B at least finds the opener of this round.
Temporary caught, just still aggressive. And how many times have we seen Young Ninjas throw away opening man advantages, Jay? Just hold too aggressively in stances. They still want to try and contain this ramp control, and it could be another AWP v AWP duel being presented.
The Orbiters back off in the end for the Young Ninjas side. Adam B left with the onus of the ramp defensive, the M4. Does it get backed up in the end, so they might play distraction against that position. Caught off, kill found of the bomb carrier, Maze down. Regali lands the connecting shot though. A 3-on-3 regain to evens. And they have info on the bomb, but the CTs opt not to bolster the A site.
And time is starting to dwindle down. FUZI silently rotating back over. Even the AWP in from Rolf is going to get scoped in onto the angle. fnatic Rising is going to run into 2, and the crane smoke goes down. This is going to waste some more time.
And only 30 seconds left. Time's of the essence. Can't afford to waste any more for fnatic Rising. Here they come. Rolf, the AWP, looking above the default boxes, checking alley. Now the third man has joined the fray, and the shot lands on a Pepsor. Swing back in, and Joe connects the same. And FUZI has him covered towards ramp, so there's that second round for the Ninjas.
Rolf would have felt good about that one. Not often do we see double AWP sequences coming through, or anyone AWPing outside of course, someone like Temporary or FUZI. But in a situation like that, you got to pick it up off your dead teammate and get as much into the action as possible. A second round in for Young Ninjas, and I pose this to you, Jay. Will we get the same scoreline in the first half again, just reversed?
I mean, it's entirely possible. Ninjas are back in with a bit of their own, but the buy back for the fnatic Rising side was to get the AK set in for Volt to get that opening kill. His entry has been fantastic towards B side. Knife pulled out against Maxter though, who gets a 3K with a 2K transfer to the headshots. Amazing banjo. And just like that, it's all falling apart for fnatic. So suddenly, the likelihood of 12-3 becomes very possible, very doable. Near certainty, I'd say. Oh, how disastrous is that?
After they got such a quick entry, that was such an immediate kill in from Volt, and it just with players with knives out, they wanted to charge through, not quite clearing out that danger position to the right-hand side, and a transfer comes through from Max, and the positivity grows to another level. 3 on the board, 3 out of the past 6. You could say that at least it's a resurgence, right? Because that round streak, without even a single round, was going on for so long.
Beautiful transfers in this map so far. And the moment there for the Ninjas to mount up their third, to mount up a way back into this game. Saw fnatic do something like that over on Inferno, of course. So, like you mentioned, the mirror image scorelines is going to be important for them. But it's off to the T side where things are going to get rusty for them. How do we rate the Ninjas on the T side half?
They've been pretty proficient the last 3 months, 47.3% round win. So it's definitely better than their CT side. The issue is the sample size, right? A lot of them are losses, so how much can really be posed into that? At least against FURIA Academy, we saw a decent T-side from them, Jade. They actually managed 11 rounds on the first half. So if at least we take that from what we've seen in the Academy League so far, we could see a promising second half.
Plausible, to say the least. But will it be enough to get the map victory under their belt, or will we be off to that third? Most certainly is the question that will be posed on the minds of everyone watching, I can imagine. Of course, on the minds of those playing themselves. Have Young Ninjas done enough? Have they been able to pull off enough rounds? What can they do in this second half to really get things spiraled up?
Well, to answer that, I mean, realistically, have they done enough? No. We saw that in the first map. No matter how strong your second half can be, you're limited by a few opportunities of mistakes. And knowing that you're 12-3, you have to not let down at all. And quite a lot of pace going out towards that bottom of ramp position. Maze trying to see if he can hear for any of those initial footsteps. And for Fnatic Rising, they're looking to go 3 for 4 in pistols.
The USPs and Glocks, no upgrades. Maze up to the sandbags. Fnatic Rising have Maze set to the back lines. Are stacking to the B side, ready to receive a rush, but no one's going to go for it here. Now they start the rotate with the nades and smokes being indicating of several players out towards that A site, but it's realistically the mid control that Pepsol's got to deal with on his lonesome. Gets that one frag regarded there with a trace back towards top mid. Drops Rolf and brings it into a 4-on-3 for Fnatic.
Regali continuing to press further forward, try and see if he can catch off that bomb if at all possible. The problem is those smokes are going to start to clear. So even when that bomb comes up to A, there's no security, there's no safety of the util. There's
no second wave either, all the util just being utilized in that initial prod. He will still get himself up towards the default plant position. The incendiaries and flashes could come through. No, they just charge up straight up. The flashbang catches everyone blind. Temporary and Fuzi down. Adam B caught outside of the site with only one pick to his name. And the pistol defused for Fnatic Rising.
That was such an unorthodox pistol too from Young Ninjas. Let's just consider what we actually saw, Jay. They had 2 players ramp, double HEs towards the sandbags. They've got cross smokes down on A, and yet the bomb is going mid with 2 other players. Like, it just felt as if they were overcomplicating things. If they just would have gone for the 5-on-5 post plant and got that bomb down, I think we would have seen a very similar situation of more success. Instead, overcomplicating the rounds came down to players being all over the place, and eventually, when that bomb's trying to come through, there is no security of the util at all.
That's a pistol to set the Ninjas back as well. Bottom plant bonus enables the buy, but you can see how weak it is by comparison. Fnatic Rising. 4 rifles versus just the 3 of the Ninjas. 2 staple M4s versus the 1 AK on Fuzi. He's challenging an M4 directly as well. He wins that fight. That's important.
Now, even Regali knows that he can't swing out wide towards that mid position. Instead, has to relocate around CT. That re-smoke going down from Banjo might stall for some time. Mace has got to keep his eyes open for the mid-walk.
Regali spots them coming in towards CT spawn. Noise being made by Rolf. Maze seen and everything. Regali with his kill back. They're converging together. Fuzi only good for a single frag. It has turned it to a 3-on-3 for Fnatic Rising's efforts. And now Banjo in a quad. No one's been really watching quad or playing in quad throughout the course of this map up here. On either side, it doesn't even matter though. Regali's got a lineup and Banjo's got the last player. So it does work up to something for the CT side. It's the defensive that holds, and Young Ninjas, a great start in the round, turns to Jello. Turns to a 11-round difference again.
We always knew that Regali had a strong performance on this map, but we have to address 25 kills and 6 deaths. The deaths factor is obviously the one that you need to dig in deeper and say, how was this guy just not falling? And in that sort of situation, that crossfire was solid between Maze and Regali, the way that they crunched down onto those over-aggressing T-side players, and then even the backup that he gets there to his teammate out at quad.
Look at this, fast out for the Ninjas, going to try catch Regali off guard as the opening frag. Got Vault right behind him, the FAMAS out, smokes down, spray through, 2 kills, found Temporary and Adam B out of the round. Max there with a deagle, at least holding his own for the time being, taking 1 head with him. The nades coming up towards the position now with teammates right behind him, further utility thrown out by the attacking forces. They'll try and push the issue, only 1 smoker's gone back though.
Try and give themselves another pump at it. At least they deal with Regali. This opens up enough space now to get the bomb plot, but Mace is going aggressive. Up on the top, lines up a couple of kills. Rolf gets a trade.
Perfect flash again. Both players blinded. Rolf at least down on 1 versus 1. Only good for that one frag though. Volt with a triple. And even though Regali might be the star man of this side at the moment, Volt's been a fantastic backup dancer. Wonderful. 15 out of the board of Fnatic Rising. Map point on their map pick, and he talked about the strong starts on the respective map picks of both sides. It could just be a strong map in general for Fnatic.
Hey, you even mentioned, Jay, the flash being very on point here for Fnatic Rising. They're ranked 3rd in the event for most flash assists per round on CT side. So this is something that we could always expect, even though there isn't much of a CT side to look at, that even coming into the next map of the series, their utility standpoint has got to be a crutch that needs to be dealt with.
Uzi already tagged up, nades to 1 point of health. You could pat him on the back, and that would be death to the hands of the Ninjas side. Boost looking to get set up, and Bando's watching it as Fuzi gets caught. 1 HP, dead to rights in an instant.
Yeah, Rolf just trying anything. Even Regali being so back passive, it's difficult to draw that fight out into the open. And for Banjo, he has missed the timing on seeing up towards this danger position, but it might still be okay. And Adam B just has to fall down.
Yeah, no choice in the matter. He would have been spammed up at that wood wall. Maxed up. Making a bit of noise as Bando continues to hunt for an angle. Back a quad perfect shot to Adam B. So him falling away made no difference. He fell down in the end. No impact in the round, and Bando's looking for a bit more. Smokes up, suppression involved. They do spam through that smoke and get the kill in the end. He was low HP. And Regali backed away behind the generators. Petrol incentives, man that gets caught. Regali with a swing completely dry. A flashbang from Temporary even kept him blind for it. So a 3-on-2, the Young Ninjas, they have the B side.
And Maxter doing as much as possible to recover that round, getting a double entry. And now for Fnatic Rising, they've got to try and set Maze up on the backstab. We've seen Maze and Volt be consistent.
No one's watching the stairs angle as well. Temporary will start to jump face and look towards it. But Maze has an easy line on towards Rolf here, so if he gets that kill, that would be enough. Rolf checking it, kill found. Backs turn on one player. Rolf just gets out of dodge and evades the opening kill, the follow-up kill from Maze. He's forced to fall back and save. The guns will get recovered here by the T side. All the staple guns will stay as they also stay in this matchup. A 4th to their board. 1 out of 12 they need to come back to overtime.
And that was a hero moment to come through from Maxter. You saw Banjo being a real nuisance around that quad position, gathering information, putting further damage down. And as soon as he gets forced out, that's when Maxter can come into his own, get that multi-frag in and around the site directly, looking towards the generator's position, cutting some of Fnatic Rising's players off guard. And the issue is, of course, is how much more gets gained. And I think realistically for Young Ninjas, you just got to try and put the hurt on and think as 1 round at a time, really.
This 1 round should be enough for them to get past here. Only an M4 and SMG that's already lost the M4 here. Fuzi charging around that corner to get Maze. M4 now in the hands of the SMG player. Will be able to get Volt or Pepsaw. I'll just get Volt immediately. Like you said, 1 round at a time. This 1 round should go well enough for them. Everything else just come as they come.
Ooh, Regali getting towards the left-hand side. Thought for a moment there might be a slight mistiming to come in and you surprise your opposition, but not to be. It seems as if this anti-eco is getting farmed up pretty effectively.
Yeah, 4-on-2. Bomb goes down. Pepsaw can't see anything. Sees that player above the smoke, and that is a good shot. But it's 1 good shot, immediately traded back by Temporary, so it doesn't mean much here in the grand scale of the round. 1 casualty taken by the Ninjas. Banjo trying to look for a second player. Even expensive. Okay, Rolf challenged, but shots miss. First bit of accuracy was not there for the second kill for Banjo. So 3 alive all in all for the Ninjas side. And again, good stuff for them to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I'm feeling 8 rounds. 8 rounds here for Young Ninjas to try and see if they can get up to. Yeah, give them a little bit of hope. Try and claw their way back into something. And Fnatic Rising, though, they've just set the precedent, haven't they? With the first half scoreline, the pistol, the anti-eco, and then obviously the 3rd round being won. Puts themselves in a very good state. And for Young Ninjas, I hope that we get to see more from Maxstar.
Yeah, 17 kills deep. Frame one of 2 top fraggers for his side, so you want to look towards him and Rolf as being the guys who will bring the comeback around for the Ninjas. Temporary, his AWP set in. Smokes and the Molotovs being sent down as well. Pepzor forced back initially. The Young Ninjas, however, recognizing the stacks in play, will start to prod towards mid, and they'll continue to converge in upon this A side. I don't think anyone's watching the back lines here for Fnatic, so this backstab should be effective.
You've got to imagine so. And they just want to make sure that they don't lose any of the players. And as of the USP's now going to start to act, Adam B could just fall back. No point continuing to fight.
We get a spray onto 2 players, lose that AK in the end to a little Sonic 4, Fnatic rising. But a round that should go the way of the Ninjas in this case. And the guns protected for the most part. They'll go for the hunt, try to see if they can take it away from Maze's hands, but the priority here is about keeping themselves alive. Same thing for Fnatic as well. Maybe the USP and the P250 can press the issue and catch a player off guard. Maybe Fuzu could go up the fight towards Regali. No one's really given face up here for the Ninjas side, despite how close they all are. Finally looks like Fuzu might round that corner. Regali's get caught off for it. So there's the frag. Raw for the swing. Sees Banjo. Bait and switch. All the AK falls at the worst moment, and Banjo can't get it back. So a relatively successful hunt there for the Ninjas.
And they'll be happy about that one. I guess you could say as well, for both of these teams looking for the promotion into playoffs, that there's been quite a few roster changes up to the main team. Like, obviously, we've got a few academy teams here in WePlay that might not necessarily push as many players up towards the main team. For Fnatic Rising, definitely this year. We saw Regali getting the promotion, Pepzor too, even Banjo having a stint of standing in for an event.
Quick prod in for the Ninjas. Pepzor sees what's going on. Incendiary's down. Maze to rotate back. Will CT spawn to get Molotov the way. Their backs will be turned towards him though. He's still got an angle to play with. Gets one, and Banjo gets Adam B the same. 5 on 3. Maxstar fighting to keep the Ninjas alive in this matchup. But a 4 on 3 scenario. Fnatic have all the control. Rolf strikes on the B side though. Opens it up. Gets another chance.
Maze's going to start charging back in, but has to fall back behind the molly and get that bomb plant in, even watch the stairs. Rolf is still aggressive. He's at least going to fall back from the generators. Play it more passively on the side.
Nades inbound. Maze just prodding initially. I'm going to catch a player that might have aggressed ahead of the platform, but nobody does. Maze with a smoke at the ready. A flashbang as well to send over 2 of them. In fact, back in regard with a kill towards Rolf. Perfect timing on Max's position. Now it all rests on the temporary, a 1 on 3. Molotov onto the bomb, smart call. A smoke already on there though. They're on the defuse. Volt isn't missing. Temporary with a shot back, but doesn't find any more. Maze wraps around, and the defuse should be found for a 16-6. Far better, far more one-sided for Fnatic as they take us to a 3rd map.
A very good performance right there on Vertigo. Executed their game plan to perfection, Jay. And as an overall picture, I'm excited for the 3rd map of Overpass now.
Indeed, Fnatic arguably looking at the better team going into that with a one-sided victory and a close loss. Overpass will be their final battleground against the Young Ninjas, who will make it to playoffs. We'll find out after the break. And welcome back to the Academy League here. We're getting into our third map between Fnatic Rising and the Young Ninjas. A battle ensued over on Inferno, but a stomping ensued over on Vertigo as Fnatic Rising take us to our third and final map of Overpass. How do we weigh this one up, Dwayne? Because for me, again, I always look at the round streaks and I think to myself, well, I guess Fnatic has played the stronger game, right? Because they've won more rounds over the course of the series. Is that necessarily an accurate prediction or an accurate assessment of how things have gone so far?
It could be. But you also remember you have to think about where we're going, right? We're going into a map of Overpass that has not been played by Fnatic Rising for 4 months and 4 days. That is a ridiculous amount of time in which we don't have any Overpass being played. Whereas for Young Ninjas, it's a map they pick in best of threes. It's a map that they play quite often. So to weigh up the veto, I mean, we said it when we started the series, the veto is better here for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, and this was the sticking point that made us decide that, right? We were looking at Overpass thinking that the inexperience of Fnatic Rising, not just for the current roster as it stands as the 5-man unit, but just in general for the core, right? Like they, as you mentioned, February 8th rather, was the last time we saw a decent map from these guys over on Overpass. And funny enough, it was against the Young Ninjas at the time. So that was a 16-14 loss. So if we're going off history, we have got that little bit of like, you know, I guess a bonus to a certain extent. But overall, like you don't really know how to weigh up Fnatic coming into this one because really there were just no stats in the last few months.
Yeah, they played it a little bit in the last season of the Academy League, and at least then there was a lot of close results. It was always down to the wire, so we can kind of expect that again today. For the Young Ninjas, though, they would have felt as if they deserved more on that map of Vertigo. They weren't able to really muster it through. So for Fnatic Rising, they'll probably feel as if they've got a very good chance going into Overpass. And knowing that it's unknown, and you've got 2 new players since you played the last official, anything that we've seen from Fnatic Rising previously on Overpass, it can't be used today.
And that also throws in a bit of an unpredictability factor into it, right? Because we don't know what Fnatic have been doing behind the scenes to prepare for this map up. For all we know, this could be the best map in the pool for them. We haven't seen it actually proven on the server itself yet. And for the Ninjas, that's probably a scary prospect because we've just seen them 16-6 them over on that first map, the second map rather, of Vertigo. So having the confidence factor as well, which is something that I talked about a little bit for Ninjas coming out of Inferno, the fact that they got that 12-3 half, the fact that they nearly got it at a 16-3 result, and then that extra confidence knowing you did so well to carry forward into the second map. This time it applies more to Fnatic because there was no comeback towards the end.
I think you do have to be realistic and say it's probably not going to be the best map in the pool from them, otherwise they wouldn't ban it, right? I mean, that's why we haven't seen it being played in best of ones or in best of 3 contexts, because a lot of the time it is getting banned out by the Fnatic Rising side. But they've obviously come in prepared for this sort of matchup, knowing yesterday who they were going to play, so they've had some time to do some work and to realize how the veto is going to go down and which way in which is going to actually give them the best edge possible. And for their decision, rather than going to Mirage, they wanted to go to Overpass.
Well, what do you think is going to be the edge on Overpass itself, right? Because we're talking a little bit about those star individuals. Obviously, Regali had a monstrous map over on Vertigo there, and you never really saw anything going from the likes of the Ninjas and themselves. They had a backup player in Vol. Like, are these individuals going to be the guys you focus on, or is there something else?
I think for Overpass, we'll definitely have to look at someone like Rolf. I think for Temporary, unfortunately, it's actually one of his weaker maps in the pool, and knowing that he's the main AWPer doesn't strike that much volumes to what we can see out of him. And, of course, Adam B as well could be a very good supportive element on a map like this.
Oh, it's going to be an unpredictable affair, to say the least, here on Overpass. Let's see who's going to take over overall control of the choice of side. Knife round, Dwayne. Is CT going to be important for these 2 teams?
It will be for Young Ninjas for sure, and unfortunately they'll have to do that out into the second half, considering that Fnatic run the knife round. So as an overall marker, this probably will be the most competitive map in the series, and I'm expecting this to be the most exciting map in the series, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm also looking at the stats for the Ninjas and what they've had over this map in the last few months, and I noticed that their CT side is very prevalent by comparison to what their opponents usually bring to the table. So, for me, I do feel like the Fnatic might end up winning and losing this one on the CT half, which is where they'll look to start, of course. So, with that being said, predictions, Dwayne, where are you going on this final map?
Yeah, I'm still going to go Fnatic Rising on this one. We've seen some inconsistent behaviors from Young Ninjas in the Academy League so far. The fact that they got absolutely decimated by FURIA Academy, had a loss to Big Academy, but then got some wins elsewhere. It shows that it can be a map that's very up and down for them.
All right, well, let's see how far they can go. Pistol round now. fnatic rising, sending Maze as the first player up into the mid control, spotting at least a couple of players. And an engagement from Volt might see what's really going on. One kill alongside him and Regali. Pepzor chimes in with a third one for the CT side. And just like that, it's a 4-on-2.
Maxter trying everything to try and recover this round. Does deal with Regali. And now fnatic rising have got to be careful to not give up any more isolated jewels, Jay. It's back to a 2v2.
1v1s have led to a lot of clutches so far, a lot of clutch attempts at the very least in this series. Pepzor able to get Fuzi, however, shut it back all towards Maxter, the lone man standing here. Setting with his weapon, falling back, the bomb, of course, on his back. Looking to make his way back into the T-con position, uncontested by any CTs.
He is the clutch king, though. He is #1 for the most clutches won in this entire event so far, Jay.
Work forward. Making noise. Banjo spotted. Pepzor swings though. The triple for him will shut down the clutch king of the Academy League. Pistol gained by the fnatic rising side. And the Ninjas, well, not the best of starts for them. I can't say we're too shocked. Did get a bit dicey towards the end there.
I like the pressure that got applied there from fnatic rising. It's obviously very much a fly forward. They've got players in mass fighting around the fountain, out to the long control, out to party. And while it does get a little bit awkward for a stage in that round, it shows me a precedent of what fnatic rising want to try and achieve on that city side. And it is to be on the front foot, Jay, to be very proactive on the map.
The pistols shouldn't be too proactive right here for the Ninjas. They'll give it a shot, of course, as you would expect, but these Glocks versus these rifles and these SMGs should make it pretty easy for the CT to shut down. Kills on Pepzor and Regali. They do combine to get Regali on the trade, so there's that. Might lose out on that one rifle. Pepzor will try and find the trade against them. We'll spot them both for the perfect one taps to the heads. 2 bullets fired, 2 kills gained, 1 more man left and Adam B. We can isolate Pepzor again, try and win another good 1v1 fight with a Glock out here. The backup is rotating back behind him. He's being backed up and he doesn't even know it. There's the SMG to close it out for Maze, keeping his teammate alive, keeping the second round in for fnatic.
And an issue that Young Ninjas have found on T-side so far in this event, Jay, is actually converting 5v4 situations. So this is going to have to be a big challenge for them come the third map, and especially starting on the T-side, of making sure that they close those rounds in which opening man advantages get gained. And keep an eye for some of the trading game, because that's something that we actually get at quite a high positive, especially on overpass.
Weapons in now for the Ninjas. Nade set in already to do some damage to the players and make their way in towards Park. It won't land perfectly on Rolf and Temporary. It's Volt down at bottom. Con will start peeking in alongside Pepzor. 2 to face him, and he'll give up his life towards it. Didn't expect that. No trade potential either.
And Nade has opened up the squeak door, so there could be a peek in to come through later into the round, especially when that smoke starts to clear. fnatic rising need to get an advantage elsewhere. Pepzor's in a position where he's out in the open towards short water without any support at all.
We'll see his Fuzi gets in the drop. 4-on-4 situation. Andrew's SMG trying to bolster up the M4, but a much longer range than the M4 here. For Adam DB to be concerned about outside of Monster. Maxter gets that trade in the end, so advantage tips back to the favor of the Ts, and the bomb makes its way in for the BXE.
Pepzor playing B alone. He's got to be careful about overextending, looking down towards that Monster position. He sees nothing. This could be misdirection again.
Yeah, prodding for the info, but counter util still gets sent out towards short. Peeks in a Monster, gets that one frag and falls away. Gets a double anyway. Temporary trades it. And Pepzor's efforts has made it a 2-on-2.
And Maze coming in quickly on that rotate. Regali trying to come through from the squeak door, being blown open so he can walk out silently.
Max is not looking towards short either. Start to make his way away now. A util being sent down. Regali still watching as Maze gets forced back. Now they keep their eyes on Connector. Max, they're going to aggress forward and try to find an angle alongside Temporary's crossfire. Peeks forwards, seeing nothing. Maze, meanwhile, trying to set something up towards the site itself. Swing out, Temporary seen. Adjustment's not there. Unawares of the second man here, so Maze continuing to check his corners without time, without a kit, without a chance, it seems like, in this round here. Nade sent towards his position. Forced back to try and grab that from Arson save.
Just get out of there, realize that none of the fights are being presented. And even for Regali, he had a lot of patience there, Jay. He slowed that down completely. He wants Young Ninjas to have the idea that they've cleared out short water and they get caught sleeping. They're looking out to the short sandbags. They're maybe not looking out to Condor. But instead, the longer he waits, the more comfortable Young Ninjas got in that post plant.
Yeah, it didn't take all that much time to go for retakes in the past. So now knowing that they slowed it down, they gave Young Ninjas the breathing room. Might be a mistake to tidy up. Clean up in the future few rounds. For now, it's the guns out, the Deagle in. One limiting factor for the Ninjas, but of course a round victory in that pocket means that fnatic Rising also lacking in the utility department. Scout also in for Regali, so no AWPs in the early game. Two players charge up towards that short control. Fuzi might even charge all the way up into short entrance. It's just information contact for now.
And we saw Volt having a tough time in Connector in that last round. Those anti-rush nades going down towards a boost position, breaking it apart. Even Pepsor clearing through in case there is a late walkout. Try and continue spamming down towards that short pipe position. As of right now, good map control gained by Pepsor.
4% away here, Volt. M4 standing. CTs will rotate back as Young Ninjas go back to that characteristic passive play on their T side.
Even for Volt, he can continue to jiggle out, try and gather some more information towards the end of COD, not commit to the fight, actually peeks back into it, and that's maxed to dominate.
Yeah, the kill found to the advantage. But nothing more. Again, they're slowed down. fnatic are starting to make forward moves into the aggression, particularly on short for Pepsor and Banjo. Maxter can deal with one of those players. Banjo looking for the swing back, sees the feet of one individual, sprays back towards Rolf, but the wall bang's better for the AK here, so the advantage continues to extend for fnatic Rising. Rotations inbound. Try get back to position, try see if they can set up the AWP or the M4. Some sort of defensive line, but it's just not going to happen. Way too far passive. Bomb will get planted. May as well try and make his way up here. Maybe get temporary at that. A second kill will be nice. But now they know where he is, they can adjust.
I can't believe they're still going for this here. Flash over the top. Maze is continuing.
Sneeze 2 and 3 has all the info now to pass to Regali. The scout is not powerful enough. Tunnel visioned into the site. Rolf peeks into it. Gets the kill for a 2-all scoreline. Young Ninjas. Well played around the connector control. That's really why they won this round.
And even the last one too. This is going to be an area of contention which we have to keep an eye on for to see how fnatic Rising change it up. And I guess for fnatic Rising, they think to themselves, we're not going to buy next round anyway, so we might as well attempt to go for it. But you do feel as if that 2v4 could have been wasteful, and that even holding on to some slight upgrades could have made the next round more expensive. They're going to take a tactical off the back of it.
Much earlier tactical as well. Seeing these two teams preserve their tactics for later on in the game. I think fnatic recognise the same thing that we recognised here. This first half is so important to them. They got the start they wanted, the follow-up less so. How do they continue on from here? How do they find their rhythm again?
No, they need to get the money back as a start off, so use this round as a slight throwaway. See if you can target down a certain individual, recover one of those AKs if at all possible. Young Ninjas can get the lead, and realistically speaking, any more than 6 or 7 rounds on this T side, and I think Young Ninjas would have achieved their goal of what they do typically.
Fast plays in for them. Yeah, at least towards that third round right here and now. And yeah, the USPs will get a couple of decent trades, but all the kills just pour in for the Ninjas, wasting no time to get this anti-eco over and done with. Now look towards those guns out. You send the fnatic need to get the money back together, and that's what they'll do. M4's in across the board. AWP for Banjo, $4,900. It's a risk if he wants to go glass cannon, but no ops against it. So full guns out. Still no AWP here.
Yeah, we know that the only people that are going to buy an AWP is Regali or Maze. So if anybody else is in a situation where they've got a glass cannon, they're not going to do it. They're not going to chuck an AWP over to get a rifle in particular. And now for fnatic Rising, they'll have to build up that economy even further to get it out for the big man of Regali, the Romanian. Very quickly into connector control again, and this is where Young Ninjas have been positive.
quickly into the defaults once again, all the way up on short. Temporary about to receive a boost here. The spray's back from Maze will try and indicate otherwise. Pepsil's the first player caught. Must have heard it. No, they didn't. Banjo gets caught. Temporary turning it to a 5-on-3 as the Ninjas just outplay Fnatic again.
A very good boost up, and now working with that man advantage. To think that the pick came in so quickly now just gives them so much time to work with, to slow it down, to bait in some over-aggressive duels, and Maze might just give it out to the short sandbags.
Well, one player turned away from that flash, and Rolf goes 180 to get the kill. Not even any damage done to the man. Very little damage done in general towards the T-side half. Temporary down to 86, and that's it. 5-on-2 gained. The Ninjas back to their flawless ways, it seems.
It could just be a game of streaks and come down to a game of momentum. It definitely felt like that in the first map and the second, that we had very long and extended streak processes. At least they're stacked up the B side, give themselves the best chance of doing some continuous damage.
Flash is sent in, 2 players with a crossfire. Best chance possible for Fnatic Rising, dismantled by 1. TK from Max to HE, assisted by Volt's overall damage. But that 1 casualty will be all they wrote here for the Fnatic Rising side. Ninjas up to 4 now. And maybe even getting to 5. The money's still not there for Fnatic.
No, not at all. Have to half invest. You got the max round loss bonus. You want to keep a couple of players very healthy at that. As of right now, though, this is a very good pincer of rounds to come through from Young Ninjas, setting themselves up for a very tidy first half indeed. And I think we saw it previously, in which Fnatic Rising, even on rounds where they could have bought down more heavily, Jay opted against it. So maybe that's a style of play that on the anti-ecos, there's no point wasting the money and instead stabilize a stronger economy as the rounds continue on.
For now, I look towards a lesser economy for Fnatic. So in the short term, it will mean a 5th round to the board of Young Ninjas, unless the USPs do something incredibly silly. And point blank against Max, that could be one of those silly things. Never mind, actually. Him and Fuzi have everything they need, and well, they get everything they want.
Yeah, make it look pretty easy. They got crossfires being set everywhere. Those USPs just getting farmed. There is 1 kill that comes through from Banjo, so it's a weapon being taken out of play, but not being recovered at all. 5 up on the T side now. And for Fnatic Rising, they really need to start digging in, get that big green out for Regali. And it did feel as if on that first map, Jay, because Regali was missing, Fnatic Rising didn't have that oomph. And you now start having that that thought in your mind of, if Regali's not here, is Fnatic Rising not here?
I mean, that's certainly a possibility. Inferno had him down as the bottom fragger, and obviously we saw how that went. Meanwhile, it was top end of the board for Vertigo, and that was a one-sided affair. So maybe you are right. Maybe we'll have to see him develop as the match goes on. Ideally, he gets going right here and now, but that might not be quite as easy. Same with Banjo and Pepsil, the main defenders of the B site, and there's the kill for the M4. Regardless, does come in with a decent orb frag on Adam B. Flash forward from Fuzi in towards short. No one detected him, and Banjo gets 2 more outside of Monster. A triple for him, and now Fuzi left with nothing more to do.
Oh, what a brilliant sight hold coming through from Fnatic Rising. First of all, you got 3 on B to early defend, and the fact that the AWP is playing out towards the shorter sandbags. That's an unorthodox play. Normally you get the AWP out long or divider or in and around the party position, not playing B early round. And for Young Ninjas, as soon as they run into that defensive, it's just a brick wall. They can't break it early at all. And even the push forward trying to come through from the short sandbags, it's already too late.
And we'll see whether Fuzi can press up and get an exit frag, but that's about it. As you mentioned, too late to do anything. With 30 seconds on the clock and him just being tentative about this outside monster position, I'll be looking to hold on to the AK here. Exit frags at best. Fnatic Rising probably won't press the issue and go for the hunt. The money's still not quite there. It's building up, as you mentioned. No one will swing towards Monster, so Fuzi will be safe for now. The 3rd round for Fnatic Rising, all off the back mostly of Banjo's efforts. No kills found in that round for the Ninjas either, so really a lockdown defensive from Fnatic.
It could just be a one-off, though. That's one of the early rounds, I think, that we've seen of a complete wreckage from the Fnatic Rising point of view. Now, the question is, of course, can they follow up and can they maybe find some more consistency in this first half? And Banjo definitely would have felt very happy with that, and a very good call from Maze to allow that AWP of Regali to play B early. And for the young ninjas, it's going to be difficult to break this economy float, Jay. They definitely need a few rounds in a row on the city side.
So with that first, Moxie flashes over temporaries up, looking at the opening frag on Short's entrance, but doesn't quite go ahead and commit towards it. The incendiaries sent down to deny any sort of rushes. Nades back on the T-side line. They'll start the prod once again. The shots ring out from temporaries. He saw one individual at Pepzor. As he goes for an aggressive face, he will lose a lot of HP, but he's alive.
Very risky for Pepzor to face like that. Even Banjo boosted up to that grill position. Fuzi's trying to make some space towards the top of Con, gets legged in the process, so that's information to work with.
A bit of return damage against the earlier tag up against Pepzor. Ooh, boost up, going to allow Maze to go for the kill. Might even see one player seeing him. The counter boost, however, got to be accounted for next.
They didn't actually want the boost to fight. Instead, they wanted the boost to spot for info down from the bottom of it itself and end up getting caught off guard. That would have spotted quite a few players, so now they can start putting some further util down. Hold 3 on B. This is a decent hold right now.
Nothing that Fuzi can see on his own boost attempts. Looking over at Toxic, sees nothing there on the B site. Adam B starting to make the moves in here. Short's not really all that heavily contested. Now it is. Pepzor engages Banjo with the kill found. They dismantle that setup and Rule starts prodding. 30 seconds. They've got to get into the site now. And the smokes will come down. Banjo sprays through. Damage done. Hey, Maze, a chance to spray down a triple and removes 3 from play. Rule left alone. Overwhelmed the same. Fnatic in with 4.
Just too much information. That's all it is. The fact that you boost up, you jump and C3, you're even rotating the AWP over. You can see Regali on the minimap coming heaven. So the fact of the matter is Regali and Fnatic Rising have got 4 on B. And that's always going to be a really difficult one to crack open, especially when Banjo takes that initial contact so defensive, it draws the T side out, especially Adam B as that slow walk, to think that the site may be a little bit more empty than what it actually is. And now we've got a couple of rows to continue.
Mentioned they needed a few rounds in a row before they can break the economy state of the ninjas. This might be their chance. A couple of pockets of cash here and there, though, so might not be the full reset. Whittle down that money state, though, and can take control of the back of this if they can take this next round. The AWP of Regali watching for the first long contact, which is about to come his way here. The young ninjas setting up the run move for temporary. Sees him, but doesn't connect the shot. Instead, Volt falls. The anti-flash angle really needs that AWP support for it to be successful, so far it goes the way of the ninjas.
And now they start to prod their way aggressively out towards that monster position. Adam B's got to be careful that as soon as that smoke starts to clear, that he's on for some damage and at least gathering the info that 2 CTs are pressing forward.
Gets tagged off for it and calls in for backup a temporary, and 2 other T-side players for that matter. Only 1 man in Con is missing from this unit. The CTs are backed off meanwhile. Pepzor in over at the monster position, smokes down it. Get back past him on the site.
A very good start to the round with that long contact. Banjo with the missed timing, but they haven't seen him, Jay!
They're going to get a decent kill on towards 1 man for it. Not quite the transfer this time. Temporary. Removes the short control and keeps the advantage back for the ninjas. Regali thinking of a rotate. His teammate might do so, but if they stick there, then they could still hold to the intention of that A site. I think footsteps are being heard. Regali watching. A player's already close. It's maxed up. Pressing the issue. The AWP needs to land his first shot. Seeing the gun barrel. Sees the man. Gets the kill. Adams crossed. Dead to rights. No. The AK comes up good. Maze trades it and sees the player on the side. The bomb plant. 3 seconds left. Pepzor engages. He's won it. He's won it himself. The timer's all low, but he gets the kill anyway.
Oh, that was so risky. I don't even think the bomb was going to go down, Jay. I don't even think there was time for it on that initial run-up that came from the dumpster position. Continued the frags to come. Maze, this is so important. The fact that he scrambles and makes it so uneasy. It comes down to a stance where Fuzi just can't get the bomb plant, has to go for the fire eventually, and Pepzor wins out a beautiful clutch of Fnatic Rising.
No bomb plant bonus to bolster the ninjas this time, so they will be down a rifle. Fnatic evened up. and looking solid. M4 in for Volt, already gets the kill onto Rolf. 1 AK can get picked up by Maxter, of course. Starters rested with fnatic Rising this time.
Yeah, Volt had a good spawn to go for something aggressive, still hang around in the bathrooms. He's got a crossfire that could be set with Regali. Last time around he was holding this angle, it was only a tag that went through onto Fuzi from the top of Con.
Regali falling away from position. Do you see anything? Flick missed and Volt goes down for it, but the second phase does get the advantage back for fnatic here. Now him and Maze on the crossfire defensive. The flashbangs will catch them both blind with the AWP up close. Adam B not lucky this time. 2 left standing. They get the trade on the AWP. Maze, here's the bomb plant coming down. Will try swing to deny it. Gets Maxter in the end. Oh, struggles a little bit. Fuzi holds his own on the site, but only for a moment. 2 kills for Maze. And the defuse held for fnatic to regain the lead.
A very good bait and switch. So in that situation, you'd maybe think, oh, why isn't there more assistance coming through? The idea and the intention is allow the AWP to take the contact, drive the attention around to that truck position, and then eventually try and deny the bomb from going down and be that element of surprise. Very well done from Maze to slow that down, to not allow the information play to be received over the other way. And now for fnatic Rising, I mean, look, the rounds haven't been easy. They definitely haven't been stompers, but they're starting to get a streak going, Jay, and now they've got a lead.
A chance to break away from the Ninjas' side, but the bomb plant bonus was unable to buy back once again. If only it had been just that little bit more confident, maybe we could be looking down a true reset, and finally fnatic pulling away. They have to fight for every inch of this game, it feels like. Default set in, 2 players spread apart from the main unit down in underpass for Maxter. And then Adam B, of course, at the monster position. It's passive from the Ninjas.
Yeah, Regali getting further and back and try and see if they can get it set up. And I don't think fnatic Rising have quite got the right setup with Regali and Volt. It's felt a little bit awkward these last couple of rounds. They've made do with what they can, but Young Ninjas have done a very good job on breaking that setup apart and exploiting down on A. Even that run boost is going to provide the information that no AWP is posted, and Maze is thinking about rotating up and keeping 3 on A because the CTs have taken short water control.
55 seconds. The walk continues to come through here for the Ninjas out towards long, mostly uncontested by fnatic. Roker keep him at bay, and that nade catching Mace somehow. Volt's thinking of a press forward, though. Might run into them here. Temporary caught off first, but the kill comes in for him. The AWP scope now. Several players to find. Sees the jump face, goes for the wall bang as well as the player that actually went back, and he sees nothing in mid, knowing there must be a rotate. Banjo and Pepzor set in. Pepzor overwhelmed. What can Banjo get out of this? Holding a more direct angle. Not going to hide. He'll get the spray down. Oh, and he lines up 3! All through the smoke. Raw Fuzi and Temporary down. Back to the favourite fnatic. He's going in for the quadra, and he's gained them all.
Adam B, nothing he could do on the side. Gets picked off by the AWP. Now that looks like a 6 sequence, Jay, from Banjo. But in all honesty, that was just the read. Look at what happens there from fnatic Rising. They gather the information from Regali, who's playing with the AWP in bathrooms and banana. They've left. They're going down connector. So Pepzor puts down the incendiary and then puts down the smoke. Yes, he does get spammed in the process, but for Banjo, as soon as he gets that sound cue, that the time is low, the information there in con, you just spam away. You know you are on for so much damage from that point onwards. And for NIP, they ran straight into the trap.
Sprung and locked. Perfectly executed for fnatic Rising. Damage being done already. Volt with that opening frag onto Rolf. Turning back up atop Con. Does lose his life in the end. You can see an M4 back to the T side line. fnatic Rising, though, holding the site as their priority.
One of the first times we've seen a slight acceleration in pace from the T side, especially in and around the bathrooms position. Unfortunately from them, they've only managed a single pick, and that's from Adam B's perspective. Him and Max, they're just trying to see if anything else will float. If they can take one of the AKs out of hand with Maze, that would be excellent. But realistically speaking, with fnatic Rising being as passive as they are, both on A and on B, I can't really see much more success being found in the round by the upgraded pistols.
Offset in for Regali. to close down this round in 2 shots, maybe less. Shadow seen. Okay, Maxter. That was a good shot. That's a good follow-up for Adam B, making it expensive for Fnatic Rising. Bomb plant all come down. Can he win the clutch, though? That's the big concern. The AWP in for him. CT's making their way in from Dumpster. 2 shots for him to win the round itself. Almost lines him up, but just misses that first. Doesn't get his chance at the second. Well placed there for Banjo. And the round itself for Fnatic Rising 8 to their board. They've won the CT half.
And they've done it pretty convincingly at that. Young Ninjas, yeah, you can maybe say the trades are decent. They got the bomb plant, but there wasn't much being presented. When you're in a round in a 1v2 where you just pick up the AWP, you're on 20 points of health, you're always going to struggle. It's not going to be an easy sequence at all. And just knowing the start that we saw from the Swedes, knowing the fact that they responded after losing 2 rounds with a 5-2 scoreline, I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't really seen much success from them on T side.
Well, again, the stats indicate the CT half should be where the Ninjas really get control of this. Whether that applies, though, yet to be seen. Fnatic looking for their 10-5, and if they can get it, they'll at least start things off on the right foot in this first half. 4 points of HP for Volt, though. Went for that initial challenge. Get forced to fall back for it.
It's a high risk to go for a play like that, to regress all the way down from that long position without a teammate and without any util. And doesn't get punished all of the way, but now finds himself in a position where the best he can hope for is a 1-for-1 holding the bathrooms.
Incendiaries extinguished, the smoke's down to suppress. We've got Volt playing point out towards the long entrance of the bathrooms. Fall back to join his teammate in Regali. The AWP M4 combo with Maze also on the site itself. Resmoking monsters so that way Adam B can't make a play. The owner sets on the A side. Looks like that's where we're going to go towards.
Regali out towards a signpost rather than the truck position. Young Ninjas might just think that he's holding up there at Optimus because he's been AWPing towards that position for so many times. He's now actually had an adaptation.
Volt core off. The bomb will get picked up and start to commit towards the A site. Regali. AWP, a very nice flick attempted, but not quite landed. Would have been brilliant if it had been. Now got to consider, does he focus continuously on long? Looks like he does, and Rolf gets spotted. Second shot does it connect. Regali needs to land it on the third one, and still doesn't do so. Spray down from Maze, though, gets it together. Regali does get his AWP shot in the end, leaving Maxter alongside Temporary to force forward. The AWP shots from both sides don't connect, as Pepsor comes in with support. Finally, Temporary takes Regali down, but the time has ticked way too far, and he falls after time to leave an economical deficit for the Ninjas going into round 15.
And the more that I've seen from Maze, the more impressed I get in this series, Jay. The new in-game leader for the team, someone that hasn't had a lot of experience outside of coming into the Academy League, and just the impact plays. In a situation like that, you realize that it's awkward for Regali. He's forced down into a position where he's desperate to win the fight towards long. His attention's being pulled away from the site, and in that pizza corner, he just delivers with so many frags, and is really the difference maker to how they gained the 9th.
And the Ninjas bringing back the AKs in on 4 players for one more go at it. Can they make it 9-6? Will it be double digits for Fnatic Rising instead? Tap back passive with a lot of defensive onus on the B site. Kind of a bit of a stack going here. Rotations can be quick from Regali. Puts those nades down initially. Adam B gets none of it.
Adam B hasn't seen any aggression though, so he at least knows that there's not a lot of info plays out towards that B site, and it is being held defensively. Volt doesn't want to get too aggressive. Adam B being forced out to the open. Maze might catch him on the boost. Doesn't spot anything, actually.
Yeah, didn't stick around for long enough. Didn't see Adam, most certainly. Ninjas prodding at the long control, looking to play their way into A. Regali's AWP. Set and ready. Sees a foot. Just that bit of info. No contact yet.
Oh, look at Maze. He's already rotating up. They're going to have 3 on AJ. This is the read.
Temporary and Fuzi got their positions locked. They give a little bit of an inch An angle for Regali to play with, and he'll take it. Kill found. M4 for Volt turning away at the wrong moment. The timing in this series has been all awkward from all sides. And Rolf will bring it back to a 4-on-4. Maze in the backside, does some damage, swings out, looks for the man, sees the second player as well. One man on site as Regali's Orb can try and back Maxter with his own kill. And Regali needs backup to come in soon. We'll get there. Pepsor drops down. It's a 2 versus 2, and Regali pressing up towards the edge of the smoke, which will start to clear. 5-7 swings on 2, loses life to 1, and now it's all left to Maxter here. Standing by, leaning in, Banjo. Trying to find the angle on the defuse, sticks it, holds it all. Max is not going to peek. 10-5 for Fnatic Rising as they will close out against the Ninjas on a high, and a wonderful streak there to close it all out.
Frustrating right there for Young Ninjas, because that was probably the most winnable round that they've had in a little while. And for Fnatic Rising, they've brought it back to a very competitive scoreline. The fact that you're down 2-5, you win 8 rounds in a row. And Jay, if we put aside some of the percentages, right, if we put aside the T side win rates and the T side win rates, we have to look at the margins at the half and say to ourselves, look at what happened in map 1. It was such a one-sided scoreline that it didn't matter what happened in the second half. And it happened on Inferno, it happened on Vertigo. Okay, it's now 10-5. That is still a massive margin of rounds to work with.
Yeah, brilliant start in this map-up. The way into the second half that could put Fnatic Rising in with the victory. It's not quite the most one-sided margin we've seen so far in this series. Remember, the last couple of maps were 12 threes. So it's not the most one-sided affair we've seen from Fnatic as in the previous map. Ninja still have a chance here. Again, for me, I look towards that second half. I look towards that CT side, and I wonder if that's going to be the impactful moment.
Yeah, Fnatic Rising have definitely showed up. The Overpass is a map that they can contend really well with, and this is even just a teething period to get an idea of what Fnatic Rising are like on Overpass, to have the conversation again. We haven't seen them play it in 4 months and 4 days on HLTV, so newer looking lineup with a couple of roster changes, and it's been so long. I think the immediate glance, especially in that first half, was, geez, that was a pretty good one.
10-5, let's see if it was good enough. Pistol round going live with the Young Ninjas ready to receive Fnatic Rising in the mid control. They might just go fast into the B site, though. There's only one man to hold for it. Pepsor looks for the early shots, but doesn't catch anything. He catches the information at the very least. And now smokes out for Maze, stalling for a moment for the train. Who will put it up now, Adam B, left alone. To see that utility come down to heaven. I know that you can't do anything to deny anything. Will tap do some damage, but very minimal here.
It has to be the retake setup. They've got the kit in hand. Volt getting further aggressive. This is just taking more map control away. Now Fnatic Rising have to try and stall the CTs on rotate.
Oh, Adam B caught first blood of the half, drawn by Pepsor. And Volt still sat here over at jungle. Is he going to get checked? Are they thinking about it? It might be. No, all their backs are turned. Five for the Glock. One jump face comes out. Rolf gets caught, but Volt makes it a double. Alongside Pepsor's support, Maxter left alone now against 5 for an ace clutch in the pistol round. Not going to happen. It's 1 out by Fnatic as they get to 11.
5 out of 6 in pistol rounds, Jay. They were one of the best teams in pistol rounds going into this matchup in the entire event, and now they're probably stretching that even further. And just knowing this is a 3rd map decider to get into the playoffs for the first time since Season 1 for Fnatic Rising, you want that start. You want that pistol. And now all the focus comes through into round 17, because realistically, you win this round, and I think the series is done.
Still 5 rounds to go. The Ninjas have a buffer. They have a couple of openings. The Deagles can play for them, and they've got to think about the gun round as well that can come out for round 19. Was forced to invest for them with no opportunities to make money elsewhere. Got to win the rounds themselves. Temporary will try and make winning plays against Pepsor first and foremost. Utility brought out by him. His back's turned. Looking for Maze. Sees him, but misses the shot. Only lands a tag. Pepsor can get the kill.
Just whiffs it ever so slightly, and now the CTs get aggressive towards the short sandbags. Can Volt multi-frag again. Easy frag with the first. The second doesn't quite come in, but it's information at least, Jay.
It's only a Galil lost as well. The AK stay pretty They'll start to charge in as well, making their way up and into the B site. Adam B playing around Pillar. Deagle stands. Ropes against him. There's one frag for Adam. AK now on his back, turned into his hands, but unable to get the kill for it. Pepzor with a trade. 3-on-2 advantage. Sits to fnatic rising. Rolf's seen. Pepzor executes him in an instant. And Fuzi also spotted at the edge of that smoke. Gets away with at least one kill. With a Mat 10 here for Banjo. Is there to turn it all back around. 12-5. And an eco now for the Ninjas.
Very composed by fnatic rising. Volt obviously relays the info over that two players are aggressing short water. They go in for the monster take, and the crossfires are being set. Pepzor doesn't overpeak at all, waits for the fights to really get granted. And from that point onwards, you could just see even the backstab coming through was going to be the defining factor, was going to be the finishing blow with that Mach 10. 12-5. Young Ninjas, they were so desperate to win that last.
Yeah, they were. Now just set in with the basic eco, stacking towards mid once again as fnatic just serve for the fast execution into the B site. Bomb plant was secured. Nothing that can be done about this for the Ninjas side. They might go in for a retake because they have USPs. Stack their way up, hope that they can get something out of this. Pepzor's going to hear those footsteps, know that the connector door just got opened up. Mature nade overall, and they can get one kill back for it on the part of May. So an AK that could stay in. The hunt does not come up good for them. Volt go back towards Adam. Rolf also spotted. And Banjo will also fall, so a little bit of something being done by the Deagle damage. But no way they win the round here for the Ninjas.
I can't imagine so. The best that they can hope for is to try and trap him in on the bomb site and make themselves go up to the bomb itself. Maxter at least knows where Pepzor is, so give himself a likely fight, and now even a Mach 10. Mach 10 versus Mach 10. It's an expensive round, I'll give him that much.
4 USPs, they can be happy. Can't complain. But this is where it all rests now. This round could be do or die for the Ninjas. M4s are out. Reset potential is there, so this could be the swing moment. They get this round, they could stack up a few. fnatic rising, however, they get this round. It's likely they get to match point. And gauntlet point as well. Playoff spot on the line in this map. And they're only 3 rounds away from taking it.
Now, fnatic rising with all the momentum in the world. A slightly aggressive maneuver coming through from Fuzi, trying to turn away from all the flashes. Volt does fall early out to that monster position and short pipe, so at least there's an opener to start from Young Ninjas.
Just a start though. Regali leaning in to try and find the trade, and he might get it. Temporary peeking in from Divider and gives up the angle at the wrong moment. There's the AWP striking back once again. 4-on-4, and Regali might not be the most impressive player on server for fnatic rising, but he's found his impact in the second half.
And now even for Fuzi, he's trapped. They're playing a triple B setup, and there's just hardly any A defense, and he's going to get crunched in. There are so many T-side players around. At least he gets away with one, but has to try and get rotates up to the site directly.
Molotov's coming in towards back of bank. Rolf should be smoked off in a second. Does land a little bit shallow, though. Rage against Fuzi. Swing from Pepzor wins it. Rolf gets that trade, though. Continuing to extend. Hayes looking for his way around and does bring it into a 2-on-2. Bomb yet to get planted. He's looking to get back towards default, though. Maze is known. A bomb on his back and everything. The AWP caught off. So now it's all left to the clutch here. 1-on-2. Adam B with 2 himself. A triple overall for him in the round. A 6 to the ball of the Ninjas that keeps us away from that deadly 14th.
That AWP just not quite finding the connection up close and personal, and then Maze having to try and play around the util. Did his absolute best up until that point, but always a very difficult clutch. And for Young Ninjas, rotates were just continuing to come from that B side, especially knowing that Fuzi was able to get one pick and then eventually fall back towards that long position, sort of held the advantage for a portion of time. We're still going to see fnatic Rising get the buy up, come into the next, and use the tactical to probably just mentally reset Giants. Okay, we've given them one. Let's just close in on the victory.
The second tactical pause used by fnatic right here as well. No real need to go for any so far in this matchup. So they'll take it. They'll use it just to try and push it past that finish line, just to go that one extra step. Might have lost out on the last round. It hasn't mean that they've lost out just yet on the game itself. They're still in the lead, and by quite a margin at that.
Young Ninjas need to really look at some of their key individuals. Maxter, and probably going to be the guy to keep an eye out for. We know that he had a very good performance on Inferno. We know that Overpass is a fairly strong map from him as well. And just knowing how he's performing so far, just trying to get more out of him. Even fnatic Rising bringing quite a lot of pace out towards the monster position to start off the round and bringing quite a few players over. Maxter could be the first on the defensive out to the monster wall.
Adam B finding his way over towards Grill. Opportunity thrown over, flashes in, he's blind as a bat. Bolt can get that kill, but Maxter can mow down 2 and 3. The force fire not working well for fnatic at this moment. The AK did try his hand at a decent kill over on shore. With 1 casualty, it means they haven't gotten much out of it, so 7 the ball of the Ninjas, and a harsh eco for fnatic.
That initial pop at least blinded the player out towards the grill position of Adam B, but just not being able to force Maxter in the open. They had that crunch to come through from Monster and the short sandbags, and he just stayed alive for a very long portion of time. A very good round indeed from Maxter, the youngster. And Young Ninjas know that this series is not over just yet. There is always room to try and come back.
A small technical pause before we continue on that comeback. Like you said, there is room. Not a guarantee, not a given, as has been proven over the course of this series. 3 rounds for fnatic to take the victory. It does give a few mistake possibilities for the Ninjas, as long as they bounce back. Incendiary set. Pressure involved. The CTs have their line locked. fnatic Rising won't be able to break in anyway. It's going to be a passive default anyway.
Yeah, we saw for the Young Ninjas only a couple of days ago playing Kappa Bar, Overpass being the first map of the series. And having a fairly decent CT side in that one. Try and see if they can encourage that to be on the upper level. Even Fuzi, very aggressive. It could be a slight bait, knowing that Temporary's gone more passive towards A.
Well, there's 2 for him. Bolton Mays down, 2 more to get, and he gets a Quadra ace. Not quite. USP balled out. Okay, Manjo gets that one trade. But that's it. Just the 1 frag. Nothing major. Not damage being done to the Ninjas. The gap has closed to 5 rounds now. fnatic. Got to get on these guns, got to get back on the grind, got to get back on the climb to 15.
And just keeping in mind that fnatic Rising had an 11-round streak at one point, Jay, kind of opens up your mind of how long can the streak be of Young Ninjas, because they had that 5 in a row in the first half, and it's been quite a while since success has been found. They've now turned it into 3, so at least they're getting to a start. They want to really get themselves set, and knowing that the double orbs are coming out, this is the first time that we're seeing Fuzi and Temporary do that.
Martov's set with the shots ringing out. Smokes down. Flashes in for Banzer to try prod in at the connector control, but there's nobody there, so he's being tentative for no reason. Volt watching in over at the short position. Wolf is giving away his position. Sprays will be fruitless through the wall.
Yeah, Fuzi just keeping eyes towards the top of connector, making sure that there's a jiggle or any slight information that he can pick off. Even his teammate at Temporary is out towards a long position, so both orbs are on A.
Flash thrown in, trying to indicate some sort of mid-play. That's not really the case. We've got the 1 man that was working out towards long, who will cross back, try and join his teammates, raw for the nades and the sprays. Doing damage to Maze, to his credit. 50 seconds for the execution. fnatic will still commit to B.
2 players outside of Monster. This is a pretty good position for Maxter and Adam B to be in. Last time they were hit from a Monster pop, it was Maxter to come in big, and knowing another resmoke goes down, that's just stalling for further time, Jay.
Time which fnatic don't have. And now the backstab starts to come in for Fuzi. They're in trouble here. Maze just spotted as his Volt sees the man. The shot for the AWP connects, but 2 kills are found on the site itself. Temporary now. Set back for the shots against Banjo. Raw for the kill as well. A 2 versus 2. Pepsi with 1 trade. Needs to land a second man. That's exactly what he does. And fnatic are back up.
I don't even know what to say about that, Jay. That is 4 players on B. That was FURIA getting so aggressive towards the top of con. They had everything. And while he gets that shot onto Vault, the anchors slip down up towards Monster. Adam B doesn't find anything. Maxter the same. And the continuous entries rain through for fnatic Rising. That should have been an incredibly difficult site take, knowing how many CTs there were all around B. And instead, Jay, it still somehow goes the way of fnatic Rising.
They won't be complaining on that side, though. 14-8. Lead extends. 2 more to get there. Past that finish line. Now Temporary's missing some crucial shots. Shaking his inability to win the last round. Flash forward now. 1 player of Vault will get caught by 2 in the monster position. Temporary will get forced back by the presence of fnatic in mid.
Yeah, just try and go for a monster walk setup out, get the flash to follow, playing it around the util. What they weren't expecting, of course, is how aggressive Young Ninjas were behind that utility placement. Even FURIA and Temporary playing up together towards the A site. fnatic Rising desperate to see if they can exploit a return to a 4v4.
Slow walk to try get there. First contact will be Temporary. The Molotov drives him back, or forward in fact. Shot still misses and he can't escape. He's got to stand and fight and he'll lose that fight. Pepsor brings it to that 4v4 at last.
That's just inexperience there. Needs to fall back, can't overface, and he just gets punished for it. Even the boost up doesn't spot for too much information, and the teams might think about doing it again. Resmoke goes down towards a short position. They've got the opportunity of faking B and bringing that bomb over to A.
They put a molly out there. There was a rotation for a moment on Rolf's part. FURIA's about to be faced by Pepsor. Sprays awkward, but it comes up for the kill in the end. An advantage now for fnatic Rising. 20 seconds and Rolf stands alone. The only defender of the A site. Smokes to suppress his backup. Peps will be the first man out. An easy pick. Well, a flashbang so perfect for Regali. You mentioned that flash assist stat. And immediately it's come up good here for the fnatic side. Maze finds Maxter meanwhile. And it's all left to Adam B in a 1-on-4. Low HP players, but it won't matter. He's out of there to save.
And just considering the fact that if that flash doesn't come in, it could be a very different story. You've got a low HP player of Pepsor coming out to long. That could actually be the bomb denied or a mass lineup that comes in. And instead, the util placement is just impeccable. And it makes the kill so much easily granted there from Pepsor, who's slowly starting to really increase his numbers, Jay. Hasn't felt like he's had a massive game, but he's up to 25 and getting closer to 30.
Yeah, he's top of the board for fnatic. Top of the board in the server, actually, for that matter. You're right, it hasn't felt like he's had an amazing game, but the top frag position is definitely coveted. And for him in that position to extend that to 25 off the back of the situation, again, low HP, single digits. And overwhelmed. The A-side defensive, 15-8 as a result of his efforts. Map and match point for fnatic Rising. 1 more round will send them to the playoffs. Young Ninjas, 7 to make up, Dweg. It's not going to be easy.
No, and even with the buy state, it puts so much pressure down onto someone like Adam B for a good performance to be able to recover weapons, if that's possible, and put it into the hands of teammates. And Temporary with a slightly aggressive sightline looking in towards Fountain. It's more risky, it's more aggressive this time around from Young Ninjas.
A smoke set. FURIA trying to take the onus of the Deagle shots. Of course, 4 Deagles in play on the Ninjas forced by. The 1M4 is all that they could afford. fnatic on the precipice of glory. The Temporary has other plans. Pepsor picked up the Molotov to try to drive that AK back, but it is in the hands of Temporary here.
Now holding a nice angle, and FURIA might get forced out. The overpeak comes through, and as soon as Volt rounds a corner, now they're going to put pressure down onto Temporary.
Rolls forward to try and engage onto Maze. Look for 2 more players back over towards the bathrooms, but just doesn't win the fight against any of those 3. Rolf, now known as the Maze jump face, the only player left on the A-side defensive, lines them up for a couple of good shots, but only lands 1 of them. Adam B trades meanwhile to a 2-on-2, so now those guns are in the hands of the Ninjas side. A possibility here, but he needs backup from Maxter. Adam B continuing to face of the AK, trying to suppress as the Deagle. The AK now back in his hand. Maxter could be able to hold it down, indeed they combine. Get those frags, keep him alive.
Yeah, what a crossfire there coming out of Young Ninjas. The fact is that they have the information on Adam B, but not of Maxstar. And rather than working together as a pack, they actually decide to split. Adam B is able to slow it down with that smoke, with the incendiary, try and pull the distraction, and then Maxstar's coming through on the off angle, coming through from behind them out to long, and at least surviving for one more round.
One on the comeback. Buyback for fnatic Rising. There's only limits on the buy. AKs on 3 individuals, a Galil and a Tech 9. Means again we're in a position where the Ninjas could try to flip the switch and regain momentum. FUZI in particular with the kill out towards top mid. Gets away with Regali, but Banjo and Maze immediately trying back in.
Banjo could even be on for more, especially if Adam B starts making the info play into connector. The spam coming through in case of a boost up on the railing itself. They've still left the bomb out towards T-Con, so it's not going to be a quick action here. They are still going to slow it down. They've got plenty of time to work with.
Reload gets heard. Banjo is just suppressing against the CT forces, unawares of where they might be, but Adam B does not want to take a face. Banjo knows. He has an inkling, but he'll turn away from connector control, go back and rejoin Pepsaw for the B hit. Maze, the lurk out from the long position. Head of that smoke. Will he just peek forward of it? I think he might do. No one's watching it either. Oh, Maxstar. Oh. Taps not quite connecting. That might drive attention away from the B side, though. Now fnatic have an open plant.
Even though that lurk doesn't find any kill, it holds him at bay. The rotates are going to be coming through, but this is a free side. And now for Pepsaw, he can focus the attention on gaining some further map control.
Coming in from Heaven and Short here for the retake. Actually, head and dive down towards Graffiti, and Rolf will get the kill on Volt. So, advantage back in the favor of the Ninjas. Pepsaw unawares of the short play, so it's all on Banjo to clutch it here. Versus 3, gets the first. And now 2 more wrap the corner. Rolf and Maxter could give it up, but no, Maxter turns around a kill of his own right with a perfect headshot. Could have been a decent spray transfer, but not to be in this one. The Ninjas are up to 10 and not giving in so easily.
Coming down to a couple of tight rounds. The 2v2 now into a clutch situation from Maxstar. And comes in there from fnatic Rising of Maze possibly needing one. Yeah, it was the man advantage. It was only a 3v3, but just knowing that he spotted 2 players out there towards that A side, just couldn't find the connection. And obviously this is a very difficult duel because he doesn't want to go too wide in case he sort of gets seen there from Max, and the shot just doesn't quite come through. And Young Ninjas, at least they find double digits. They get up to 10.
You can see on the close-up how close he really was to landing it, though. Like, he was probably a pixel off. Sailed right past his head. Maybe an extra inch to the right, and that would have been enough. That would have been good for the kill. Good for the round for fnatic Rising. Good for the match for fnatic Rising. But as it stands, that's not the case. The Galils are in, the AK forced back down. They're going in for quite a heavy investment style here. Try work it in for them. Molotov set. Smokes back. They're not going to go the execution route just yet.
They've got a decent read playing a couple of players outside of this monster position, even for Adam B, just waiting for that util to rain over the top to put the HE down towards a monster spot. And keep in mind, with a few rifles in play, this could still be a damaging round, and Pepsaw's been able to slow walk all the way forward to the short sandbags, undetected.
Volt loses the engagements. Now it's going to rest on Pepsaw to be the entry fragger. I think it's being marked off by Rolf, though. Indeed he is. Banjo, 1 train on the Tech 9. 50 seconds, 2 seen by Maze. Gets no kills out of it. Bomb dropped again. No way back for these 2 pistols, it seems. Adam B closes out another. Banjo gets at least that 1 pick back onto FUZI, but 40 seconds to win the rest.
Yeah, very difficult to get any more than this. And just knowing the CTs are so regrouped and keeping the eyes on the bomb control, you start thinking back to some of the previous results. And so far, Jay, this year, 3 out of the 4 maps that have been played on Overpass for fnatic Rising have gone 30 rounds or more. We've had some overtimes in the mixers. We've had some 16-14s. And now you look at it and think 15-11, is there a struggle to close?
Possibility. We saw a struggle to close from Ninjas on their own map pick, but fnatic, I mean, it didn't look like that was the case over on the second map. Certainly feels the case right here on this third one. Eco around to come through, and maybe after this they'll take a tactical and figure out where they go from there. The M4 for temporary already finding the kill onto Pepzor. One player out of Vault, caught off. Secondary pick back for that M4 all the same. Fuzi now with a crossfire. And they'll just run into these weapons, get picked apart, make it more of a formality round more than anything else. Not really focus too much on winning the round itself. Get towards those rifles in round 28. But they are starting to run out of rounds to close this. The Ninjas are really caught up now. Only so close to taking us to OT.
Just farming up the eco pistols. And you're right, getting closer to OT. When you think about the buy states, you're going to have a good buy around 28. You're probably going to have a half invest around 29 and then a good buy in round 30. So with the economy sitting the way it is, you're looking at 2 potential good rifle rounds to follow on the T side. The young Ninjas just grinding their way back from 15 to 8 down. And they've even had to work very hard just to gain the 4 rounds that have got them up to 12.
Yeah, I mean, fnatic, they might be losing out in the last 4 rounds, but they are making it difficult. Winding their way back for the Ninjas. The AKs are back in play for the T side. Their buy-up, the one that could close out the map in the series, but Fuzi has other ideas. Banjo caught. Now the Orb temporary looking into that connector control. Hazer's got to evade it. But Adam might give chase.
And it's actually a slight window of opportunity that Maze gets up to the top of Con undetected, so he's able to swing around onto Maxa, and that just exploits how open the timing was.
Adam B still creeping, and Maze's back is turned. An easy frag for him being low HP. Alior Provogali up to task, and he's going to evade Adam. Just see the man get the kill shot. Back to evens will go. Looking into the bathrooms as well. Fuzi might peek it, but Regali turns away and gets back into connector. Diving back out of dodge. fnatic again focus on the B site.
Fuzi's going to come over that they're driving the map control away from that A site, so stack up on B. You can play it quite defensive. They've still got a couple of pieces of util to try and slow down and halt the site take. Regali going to get the smoke down towards heaven. It's going to be the B pop.
Molotovs and smoke set. Incendiaries down to try block one player out, but the 2 men inbound from Monster with a big concern for Rolf. His back was turned. Volt will go for the plant. Pepzor's watching it though. They're still hunting for the pick back. Nice nade on as Rolf will drop at last. A 3-on-2. Orp watching, ready for Fuzi. Swings, and the shot misses for Regali. Pops back to look out to jungle. Turns his attention to the Orp Fjord battle against temporary, as well as the short defensive itself. Volt caught off by a secondary flashbang. Orp still watching. Fuzi's down. All left to temporary. Caught off by Volt. And there it is. 16-12 at last for fnatic Rising, dealing with the young Ninjas and dealing with the gauntlet as they progress to the playoffs.
And that's got to be a great feeling. Again, weren't able to make the playoffs in the second season, Jay. Weren't able to make the playoffs in the third season. They've now done it in the fourth. And it came down off a very tidy group stage to come here in the last round of the gauntlet, to be able to get the victory over to Young Ninjas. And you know what? It has to be said how one-sided all 3 maps were in the first half, Jay. And that had to be the factor of what the final result was.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you think about it, the one-sided team, the team that got the one-sided fair was the team that ultimately were able to win it. So those early starts were everything to fnatic Rising and Young Ninjas respectively. But fnatic Rising just had that little bit better. One-sided 10-5 at the last map, and of course, the 10-0 that they were able to get at the start of the second map of Vertigo. So for them, it was all good, all great for them in their own right. And it's a well-deserved victory, I do feel like, because they came in as the stronger team. Young Ninjas still questions about the new direction that this Academy side are taking. And in this particular case, it's a direction that does not get them the victory. They will be out for the rest of the season of the WePlay Academy League. And I guess we did get the right result in the end.
Yeah, it's a shame for Young Ninjas because I think the history, right, of how much positivity there is when you go from the back of being a grand finalist in the first season to being a third-place team in the second season. Yeah, we can have that discussion about the mitigating circumstances that the roster is different. The fact of the matter is the org has had such a great history here in WePlay to not even make playoffs this time around feels like a letdown.
Indeed, but at the same time, the Fnatic Rising is a new dawn of a new day, so they've started to become a really proficient team here in the Academy League and a really proficient set of players that I think, honestly, could go quite far. I do have some concerns about the individuals, though, because we talked a lot about Regali over the second and third maps, but towards the end of Overpass, he really wasn't doing all that much overall. The real onus was on Pepzor and Banjo as being the star players of that squad.
It's always going to be more difficult for the team of Fnatic Rising when they don't have a good performance out of Regali, because I think their game plan surrounds him so much, but it also shows that they've got the capability to do it without him as such. Even when he is having a quiet game, even when he's not having the best performances like he did on Vertigo, we get more out of Banjo, we get more out of Pepzor, and I think Pepzor as an overall marker, he made so many impact frags in that first half and was the difference maker to closing out some of those T rounds too.
Absolutely, he was, and I think that there were a lot of difference makers over the course of the match itself. Obviously, they weren't the two players that dominated throughout the course of this entire series, and Ninjas had their own right there. They had their own map that they were able to take of their own accord. So I have to ask you, on the other side of the coin, Dwayne, like, what's the takeaways from the Ninjas in this one? Is it all negative?
It's difficult. Like, obviously, they're not with their full lineup. The fact that you've got Fuzi and Temporary playing today means you're playing with a double AWP, and that's not going to be comfortable at all. And you obviously didn't have your in-game leader of ZTR. So we have seen in previous matches here in the Academy League that they haven't had all of the players on a consistent basis. We've even seen it in some of the other events that it is a bit chopping and changing, but for Young Ninjas, I think back to the drawing board, and it's good experience for some of the newer guys, right? Adam B, Maxter, and Temporary, they are the newer additions. They are the younger additions in comparison to guys that we've seen previously.
Yeah, and we'll get to use that experience in the future to be able to give them the opportunity to maybe make a run into the playoffs for the next round or the next season of the WePlay Academy League. But as it stands, their ending of OG Academy's own run will also end very quickly after the fact. As Fnatic Rising will be the winners of the A side of the bracket over in the Gauntlet. The B side of the bracket will see our winners also crowned in about 20 minutes time between Astralis Talent and FURIA Academy. FURIA in particular have been making a hell of a run so far, as they had to come from very early in the Gauntlet itself. So for them, it's going to be a difficult little affair against a very established name of the Astralis Talent side. Initial thoughts before we break it down in more detail?
Well, the B side is very different off the basis of every single team we've had another invite later on in the Gauntlet, they've always won. So the teams that come in early seem to normally go out early, whereas that's not quite the case for FURIA Academy. And we always say it, Jay, sometimes you need a good run. Sometimes you just need that leg up of momentum. And for FURIA Academy, it would be one hell of an upset if they're able to continue the streak.
Well, you can see the streak that on the screens right now, beating the Young Gods, beating 0-0 Prospects, and of course, taking on Astralis Talent in this last match of Gauntlet B. And that's going to be an exciting one, Dwayne, right? Because as well as the Furious side having their underdog run, you've got Astralis Talent, who have historically not been the best of the Academy teams overall, now building up to being one of the best ones that we've got at the moment, or at least the best one for this particular organization. So I'm excited to see how they'll do in action in this last matchup. So the only thing we can do now is send it over to a break and get that match set up for you here. So do not go anywhere as we return to close out the Gauntlet here in the WePlay Academy League. And welcome back to the WePlay Academy League here for our second match of the day. Our final match of the gauntlet. We've just seen fnatic Rising beat out Young Ninjas and make their way into the playoffs as appropriate. And now Astralis Talent and FURIA Academy will have their shot to join them here. And now I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg for here the final day of the gauntlet matches. And definitely one that has a lot of intrigue around it, Dweg. And now Astralis Talent this year, they've had a pretty decent year so far, I have to say. Coming in as far as they have in the Academy League, obviously taking their spot by default in the promotion matchup and up against FURIA, who have had an underdog run. For me, I'm looking at the day, there's probably favourites off the bat here.
Well, even before we get into detail of the matchup, I'll say it right now that Astralis Talent for me are a favourite to win the event, to go all the way to the end. You think about the way that Mal's NXT are going to be the favourite, Big Academy are up there. I think Astralis Talent are in the mix. They have been playing very well since the start of this year, and I think they made some key roster changes. Bringing Fessor and Bruiser in towards the end of the year has just been a massive resurgence for the team.
And you got to think as well about the coaching changes that they've made. Of course, swapping out Trace and then adding Modi and then making him sort of like make this team a respectable squad at the beginning of May. And it feels like that their recent tournament results have been pretty fantastic outside of the Academy League, as well as just their results in the Academy League itself. So for them, it's been all hunky-dory, all brilliant stuff. Haven't seen them compete in a tournament for about a month, though. So like it has been a bit of... I don't know, like a weird time to weigh them up by comparison to FURIA Academy at the very least, who of course have been playing here and there and everywhere. Whenever they had a chance, they've always taken a bit of a chance to play in the tournaments, especially in the South American scene. So it's a bit of, again, a lopsided comparison when it comes to previous results.
Their round difference was only +6 coming out of the group stage in comparison to Astralis Talent at +42. So I think that shows how much closer a lot of these best ones were. And you can see it by the score lines. There's overtimes, there's 16-14s. There are some really close games. And for FURIA Academy, they've had to already win 2 games in the gauntlet to even get to the position here today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people, when you consider why the seeding looked at the tail end of the group stage and how FURIA Academy should have really gone out, maybe they should have been able to fall to 0-0 prospects in the previous round, but they had to battle tooth and nail to get that serious path to finish line. You mentioned the maps were all looking like 16-14s and overtimes, so that was the exact how you described that last series in the gauntlet itself. For Astralis, I mean, they had a couple of overtimes and here and there some close games, but then some of their victories were also pretty one-sided themselves. So I also look at them and I feel like that just generally they've had a better season, right?
Yeah, they've gone 1-1 in head-to-heads against the FURIA Academy side. Obviously, both teams coming out of Group B. Astralis Talent being able to place in second, which of course gets them invited in a little bit later in the gauntlet in comparison to FURIA Academy. But Astralis Talent are the stronger team, and I think now once they get into best of threes and they get into stronger maps in their pool, that's where they're going to be at their most deadly.
Yeah, I got to see them during the Missed Games tournament that they won recently, and I have to say this is definitely the strongest Astralis Talent that we've ever seen over the course of this Academy team's sort of history. So I'm excited to see how well they'll do in the tournament itself going forward now, because they are likely to take the playoff spot right here and there in this particular matchup. Matt Vito's coming up on screen, like Ancient Dust 2 banned out respectively. Overpass pick by FURIA Academy and Vertigo pick by Astralis. How do we feel about that?
Well, Astralis Talent typically pick a lot of Ancient, but knowing that that's a permaban, you have to go elsewhere down the pool. Overpass is the second most picked map in the pool for Astralis Talent, so knowing that FURIA have picked that, and you've got Vertigo, I'm already looking at the start of this video, and a 2-0 is looming.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of thinking a similar sort of line, right? Like, Overpass has always been the bread and butter of the Astralis organization. Back in history, obviously, the main team used to be absolutely dominant upon it. So that one makes a lot of sense that I have some strategies to pull over from the legacy organization. Vertigo, great map for them. I do feel like there's just so much that can go their way. And Mirage being the third map, I mean, does that seem like it's a great fallback option for Astralis? Because to me, it's their most played map in the pool. So I'm looking at positives for all 3 maps in this series.
And they played a lot of Mirage in the best of ones, 9 wins, 2 losses. It's a map that they actually float as a third fairly frequently. It's not a map that they pick, but it's also a map that they've got a lot of history on. So just knowing that in mind does seem like a lot of confidence has got away in this veto. And for FURIA Academy, if there's any way to really turn an upset, they have to strike in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though that map win percentage might look like it's lower for Astralis, again, like it was over the case for NIP, Young Ninjas in that last matchup, the map itself has always been losses to a lot of tier 2 Danish teams like the old Mad Lions squad, Masonic, Ecstatic, and all these other squads that you would expect to be able to beat out a team like the Astralis Talent. So for me, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking that this is a brilliant sort of map for them to compete in the Academy Leagues, because it is a map that they tend to do well on generally. The one concern is that it is a map that FURIA Academy have beaten on against them in the past. So there is always that caveat point to that first map.
Yeah, preparation's going to be high, though, because remember, for FURIA Academy, against the Young Gods, they picked Overpass. Against Prospects, they picked Overpass. So this is now 3 series in a row, 3 days in a row, where they keep picking the same map. And Astralis Talent are going to recognize that coming into a best-of-3 context, Overpass does get picked a lot by FURIA Academy. They've had the chance to look back at that previous best-of-1 on the map, and of course realize the last couple of days, knowing that Astralis Talent have had a bit of a freedom these last couple. They haven't had to play games.
Yeah, and they've had like a lot of material to pull from in that sense, right? Because a lot of those victories for FURIA Academy has been all wins over on this Overpass in the best-of-1 proceedings and over the course of the best-of-3s as well. But a lot of them have also been close at the same time. 19-17s, 16-13s. The 16-13 against Astralis Talent, in fact, was what the map that they played previously was in that best-of-1. So for me, I'm looking at this knowing that Astralis have got quite a fair amount of information to pull from, not only to counter their strengths, but to exploit their weaknesses. So for me, I'm looking towards Astralis as the 2-0 pick for me on my predictions. What about you, Dweg?
Yeah, I want to give the benefit of the doubt for FURIA Academy that they can keep this map close. I'm opening the idea for a 2-1, but Astralis are going to take the series. They are the stronger team by far in this matchup, and for FURIA Academy, they've got to continue the streak. They've at least won 2 games on the trot.
Well, if they're going to make it a 3-map affair, then FURIA have got to do it right here on Overpass. This map so good for them, so appropriate that they look towards it, considering the history between these two squads. Pistol round about to go live with Astralis over on the CT start of things. USPs with 1 defuse kit over on Ultex. The utility spread across 2 individuals for the FURIA Academy side. So let's see them get into it. Connect to contact from about 4 players here.
Yeah, this is a very good read coming through from Astralis Talent, playing defensive on B, only allowing 1 spotter of Ultex. This is a very good read, and FURIA are going to run into the trap.
Slow walks. Collapse. Leans in, gets that opening kill, doubles up as well. On for the triple perhaps. Vigo trying to hold back of the trades, but it is indeed a triple for the man. Fessor forced away at top con. I'm going to wait for the T's to re-aggress him. He might even peek back and catch that player. Look for the trade. Shots to the back of the head. Finally, lands a decent kill for the Astralis Talent side. A 3v2 scenario that Bomb's going to commit. And Fessor, in fact, doubles up. So this round's not done yet.
Ultex even coming quickly onto the side, does get caught off by Decenti, so now it's down to him and Brahino to see if they can hold down in the post-plant. Fessor's going to take a little while to come on this backstab, Jay.
Moving in quickly though, Brahino taken down with the headshots, a triple for Fessor. And now Decenti with it all to do, P250 up close and personal around the pillar. Who's going to see who first? Backs a turn, and Fessor has no idea that he's been played for it. Ringer, Rosies. Slow walking onto the defusal, flashes way out, taps one of the P250, can't get it together. Oh, Fessor just barely goes down, but Decenti gave him a big window opportunity to get that pistol for Astralis. Instead, it goes the way of FURIA.
Oh, that was a tight one. Decenti coming through, and as of right now, the 21st highest rated player in the event. 16 maps played, positive 61 KD difference, and a 1.13 rating. I think definitely him and Cowers are going to be the 2 guys to keep an eye out for this series, Jay, when it comes to FURIA Academy.
Very down to the wire to start things off in the pistol. Small tech pause. FURIA Academy had to play a DC for a moment, so I imagine they're just getting reloaded. Get back into the matchup. Back in against the Astralis Talent side, who of course have forced the issue in for round 2. CT side opting to go in with the advanced weapons, the Eagles, the Scouts, the FAMAS. And how's their second round breaks, Dweg? Are they anything special?
Not that great for Astralis Talent, so, I mean, you can always expect that they're going to try and keep it tight, but nothing out of the ordinary, nothing really striking when it comes to a matchup like this, and so far in the Invitational. I mean, one thing that is surprising me is that FURIA Academy have ranked dead last in every Invitational so far, Jay. They're now 1 win away from making the playoffs. That'd be a massive turnaround.
Again, just to add to the context of how this whole run has really turned out for FURIA Academy, seeding this season, but also just the general level that these guys are playing at, it's so wild to see them in this game. Another opportunity to strike back. Of course, they've gained the pistol. They've gained the opening kill in this round. Colts looking for the player in connector as Vigor can strike back towards one decent frag, but only one decent frag.
Now, Koala's expecting a slight slow walk to come through from that top of composition, but Astralis Talent know they've got to back off. And even Ultex is really a sole defender on B to try and slow it down completely. Rotates are still underway. FURIA Academy have slowed it down, so it does allow some breathing room to stack up this B side, but perhaps that's the misread, because FURIA Academy have got top con control and even lurkers going up to A now.
Yeah, pushing the issue. They've got Mr. backed up on the site. Mars standing by. Koala looking in. You wait with a nice gap in the truck to abuse. Gets the kill. 3-on-3. Scout leaning in. Great shot against the Senti. Already tagged up earlier. So Fessel credited with the assist. Ultex turned away. Did they see him? I think they did. Maybe? Yep. They caught the information, but didn't quite catch the kill until the trade was found. Now Bruiser set with a scout against a very low HP T-side member. Sees him, but the bait is good enough. The plant can come down. As the Astralis start to make the moves in on the retake here. Should be good enough to get that one good shot unless the Deagle lands his heads. Yeah, there it is. Quick swing, and there's the steal.
Yeah, what a force buy that is from Astralis Talent, and it comes down to the initial defensive. Obviously a very good crack angle to hold with from that truck position, but then the scout shot in from Bruiser, and this is an individual where played on Masonic, probably at a time when they weren't necessarily known as being a strong Danish team, left that team, became the in-game leader and AWPer here of Astralis Talent, and have sort of brought them to that next level. Been a part of the team for about 6 months now, Jay.
It's all about the next level. Got everyone involved in the Academy League on that right foot for the time being. Of course, pistol one for FURIA, but turned around by Astralis to an even man standing. Now 1-to-1. Now with the guns brought forward, should see the force invest for FURIA indeed. Deagles are out for them.
I'm surprised they're forcing here though, Jay. Knowing that they got a bomb plant in that second round means that they're not double eco status. They had a very good opportunity of blocking the round out and getting AKs to follow. Instead, they want to keep the pressure on, and I guess they know it's their map pick. They want to really try and take it by the horns and put rounds up early.
70 with a kill onto Bruiser, spray through from Fessel. Can I get the trade back? 4-on-4 situation with the M4 and Vigo. Seeing a couple, but getting domed in. Cowes. AK picked up and planted directly onto the head of the man. Vessel's hearing those footsteps. Knows that they're up in mid, but he's not going to try and push forward and act. He's being marked off.
Yeah, they're trying to make it that bait setup. They want to draw the fight out into the open, and the closer the Deagle gets, the more advantage there's got to be to the AK. A slight jiggle out for Fessel, the Deagle having the chance, and now an even further spot's coming through. Koala's on the backstab, at least they trap him eventually.
Trade back, Ultex also caught off guard, and ZMB fragging the Galil, leaving it all to Mr. Now. 1 versus 3. Coming in from the B site as FURIA is stacked up in the bathrooms, will look towards the A play, I imagine. That slow walk that should commit eventually. Held back on the M4. 40 seconds. I mean, their backs are turned towards this connected control. Could be a chance to shut down ZMB. Indeed, drop that bomb. Should be able to swing back and pick it up, though. Incendiary's back on to Koala. Kill on the second. Couldn't transfer the third. So Cowes there with the trade, with responsive. Keeps it together for FURIA and maintains the lead.
Well, that's a close one. Very tight. 1v3, nearly coming through for a moment of opportunity. The Incendiary going down, the fight going in both ways, out from the bathrooms and divided together. FURIA Academy make sure that they peek on the angle and puts the double eco status back in. And this is one of the first times, I think, that we've seen over the course of the day the back and forth nature. We haven't really had that many force buys be successful. Instead, in the last series, it was mainly just streaks from the pistol victory.
Yeah, very streak-heavy sort of series. This one's back and forth on this one. FURIA, the Harp and Astralis Talent, who will also force their way back into this round. The Deagle of Vigo take point on the offensive. Here's those players crossing, sees the utility coming out, will get blinded by it, but not connect any shots for his trouble.
Now, keep an eye on opening duels for FURIA on T-side. They're one of the best in the events for forcing 5v4 situations. And definitely put themselves in good positions for trades as well. Fessor being the lone player up towards A. And now that Astralis are starting to get aggressive towards short water, they should start rotating players back up to A.
They've got a second man on the way. They'll leave that third player of Mr. Up, pushed up in the short position now. Biggo here at signpost, got a land on ZMB, but no, jump face round the corner with a MAC-10, gets the kill, as does Koala onto Fessor. 5-on-3 as they gain the sight of the bomb down.
Ooh, Mister, at least answering back, and the bomb's not planted just yet, so a chance to set up the retake. Alltex is desperate to force this MAC-10 out into the open.
Mister starts to make his moves in towards that long position, seeing the Sentis. Alltex does catch Brunino. Senti with a trade back. Alltex from another, a 2-on-2. Seeing where the Senti is. Bruiser looking for his chance at the strike, and indeed he gets it. Now all onto Cowes. Diffuse being tapped once, not being held. They're running out of time. The Alltex sprayed up, and now all left the Bruiser land his headshot. Can't quite connect it. He's out of time. And the round cuts held together by FURIA.
Cowers coming through when it matters the most, and he's one of the strongest players here on this map pick for FURIA Academy. 1.28 rating in the last 3 months on 8 maps played of Overpass. Always count on him in a clutch situation, and an important one at that, because we could have been going back and forth for a little while there when you think about the idea of another reset.
Yeah, 4 spies for days. Not on this occasion, though. 3-1 to the board. And of course, Astralis down to the basic pistols in this one. One upgrade from the P250. A little bit of utility here and there, but nothing major. No Kevlar being brought down. Certainly not a forced investment round. Stacked towards the B site, which FURIA might play into the hands of here. A bit concerning with the MAC-10s. You can get some cash out of it, so it cuts both ways. That nade's a decent start, though.
Yeah, it's an information play, though, at the same time for FURIA Academy, just knowing how many players are out towards the B site. If the nade stack comes in that quickly, they are still going to act out towards a B site, or at least prod their way around.
MAC-10 ready to move. Smoke set down, flash is sent over. Renino sees Vigo and eventually burst fires on to getting that kill. One man down in the cubby corner, also gets overwhelmed. That's the second player on the site also dealt with. Last 3 outside of the site will also get hunted by the SMG. So money to farm. Does lose ZMB his life. So that's something. But shouldn't lead to a round here. Shouldn't lead to a retake for Astralis.
And they're going to try the boost up. Try and cheek an angle that works into the site. Try and see if any further damage is going to get ripped. And if they can't get farmed up by that MAC-10, that would be an extra bonus. They might even go for the boost again or work out to the smoke to the left-hand side. That MAC-10 only getting away with 1. So 4 on the board right now for the T side. And a good start coming through from FURIA Academy. Now the test is really going to be on against what they can do up against the rifle rounds.
They're late to the party on the rifle round, but it is coming in eventually. On round 6. Can blame the force buys in the early game for that, but now Astralis have their chance to break the backs of FURIA. Vice versa could also apply to the T side. MAC-10 still being rocked up by ZMB though, so he's still going to play a bit more of a bonus rifle round for FURIA. Astralis full M4s brought down here. No AWP for them just yet. 3 members of the T side making their way up out towards the mid control. ZMB might challenge Fessor very early here.
Yeah, very quick indeed to trying to get top banana control, get in towards those bathrooms. A lot of those footsteps being heard. Fessor can relay this over. Same for Bruiser.
The other 2 players making their way out to the head of the bathrooms and look for Brunino. Kill found of the first. ZMB combining to get the trade back immediately. Fessor on long. Detected. Spray back comes through for him, and he's got Vigo also to get the second kill onto Koala. So 4-on-2 makes it 3. Koala's able to take back Vigo back. Just like that, it's a 2-on-2 situation. The trades are pretty decent for FURIA. The bomb's making its way away from the site, though. Is this a bigger plan? It might just be. Descenti's waiting.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall for a little while here. I mean, Descenti's in a very good position to just get away with 1, but the trade should be there instantly. The timing is he doesn't look back out to the left. And Cowes on for the clutch. We've seen him in this before.
Yeah, he knows that they must be out towards the back lines of the A site to get the plant down easy. AK ready for the headshots. That plant down at default. Here's both sets of footsteps, both inbound towards Graffiti. Information given up to Cowes. Can utilize it to the 1v2 clutch. He could well do so for the 3k. Missed the court spray through. Alltex, however, there for the response of Astralis gain 2.
Even for Ultex, he's not typically known for being one of the strongest riflers for this Australian talent side, Jay. But this event, he's actually had a really good resurgence. He's had a very good group stage, and even going through to the opening game of the Gauntlet now for them, he could be definitely one to follow on and try and see how much success gets found. That's a very important one-for-one trade to make sure that retake goes underway. And for FURIA Academy, it's still a bomb plant, so they're going to be able to buy next rounds.
And the weapons back in for both sides, you would expect. Like you mentioned, that bomb plant bonus definitely aiding the FURIA Academy economy state. Aiding the buyback for this next round. Single round of loss bonus, so it won't be quite as good if they don't get the bomb down in future. Might still be an eco in the next regardless. Nade setting initially to pop open the doorways as Bruiser gets the kill onto Brunino. Frag found and the boost up through the window in top bottom of Con. They make the way back up towards top Con into the mid defensive. It's only Fessel that stands here. Sees one, flick back to the spray. Not good against ZMB.
Yeah, rather than just falling back and holding the A-side defensive with the man advantage, he still holds quite aggressively. A slight pace changer coming through from FURIA Academy, but keep in mind how late that bomb is going to follow up to the long position. They need to stall because now rotates are coming through, and there's 3 players to hold up on A.
Moving in for Altex, the AK watching. Vigo backed up. Bruiser waiting the same, back over in the back position. 55 seconds to the clock, and FURIA are just starting to form up now, try to look towards the execution. Very passive defensive line from Astralis talent. They might have to play retake with this.
Yeah, you might be right. I like the position from Kowers, getting really far forward out from the long position. And if they provide enough assistance over with distraction towards the bathrooms, he might be able to strike with an entry.
Smoke down onto Dumpster, spray through from Vigo, actually catches Kowers. The Bruiser traded back by Koala in an instant. Vigo still looking for more wall bangs. There's 2 low HP players and all 3 are tagged up. Mister comes in from mid control with a backstab. Koala is lost. ZMB also the same. All left at Ascenti. 7 points of health. Molotov on the bomb's position. It lands a bit deep, actually. They can still hold the diffuser. The smoke that goes down. Ultex will get right on it. And there's nothing that Ascenti can do now.
Just hold on to the weapon. You know that 1v3 is not coming in. Allow themselves to get that retake forward. And for FURIA Academy, while they had a pretty good side take, they end up just getting spammed through the wall. That's slightly unlucky. But then nothing really presents itself on the post plant. They struggle to find any more. They can't cut the rotate off from behind and then out from Dumpster. Even when the smoke starts to clear, the advantage still gets held. And FURIA Academy getting slowed down these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, the back and forth continues, even though they might have broken away with a few rounds of their own. Astralis could find themselves with 3 in a row themselves, and it would be equal standing once again. FURIA not allowed to get away with a decent T-side. Vessel in with the AKs. Flashes forward from a teammate. I think he saw Kowers. Certainly has now. Couldn't get the shot off on him. The nade stack tagging Vigo to 39. It's a better start on the other side of the map. It's Bruno, however, with the opening kill on Mister.
Yeah, FURIA Academy ranked 2nd in the event on T-side for highest utility ADRJ, and we get to see it right here on Overpass. A lot of nade stacks, a lot of damage coming through with the mollies as well. Even for Fessa, now without a teammate and without Ultex on B, everything's coming through for FURIA.
Okay, we'll take it. Vigo might have to suffer with it. Bruiser's all the way out of the sight. Kowers does get traded back by Fessor at least, but Koala, the Mat 10 onto Vigo's part, leaves it all on 2 men of the Astralis talent side. 1 man now actually with the M4, turning it in to a double kill. And yeah, that's overwhelming. Astralis knocked back a peg as FURIA get to 5.
Those frags out to Monster were really clean in from the Brazilians, and it just felt as if they got caught on pace. The site defenders just getting overwhelmed completely. And for FURIA Academy, just knowing that this is on their T side, if they can keep this up and keep it as competitive as it is, they'll set themselves up for a very good second half, Jay, and set themselves up for an opening 1-0 start to the series.
It's still too early to tell whether that's going to end up being the case here. A lot of rounds to play. So now the FURIA are the ones up ahead, and Fessor will get caught off by ZMB. So not a lot of cash for Astralis to save into the next round with $1,500 on Vigo. So it's going to be a double eco status here.
Yeah, not comfortable, is it? Just when you think you won the clutch, you won that 3rd round, which at least had a few more players staying alive, but with the economy state being as little as it is, you have to buy it up. Now, it's still a weaponry buy that I would look at, Jay, that has potential. You've obviously got that M4 out for Altex. You've got a Scout too. We actually saw Bruiser do very well with the Scout previously.
Got some sick shots, got some great stuff. M4 and SMG in Altex tagged up early already. Got past that M4 right back to another player as Vigo's Deagle just misses most of his bullets. Minimal tags to the players at the monster position, so overwhelmed towards the site, and even though the Scout could have had a chance to do some decent work out here towards long, it won't. Kawes, the kill onto Bruiser, and Mr. try to take him down with the Deagle as desperate as best he can, but ultimately there should not be much left in this round.
Yeah, they had a heavy stack out towards the A site, and FURIA Academy walked into a very open B. You've really got one player to hold a Vigo, and that is it. So try and hold on to the weapons that are applicable. This M4 of Fessa should get forced out to the open. I can't really see a way that he holds onto it for too much longer. Descenti out from the short pipe should be there for the trade, and there it is eventually. It's a slightly expensive round from FURIA Academy, but it was up against a force buy, and for the T's, they're just adding more rounds to the tally now. This is looking really good.
Yeah, Astralis won't be able to punish this damage that they've done here. Talk about the idea of potentially forcing the issue to try and get a lucky round of the next and fully reset FURIA. Now have that one AK on Altex though. Might just be the hero AK setup for Astralis. Not bothering to invest too much. A couple upgrades here and there. Again, Deagle P250. A smoke and a flashbang also bought in that one, so a little bit of util. Just on to set up some initial defensive line, Mr. in particular with the monster smoke. Might stall the execution, the fast play in from FURIA, and indeed it will.
Oh, we saw Astralis talent needing 3 gauntlet games in a row to make the playoffs last season, so they know what it's like to be on the other side of that. Now FURIA Academy trying to see if they can roll that streak forward, one win after the other, and try and see if they can go for the B-pop.
Astralis struggling as the 2 pistol players. Mr. able to get a headshot for it, and now the AK swinging forward for Vigo, getting some decent damage being done. 3 players alive. Now reduced to 1 on the Astralis talent side, so the bomb should commit towards the site. See, maybe the P250 can get the exit frag onto Descenti. That'd be the best thing that Astralis talent could get out of this situation. Certainly not the round going to be won here by them.
Try and keep it tight. FURIA Academy don't want to lose any more bodies than what's already been achieved. Descenti down low on 19 HP, just clearing out the majority of the site. There is a backstab in for Bruiser. Well, one more pick could actually be quite happy with that one.
Yeah, again, make the round expensive for FURIA. Most likely frag will be Descenti, but he's forward on the site, challenging onto Kawes, and Kawes will not be losing so easily to a simple pistol. So 7-3 to the board of FURIA Academy. 4 rounds in the lead for them. Now Shards have their true gun buy. M4's crossed the board once again.
Yeah, start weighing up the options here for Astralis talent. What have we not tried? Maybe a more aggressive setup out to long and out to the fountain position, try and take the fight in early. They've struggled to get opening man advantages, and just knowing that Astralis talent are ranked 2nd in the event, Jay, for the highest round win percentage on CT side, doesn't matter what the map is, shows how CT sided the majority of their games have been. It hasn't proved that here on Overpass.
Koala gets the kill on Bruiser. Evade the players and a boost up towards mid. Doubles up towards the second player in the end. How he got past him, though, I'm not certain. Pretty sure Astralis talent were confused themselves. Renino catches Mr. meanwhile up towards the B site, and in a matter of an instant, it feels like Astralis has just capitulated in this round.
Yeah, even though it's a matter of timing on how he gets out to long, it's the fact that he still multi-frags. Altex now just trying to play around the pillar position, no teammate in sight, getting forced out eventually. Fessel's trying to help from the heaven control, but FURIA Academy have just been rock solid.
Yeah, this T side has gone well for them. Astralis have struggled. And we can see why FURIA decided to pick into it, despite it being a great map for Astralis. Seems like there was a little bit more to that best of one than what we initially thought here. 8 to the board. Brazilian team looking pretty comfortable right now, I can say that much. Astralis. When do they start taking tacticals? When do they start making adjustments?
Hey, you gotta hope fairly soon. Try and get some insight in from their new coach of Modi, and he's definitely an ex-player that had quite a decent career in CS. We saw him playing on Fnatic, SK, Heroic. He played in Tier 1 for quite a while. Try and see if he can dip himself now into a coaching role. We're seeing more ex-players move into positions like that, so definitely makes sense. And for Astralis talent needing to bounce back, and even knowing that FURIA Academy played Prospects yesterday on Overpass and only managed 7 rounds on T-side, that was the one that went all the way to overtime, Jay. Knowing that it's comfortable now, I can imagine it's going to continue being comfortable.
Yeah, and again, on paper, this one could have been a close map. On paper, this could have been Astralis taking this victory pretty easily. It doesn't feel like that's going to be the case now. This round not providing any more encouraging signs for Astralis either. Hero M4 half bite. And quickly into the default Fessor. Look up against Koala first. Utility in his hands. He's actually going to switch to the AK. As the door gets open, it's ZMB with the opening kill.
They just had that crossfire locked. Even if that first player was going to fall, the trade was going to be instant. Vigo waiting for the boost and at least steals at ZMB. The problem is, Jay, what's the follow-up? They're not going to recover that rifle, that's for sure.
Boost it up instead. Vigo caught with some damage. Sees the weapon. Koala gets cruised and next taps onto Brunino. The AK just goes that little bit better, that little bit extra damage. 5-7's pretty decent onto Mr., but doesn't quite get the kill on short. So all left at Ultex in a 1 versus 4. FURIA will make light work of the pistols in this round. Astralis needs to break out the guns in round 13 and make it a successful basis, because otherwise we could be looking down another 12-3 half-tweg.
That would be pretty insane if even if we get to double digits. Maybe not insane from the outlook of what we're actually perceiving right now, but just to know that coming into today, 4 out of the 4 maps that we've had so far have just been heavily one-sided, and all on the map picks that have come in from the certain team rather than sort of winning each other's map picks or any wildness in that sort of sense.
Been really solid in general. Astralis finally can break out the AWP for Bruise. They've been lacking that all map long so far. AK to FURIA once again set up outside of the monster control, so their hearts are set on the B site. Nades coming in. Expressed behind the smokes. There can be more to come down from Astralis. It'll take some time for the execution to truly come through. Actually, maybe not. Flash is in. Here they come. Incendiary is down for Mr. Spray through onto Kawes. Great kill to open things up. Ultex with nades back, and that seems like it's applied the brakes.
Yeah, it's just a cancel. They try to pop out from that monster position, but they're being hit by so much counter utility. The flashes, the incendiaries, and look at how many bodies there are. There are 4 CTs right now on BJ, and FURIA Academy still want another go at it.
We've got one player at least prodding around the edge of the smoke. That's going to start to fade soon. The first one already has, and Koala does get Ultex. So now a 4-on-4. Molotov landing in the middle of the smoke, so not really much being landed for their own right. Mr. could get flashed in to check the position. Indeed, a player will get dinked down. That's Fessor with the kill onto Brunino. Koala also detected for him, and ZMB continue getting kills. 2v2 responded to. Koala is going massive. 3 kills. He breaks open a site and leaves it all to the AWP of Bruiser now. Checking position, and the headshot's perfect for the AK. A quadra for the man, and a 10th round for the FURIA Academy side.
Koala, the youngest player on this FURIA Academy side, having a field day. And just to look into that, that should not have been losable for Astralis talent. You had the opening pick, they had 4 players on B, Koala's on the edge of the smoke out of Monster, and somehow is isolating so many individual duels. To think that FURIA Academy got hit by so much counter utility, and they still go for the B here.
Yeah, Astralis is going to be miffed at that one. And buy back here. This half has been just going FURIA pretty easily so far. Astralis have shown very little fight in this first opening. And worry about not only the second half, but also the rest of the series once again. It is very early doors to tell, and it is not Astralis' map pick. Even so, again, we're still on for that 12-3 half-twag, and the nade stack's not going to help Astralis' counteraction. Vigo already down.
Excellent nades. We've seen it out to the boost position. This time around is towards the behind the pillar. They do at least get a trade towards that monster wall position, but slowing them down could be difficult because they want to act.
Yeah, Ultex with a kill to at least shut down the Senti and get the advantage for Astralis at last. Mr. looking for a bit of his own. Ultex will back off. Util in hand as Mr. sees ZMB jumping outside of the pipe and getting it to an even standing again. 40 seconds, that bomb is basically committed here. He just needs his teammates to come in from shore.
Oh, what a duel that was from ZMB. Yeah, the rotates are in quickly. He's still hanging around from this wall position, playing out from the grill. He needs some assistance of a crossfire, though.
Smoke set in, he got Bruiser with the FAMAS. Looking above on the default box, gets Koala to drop. A 3-on-2 for Astralis, swing back for Brunino. Sees where Fessor is, ZMB sees two more, try to transfer. As great as those two have been on this site take, they weren't so good at fending off the TTs forever. A fourth round to Astralis' board, finally breaking a round streak.
Yeah, long time coming, for sure it is for the Danes. And if they can find 5 at the turn of the half, they'll have some breathing room to try and set up a recovery. But just knowing for FURIA Academy that they've played Overpass 8 times the last 3 months, 6 wins, 2 losses, a round win percentage of 50.8 on T-side, to get to double digits, it feels like mission success is already there.
Yeah, last round of the half for Astralis to get something out of this one, and the 4-man boosters come through for FURIA Academy. The one lurker descent, he caught off by Fessor, and finally his confidence seems to have stuck here. The CT side about to receive the fast play into that B site. Figo, flashbang forward, Mr. with the SMG, has players all around him, little does he know. Brunino gets the engagement, wins that fight. Vigo trying to trade, but only goes so far with it. Ultex there with a response to drop that bomb. 2v2, has Fessor right behind him, trades back, now looks for Koala, the last player left, the AK versus the M4. The bomb known to drop to the site. I think he knows that Fessor's coming in for the backstab as well. Perfect headshot to hold down the round and hold it at 11-4 for FURIA to turn over their T-side.
I've been so impressed here from Koala. He has really been a highlight entity in this first map of Overpass, coming into clutch situations, allowing impact frags, multi-frags too. And for Astralis Talent, they kept it fairly competitive from the start. Went back and forth with a couple of force buy rounds. It thought as if it was going to be a fairly scrappy and competitive first half. And then instead, once the rifle round started to rain in, that's where FURIA Academy really put their foot down.
Yeah, and then from there, it was just all them. For the most part. At least Astralis evaded the 12-3 deficit, but 11-4 is not really that much better. And on your CT side as well, FURIA have done such a wonderful job here. The Danes might be in trouble in this opening map. What can their T side possibly be like? Can it be any better than this?
You'd hope so. I mean, statistically speaking, it's not as strong as their CT basis, but maybe they need some more out of individuals. I mean, even for Fessor, he's the second highest rated player in the event. He's put on an average of a 1.43 rating, and while he's been all right, while he's top of the board and he's up at 14 kills, he's the only player negative on his team. When you've got a player being as strong as him, you need that extra. You need the X factor. And I think if they can rely on Fessor to be the playmaker come in the second half, there might be room to work with.
They've got to build around him, though. Feels like Fessor was one of only 2 players really truly finding the impact. Just a round to go live here for Astralis, and the Glocks be there to try and bolster up and start off their second half. Smoke and flash. Ball Vigo brought down. Sacrifice the Kevlar. His teammates will take it, though. Util is over on to Cowes. The double flash and defuse kit for him. Everybody else, standard stuff.
Just a spot for early information. Play 4B, one up to party, just to kind of clear anything out towards T-Con. A lot of space is being taken and a lot of pace, but Bruiser is going to be the first one to fall.
Ultex looking to lean out against the next man here, the Senti. The P2K taps forward, sees the players that are inbound, and Brunino has got to come in with support because the Senti will get overwhelmed. The 4-on-3 still favors FURIA Academy here. Fessor tries to make his way into the mid-control. Will Astralis follow?
It's a decent timing, and if he creates the duel onto ZMB, that could open up this A side directly. The P250's got to act, and at least the support's following around. This USP's got to be careful about overextending, because the P250's going to rip the head.
Yeah, now it's perfect shot against ZMB. A 3-on-3 with the bomb now committing to the site. I think down at default as well, they look for the plant back, but Kawes with decent heads back onto Fessel, removes him. Viggo forced to respond. Koala now moving in, sees at least one. Now the second player is forced off the bomb carrier position. Ultex drops, and Viggo will go the same. No bomb plant committed for Astralis Talent as FURIA get the pistol and set themselves up on victory row.
It's Koala again to close out that round. Just when you start having that glimpse of a bit of magic in the air, that Fessor is able to force it back into a 3v3, gather the kill towards the left-hand side of Dice with an all-impactful P250 tap, they're not able to get the bomb plant, Jay. And that then really means you're not going to force the next, are you? You're down 4-12, you really want to get yourself back in the game, but without that bomb plant bonus, you just don't have the money.
Astralis now down to the pistols once again. The force buy will not come through thanks to no bomb plants. They'll just rush at the B site. And there it is, ripped apart by the FAMASs. Overwhelming. Barely anything done there by the T side, but they have got the guns back in the next round. So chance to really turn it around from there, but it's got to be a victory, else it'll just be over from there.
Yeah, Vertigo really starting to loom here for the FURIA Academy side, and it does give me a fair amount of confidence, Jay, to say, okay, well, we've seen head-to-heads in the past. It's been fairly competitive between the two. FURIA Academy have obviously been very prepared for Overpass, and knowing that Vertigo gets picked very often for Astralis Talent, I'm getting the feeling that even FURIA Academy are going to be prepared for map 2, looking at the way they're playing here.
Yeah, you mentioned preparation in the pre-game, and it definitely feels like FURIA are prepared for this one. Astralis had all that material to go over, and yet they just can't seem to get a break here. Even missed a flash back away from the monster entrance. Couldn't see the players that made their way through that smoke. He'll get back over at Raver and try and hope that they extend that far that he can get the kill. Instead, no one will do so. FURIA sit pretty. Start to rotate players into the A side because they're going to need some there. The B side's basically been cleared out from here.
And just knowing that FURIA Academy have taken so much map control, the only area of the map that they don't have vision on is long. So this is already the tell to start rotating players up and keep eyes on that long control. Ultex is hoping to force out some level of rotate from the top of cold position.
60 seconds and the bomb will get down right now. 5-on-5 retake. FURIA trying their hand at this. Not going for any particularly major backstabs, it's just that someone is a little bit late to the party on this. ZMB with the flash in, nade back as well to the backside. SMG will check the corner, see nothing. Viggo caught off guard, does fall to Koala, but took ZMB with him. And the bomb not even planted for Astralis, actually. They can put the smoke down right there to protect themselves from the long control. Bruiser gets those 2 frags. Kawes gets to the return, and Mr. trades it. It's now all left to one man of Kawes, and he's unfortunately caught out of position with no time left on the clock to fall away and stay alive. It will be around for Astralis Talent. That looked like it could have been a pretty easy retake, though. They just realized it was planted on the other side of Dice. That would have just been a stick.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. As soon as I saw that bomb plant going down, I thought, why aren't they taking bank control? Typically, if you plant reverse Dice, you want to take bank and dumpster control, and you want to make it really awkward. But instead, they just get it down into a 5v5 and find themselves in a position where as soon as that retake comes in, they have to charge forward. They have to keep an eye on whether that bomb is being stuck at all and not just being tapped. Overall, though, the crossfires were very good, and FURIA Academy just weren't able to get anyone on the bomb directly. 13-5, it's now at least a chance.
Well, it's a start, that's what it really is. Much like the comebacks in the previous maps, though, will it be enough? Do they have enough in the tank here for Astralis? Well, the follow-up round definitely seems to indicate so. ZMB and Descenti, though, they get the trades. 3-on-2, making it one as Ultex swings, and ZMB will fall the same. It's all left to Koala. Back up on the A side, and the man to receive, of course, the 3 T-side players coming inbound. All going towards long, though. There you go, faces, spray through, gets the kill, gets the first, damage done to the second, and Mr. gets the kill together, so all in all, it stays together. For Astralis, 6 to their board.
That was just relentless aggression coming through from FURIA Academy, and that makes sense. They've got an aggressive long player, 3 in and around the party stairs. They really wanted to have the intent on closing the distance on the fights, and for Astralis Talent, it comes down to them obviously having mass players and not just having a few lurkers around Fountain or that park position. They had enough numbers to really capitalize on some of those trading games. First tactical 2 from FURIA.
Seen very little of those, honestly. Tactical's been relatively liberal over in the last series. In this one, I think this is the second one. If memory serves it correctly, I think Astralis took one earlier. FURIA with their first. Not much to bolster around the follow-up round for it. They got the pistols out, upgrades in, nades on a couple, but nothing major here.
I have a chat with MSR, the ex-coach of Pain. Try and see if they can muster up some knowledge on what they want to try and achieve come the next round. They've at least got a nade stack towards that monster position, that once there's a flash over the top or there's a walk forward, they can just rain them down into a stack. Unfortunately, there's no map control really getting gained towards short ward or monster, so they'll have to hold on to their nades and try and use them elsewhere.
Well, no contact means they won't throw it just yet. Astralis walk their way up and into the mid control with an open A-bomb site. Should just see the plant down. FURIA might send it back in, maybe try and look for some sort of pistol retake, damage being done, steal an AK away. The round, however, is going to be a difficulty that probably is a bit impossible to surmount.
Yeah, knowing that Vigo's been able to clear out all of A, they now know that there's a stack involved, so just slow it down even further. FURIA Academy have not rotated over, so this is just going to be a mowdown.
One scene, and he goes for the initial shot first rather than looking for more. Cowards will get caught anyway. Bomb goes down. Nulltex will also be traded, so there's an AK for them to grab. Get it and get out. Nope. Vigo. Other plans. Nades back to position. Try and buy a bit harder cover. Koala, I think, playing the fake. The AK has escaped as Vigo gets that kill. So Pistols doing their best work. ZMB doesn't survive though, so it looks like that AK stays out of play for FURIA.
Now, Descenti still going to get away with another, so the P250 doing some further damage in. Very cheeky of what FURIA Academy tried there. So they hold on to their HEs, they realise, all right, well, they're not going to find any damage with this, considering it's the A stack. So they kind of throw them forward to give the vision away to pick up the AK. The only problem is you've got players coming in from short water. You've got players coming in from elsewhere, which is really going to sandwich in that saved-in weapon. 7 on the board for Astralis Talent, and they're slowly trying to see if they can mount up a comeback here on the second half.
Yeah, only 6 rounds to make it up, so it's not impossible. Again, it's just building that basis and following it up. And they found their start, they found their rhythm. The AWP boosted up for Bruiser. I think he missed the mark on the Heaven drop. Assuming anyone went to Heaven, I don't think anybody did. Either way, tower boost sees nothing, and the CTs will charge their way up into the short control, taking map control away from Astralis Talent.
Yeah, very quick boost to look in towards Heaven. Unfortunately, no one on the drop down means that no opportunity gets granted. And no over map control has been taken from FURIA Academy either, so they haven't been punished for that tower boost. ZMB, the AWP player, and the IGL for FURIA Academy. Funny enough that you've got both players on either side that are IGLs and Orbers.
The good old Fallen Special. On occasion, of course. Secondary Orb in his teams. Primary M4 for Kawes will try to hold down the defensive in connector. Bates from ZMB's Orb will catch off the Orber's position of the Astralis side. Mister, however, that strikes first. Kawes first to fall. Koala dropped as follow-up. Brunino able to get at least one kill from bottom con. One player low HP on Vigo, so a pretty easy kill. Indeed, he gets it. Professor so fast and responsive, so the advantage sits with Astralis.
Now, this could just be a save call, in all honesty. Descenti trying to see if he can send himself an incendiary to deny the bomb from going down, try and get some spam connections. A lot of damage has been done to Ultex, but nothing's being presented, so just back off.
Yeah, Descenti just got to try and play his timing right to evade the shots of the AK through that smoke. Escapes dodge on your right, just best to save those weapons. FURIA Academy are going to allow Astralis to get up to 8, so this comeback is now doable, very much so. A 5-round margin of possibilities is where we look at for Astralis Talent. This T-side has started to really get going here.
Yeah, it felt as if they were able to mimic over-rotations fairly easily. Especially around the bathrooms and connector position was where the majority of the damage came through. A couple of kills in for Mistor, Vigo getting into the mix too. And now with a couple of rifles being saved in, you still don't really have the best of economy floats. They're going to be able to buy around it. It's not going to be ideal though.
13-8. Both teams have their weapon buys as standard. The AWP's in. Both squads have big greens, AKs, M4s, and SMG for Koala. Set to the defaults, where they'll make their way quickly up and into the short control. A couple of players from the CT side might try responding. Mr. behind that smoke recognises he's got to fall away. He can't afford to give up his life.
Just giving the map control over, allowing the respect forward. Even if Fessel starts working out to Monster, this could be a fairly easy side take. All they'll need is a smoke or a molly towards those short sandbags, and B is theirs.
For Brunino, kill found against Fessel. Do you think he's the only player? He now knows otherwise. Mr. giving up the ghost spray, manically desperate to get a kill, but now he's forced to fall away. Vigo providing support to now seen, including the bomb carrier. Bruiser's all does not see the feet of his NMB. The nades back should force Koala down to 61.
Now they know damage is going to come in. They're going to struggle to get the bomb plant in, though, so they're going to have to slow it down and start working out the default because Ultex is coming out of connector. That's what they were waiting for.
His NMB had it marked, but the kill still came in for the T side, and with that sequence, it looks like they're out of there. Ultex even turns the AWP up to another good kill, a triple for him in the round. And Descenti, nothing he can do. He's got to go ahead and save the weapon. Decimated by Astralis' take, and when they look good, they look real confident.
It just shows here that Astralis Talon are putting in some good numbers on the T side. I mean, typically speaking, they only have a round win percentage of 42 on the T side. But as of right now, they've been able to start getting into some good momentum. They're having some good mid-round calls as well. And just forcing the mistakes forward of slowing down, allowing Ultex to create that opportunity out from connector, and then everything just musters together, especially with the AWP pick-in from Ultex. 9 on the board, getting closer to the double digits. FURIA Academy probably sweating it a bit now.
Yeah, very much so. How many rounds in a row has it been for Astralis Talon to get this back from the brink? I think it's been 5 so far. And the pistol and the eco is all that FURIA have won in this half. That's concerning. Because usually you'd look at that and think, okay, well now they've got the winning elements, right? 11-4 to 13-4. There's only a matter of time before you can really cut them out. It's the AWP on the tower boost. Again, looks in towards heaven. Sees one individual. Doesn't get the kill against him, though. It's Descenti, actually, that might have the next bit of action. Moving forward, M4 out. Caught off by Ultex.
That just felt way too risky. You're working with a single M4 come the 23rd round, and rather than sending some of the other pistols in and around with it, it's a solo aggressive play, and that rifler just gets punished so quickly, and it just means that you probably can't expect much more damage to continue in a round like this.
Yeah, especially with Vigor hitting shots like that. Cow is caught, brought to his knees. NMB backed up in the pizza corner. The Deagle will be watching the bathroom's entrance alongside Brunino, watching out the long controls. So the A-site passive crossfire is set up. Astralis work their way in to find these individuals and will clear up the round for good.
Boost up. Oh, they're just watching for it. Really good patience. And this is what we've been saying consistently with Astralis Talon on T-side, is just slowing the clock and having these slow, methodical defaults.
Saw a lot of that from Ninjas in the last series, and Astralis making it work very great for them. I say that, and the Deagles are still fighting. Koala with a frag. And no more than that, Mr. with the kill found in the back of the side. Brunino now left alone, turning away from the T side, just across into the B side. Hears it now, knows the mistake he's made. Might be able to get the exit on Vigor on the way out. Indeed, there's utility pulled out ahead of him, but now the shot's ringing in. Allow him to go back behind the boxes, peek back in for a second attempt, and we'll get the round together for Astralis.
And this could be where the inexperience of FURIA Academy in EU starts to crack, Jay. Have a look at some of their results in the last 3 months outside of the Academy League, and they're all local. They're all back home in South America. They haven't played any other events here in Europe in recent history. So with that in mind, you start thinking, oh, they're up to 13. They've had that for quite a while. The streak's coming back in. Astralis Talent are one of the strongest teams here in the Academy League. If they strike now, that could be the series completely over.
Yeah, again, this very map is the basis for FURIA being able to take anything in this series, so they lose overpass, and, well, 2-0 is calling us for Astralis. Only 3 rounds to separate the two teams, of course. 3 for the victory on Furia's part, 6 for the victory on Astralis' part. So a bit of a ways back for the Danes. They have all weapons in play, so this is the perfect chance to do so.
Just making sure they flash off that party angle in case there's anything aggressive. This time around, FURIA Academy definitely more on the back foot. ZMB with the AWP playing out from the bathrooms. A lot of map control already gained towards that short water control. And just start working forward. They'll need to flash the AWP off angle, or at least molly him. Instead, he's actually going to retreat himself.
Now fall back. He's being put up by Astralis to try to do some damage to players that might be forward there, but as you mentioned, FURIA backed away. Walks in for Fessor, will try to lead that charge up in mid. That's going to be the main focus of Astralis here.
Yeah, that re-smoke's pretty well timed. That's going to slow it down even further. And rotating the third player up into Senti too. They're starting to come through with a decent read for FURIA Academy, but it might be the over-location. That bomb's heading back in towards B, and now Koala and Brahino's going to have to be the guys to hold up the defense.
Well, they picked the right site at least. Lesser players back here. Could be some quick rotations from the AWP into Heaven. Even he's over at Banks, so it's going to take some time for ZMB. Starting to rotate away, but it won't be there in time. 30 seconds, Astralis going for the hit.
Even that flash out towards Monster doesn't give him a lot of information because the counter flash is better.
Reno can't hold on either. Mister. The frag found on the 5-on-3 means FURIA are going to save it. Not even going to bother with a rotation. You could see it in their composure. Started it out towards Dumpster, but then realized there's no point. Save.
And it doesn't seem like much of a hunt here from Astralis talent, which is kind of surprising, knowing how much they could wreck the economy if they do decide to push forward. They've got Fessor up towards the top of Con. They've now got Vigo to kind of play together so they can slowly march their way out and just get vision on any of the saving CTs. 11 rounds now. This streak is now turned into 7 in a row.
And that's discouraging for FURIA. Knowing how decently they were looking in that first half, considering that they were the ones that were looking like they were the one-sided affair, the one-sided force. Astralis bringing back a one-sided comeback. And it doesn't feel like it feels like there's nothing that FURIA can do, right? Like they've been trying all these things, but Astralis has just been that one step ahead.
Could have just been a slow start from Astralis. You think about the idea that they had a 3-4 deficit at the start, but then the streaks continued in, and you're working at a 4-13 deficit. It's not often that you can recover a situation like that, but these last handful of rounds have been very convincing. Trying to get out of T-Con quickly, too.
As Cowards with the kill onto Ultex. Vigo knows that he's out there here, going to be looking for the frag. The Molotov doesn't extend towards him. The second one might sandwich him in. Eventually start to burn and get taken down by Bruiser's AWP.
And they've still got some defensive to hold around that top of composition. ZMB getting flashed off the angle, but still holding for the moment. Now, Astralis talent aren't even really prodding around too much towards the A site. Instead, they just want to regroup in T-spawn, start making that vision back over towards B. And as this is happening, more of the util from FURIA Academy is getting drained to quite minimal.
Baiting it in further and further. Still have a couple of smokes that they can utilize. One of which is on this B site. Be careful about it though. Wait until the proper moment and use it to smoke up Koala. Deny him any, or deny the T side rather, any access to him. Spotted. Molotov sent back. Smoke over as well. Counter flash at the ready. Grenades up from the third man that's now joined the fray. Incendiaries that will cancel the execution for Astralis talent.
They still got the room to work with, and even ZMB is waiting for the play back in towards Connector. That drops the bomb.
Can't quite catch that second. Will get driven away himself. 30 seconds. Mister will indeed grab the bomb and continue to press forward and connect to control. Vigo desperate to get a kill back on the B side, but nothing's coming his way. And they haven't rotated. They don't think it's a rotation. They're going to stick pretty and wait on that B site. Koala sees ahead, gets the first. Vigo there with a trade back. Brunino struggling to deal with the man in the creek. Sees that bomb in the open. Spray through the AUG with the frag, and all left to Bruiser. Alone against ZMB. Shot down to connect, and 14-11. FURIA Academy have broken the streak.
And just because of ZPM not being forced forward, like obviously they flashed him out towards that top of composition, but because he didn't fire, it means that they don't have the information that the AWP is playing con there, Jay. And with that in mind, they think about, okay, maybe we make a mid-round, maybe we make an over-rotation back up to con over to the A side. And instead, as soon as they lose that fight, it cancels the plans completely. It forces FURIA into a position where they can start pummeling that util forward towards the monster and short position, and FURIA Academy finally get their 14th and even catch off the boost.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, not for FURIA. The boost even getting boosted up for ZNB into the short control. Looking at connector. Looking at the short pipe. Very twitchy style of checking here. Fessor caught off by Cowards. They weren't checking all the way up long, thinking they might be in the bathroom. That's a wrong call to make. A 5-on-3 and FURIA edging closer and closer to their map win.
They could have just needed a break. That one round to really get themselves settled, because now you think about what they've achieved in round 26. They've got a couple of opening advantages. They know the AWP is playing Divider, and they've got 3 and 8 to defend.
Bigger with the lean. Checking the backside as the aiming through the handle. Sensi, that's caught. Think down against him. I saw the AWP also coming in. That's Ultex that gets caught himself. Vigo traded back by Cowards, and Mr. left alone in the 1 versus 4. Gets the first kill. A bit of time to get the second, third, and fourth ones, but on low HP now, it's a wall bang from ZNB, predicting the angle at the right moment and getting map point in style.
Oh, okay. That came out of nowhere. What a hold towards that bank position from the AWP, just getting some consistency forward, allowing FURIA Academy up to 15. Mate, that is an absolute ripper. And knowing that it's just one more now, it's got to be such a great feeling for the Brazilians. The pressure's been relieved.
We thought Astralis might come back and equalize that lead that they held for so long. FURIA bounce back and get to map point. 4 map points. Astralis have the chance to come back to OT. The Bruise is taking some major risks to do so. The AWP down to 31 points of health to cover off long, where no one's holding for FURIA.
Getting out of there quickly, trying to play it a little bit more back passive, and Astralis Talent gaining this connector control from the bottom up. And left that bomb outside of the T-Spore position. Even the AWP posted towards long could just hold here until there's a contact.
Where's the contact with Vigo? Kill found onto Cowards. And now ZNB will start to make the move in. Smoke's down in his position, though he can't look into the bathrooms directly. Not yet, at least. One player charges forward, and that's Fessor's mistake. Kill found to an even standing.
Even Descenti on the jump up has just spotted the AWP. Doesn't know about the player at the headshot position. This is Ultex flying into the side and at least capturing that opener.
They haven't done anything about ZNB, though. They know that he's there. Found that kill earlier. But the bomb's making its way into that B side. They've left it all on the likes of Koala. Smoke's down. Bruno bursting out towards the A side, but again, it's all down to Koala. 2 members of the T side walking in from Monster. He gets these double up. They have to steal the deal. Vigo's caught. Mr. Trades back. B's fallen.
Getting that bomb down is going to come down to the lurk attempt and how quickly those rotations come through. You've got the safety of at least clearing out as much of this water position as possible. They've still got the intent down here towards a graffiti position. This could be unanswered.
It's right through. Mr. gets the kill together. Now they've got to go for the plant here. A little bit lucky on that sense. 1 point of health for the man. The engagement could have gone very far awry, and that would throw the whole round out. 12 to the board of Astralis Talent, FURIA Academy. Gonna rest it on ZNB to save the AWP. So they're not out of the woods just yet. They're on map point. It's not over till the fat lady sings, though.
That's a very risky duel for Mr. Rather than just getting the bomb down towards default, he actually crosses the sight line from Heaven and towards Graffiti. At least wins out that fight, even on low HP, and the timing. Oh, he's been spotted, hasn't he? This is an easy pick, or maybe not.
Okay, exit frag with ZNB, but he's being hunted. Oh, the AWP of the T side almost whiffed it himself. Until he sent over with an AIDS. It looks like he stays, though. Happy to hold on to the big green. And again, 12 will be conceded to Astralis. The rebuy will also be afforded by FURIA. There's just enough cash for it.
Yeah, it's luckily enough that the AWP, staying alive, just has so much money in the bank. Hasn't had many deaths at all. And it means that he's able to drop 2 M4s in a round like this. The FURIA Academy just got to close. Got to be in a position to shut it down. And remember, 13-4 lead. This map should have been closed a long time ago.
And Astralis has come back. It takes the map away from it, and FURIA will be miffed at how this has worked out here. Nades on Fessor again, the good start. The Orpa Bruiser leaning in first. A teammate of Vigor also right behind the Descenti. Catches Vigor with his back turn. Backup's also firing onto that general position. Bruiser sees nothing of the AWP. The smokes go down, they suppress further.
Just try and stall for as long as possible, but the monster players are already out. Mr. spamming through the smoke, at least finds that return, but the continuation is still here with the rotates.
Yeah, 3 players on the site in total, 2 at water, and 1 of them goes down. Descenti and Kawes repositioning back off from the site itself. The AWP of ZMB sees several. Kawes will spray back. The bomb will get planted. They're firing on its general position, but it just gets away safely. 4 on 3 here for the post plant. And Kawes leaning in for a bit more. Bruises up, sees him, but Kawes with a kill. And even standing as they push further forward. Catch off Fessor being so low. 1 point of health. Needs backup desperately here. And finally Kawes will catch that kill. Now to Mr. and Ultex. Bomb open for that short entrance, and both players crossfire locked. A smoke can go down. They can sit the ninja defuse. What can they do here? Onto the bomb. Tapped and stuck. Spray through. Got to get towards it. And ZMB with the AWP picks come up good to close it down. 16-12 for FURIA Academy. They have map 1.
That wasn't the easiest affair at all to be able to get it done, Jay, but the final result comes through, and for FURIA Academy, I think they can be very happy with the start that they had in that first half, the start they had in the second, and then it kind of got a little bit awkward towards the end.
Well, to draw parallels to that last series, fnatic Academy had a very similar start to their own right. Didn't quite win that one map when when Young Ninjas had their one-sided scoreline. Astralis nearly bringing the comeback as a good omen for map 2. Their pick of Vertigo after this break. Astralis may have tried their hand at the comeback. They weren't quite able to get it past the finish line, though. A last-ditch effort from FURIA Academy got them past map 1 of Overpass, their own map pick to their credit. Now we move towards Vertigo. And again, where we can't help but draw parallels to that last series, because much like how it was for Fnatic Rising, they were able to bring a comeback and they were able to win map 2 and 3. Is that going to be the case for Astralis now?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. They lost their opponent's map pick. They go into Vertigo. This is a strong pick. And towards the back end of the veto, Vertigo and Mirage are some of the best maps in the pool for Astralis talent. For FURIA Academy, I think that they can still put up a decent fight, because at least in their best of 3 yesterday, they played Vertigo, and it was a 14-16.
Yeah, I mean, that's encouraging at the very least, but we're talking about, like, still a loss, and we're still talking about a map that the Astralis boys have always had, like, great proficiency on in the last 3 months, especially. They haven't played it much in the Academy League, but when it comes to internationally, they've played teams like Masonic several times on it. They've beaten them. In the Danish scene especially, they always win this kind of a map. So, for me, I'm looking at them thinking that this second map is probably going to be theirs in a pretty decent nutshell, and I don't feel like I see the same sort of potential for a FURIA comeback as I saw for Astralis over on that first map.
One thing is to keep in mind, though, a lot of those are local derby matchups, right? We haven't quite seen Astralis talent take on that many teams outside of their own region. So with that in mind, the stylistic point of view that FURIA bring to the table could be something different that they haven't quite faced in recent history. But to me, this looks like it's going to go to a third.
Yeah, that's my sort of read on it as well, right? Like, even though we have had some close maps from FURIA Academy on this map up, especially in the Academy League, they've all been losses. And some of them, I mean, yeah, they have been close, but they've also been some others which are just like, well, 3-16 against Big. Yeah. Like, that's not great, you know? Like, it's not like I can look at this map and say confidently with the history involved that FURIA have a decent chance of winning it, because by all accounts, it should just be Astralis taking this one.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, Big top their group, and they're already in the playoffs. So every other team that they've played, it has been very competitive, and it has been very down to the wire. And I think certainly for them, if they can get off to a good start, if they can lead by example, if they can close some important rounds, they can try and see if they can snatch this. Because, again, for FURIA Academy, they've already played 2 Gauntlet games. This is now their third. The longer you get along the bracket, the tougher it's going to get. And they know that they're going to be in for a difficult time here, map 2.
I mean, I think they were always preparing for that, considering how down to the wire it went against the Prospects in the previous round of the matches. So for them, I can kind of sympathise with how they'd be prepared for this. But Astralis talent, like, they're just a much more well-oiled machine for my money. And I do feel like they kind of bottled it a little bit in that last map. Definitely letting it go down to a 4-11.5 is not great for them. I don't think they're going to repeat the same mistakes in maps 2 and 3.
You'd hope so. You'd hope that the favourites can really dig deep and put on a good performance here, especially their City side. Obviously, they're not going to start there, but once they get into that second half, that's where they can really come into their own. And I think that's where we'll see them at their full strength.
Let's see, that's where they'll be at T-side, as you mentioned, for Astralis to kick things off. FURIA into the pistol round with the defuse kit onto ZMB once again. Double flash and smoke for Decenti, so lacking a little bit in the Kevlar department on those 2 individuals. Everybody else have a default pistols in Kevlar, a minimal amount of util for Astralis talent themselves.
Yeah, got to wonder here for Astralis talent what the get-go is going to be on the pistol, knowing that they've just got a single molly. Decenti already being quite passive in towards the mid-control. Quite a few players being granted over access towards the bottom of ramp. But you do have a lot of players going in for a mid-walk, so it could be a distraction play here with the ramp players.
Making a bit of noise. Vessel is set up at the alley position, ready to receive them. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, that mid-walk starts to come through. Benino spots them and gets gooshed down. 94 points of damage done in a single shot right there. Just like that, Astralis have control of the round. Not quite full on a 5-on-4 scenario. There is potential that they can respond back. ZMB is going to try and take the onus back here towards the ace side. The nade missing onto Bruiser, or missing a lot of damage at the very least. Back up, rotating to the back lines, but it might have to be a retake setup for FURIA.
Now, Vigor going to fall down. Players coming through incredibly quickly. The bomb plant has come through, but no map control has actually been gained, and no backstab. It's going to have to just come down to the T's holding on the side directly.
Smoke's coming down here for Decenti. A flashbang ready to let his teammates get in here. 3 of them out at elevator. 1 kill found. 1 player extremely low for the CT side. Koala firing away. Does get a kill because they're blind alongside Perino. Decenti with the latest to a 2-on-2 situation. The Astralis have done their trading. They've got players close and far. The PT-50 tapping. They're on the defuse. The knife's out. Vortex gets that kill and tries to dodge out of the way. And a 1 versus 1. Decenti will get the trade together. Hold down to the defuse. I think he's just got enough time for it. It's going to be close, but it will be a pistol win for FURIA.
Very well done in the chaos there. Just when you feel like it's going to be a position where they're not going to hold the defuse, that the trades are coming through from the T side, they hold their calm, they make sure a couple of important kills come through. Descenti with so much of a distraction play. Alltech's going in for the knife. Of course, that's extra money. Keep in mind, this is 4 kills and a bomb plant. They're going to force buy, and Astralis Talent will probably get an AK for Alltech's next round.
Indeed they will. Knife out. Getting that money together. Bring it in with the gun to buy, of course, as you would expect for Astralis. Force invest with the bomb plant bonusing. All 5 rifles out to play with for the T side. Same can be said for FURIA, though. And then for Master Break comes up good for Cowes. Trade for Bruiser with a responsive. Cowes can double up, in fact. And hold it on his lonesome. Koala less than lucky on the side alley position. Professor charges so far forward towards us. Cowes can get caught off guard. Indeed he does, but Descenti finds the trade back. So the chaos for Astralis leaves only Bruiser in a 1v2.
Yeah, both teams just not giving up on that. You could see the way that FURIA Academy wanted to continue fighting that top ramp control, and Astralis Talent were not backing down at all, and it comes down into a situation in which the trading game offers up a favoritism towards the Brazilians. Bruiser in the 1v2. I mean, this is very promising. Get the bomb down, try and work out the individual jewels, and a smoke to work with. This is still very winnable.
Just going to isolate them individually. Smoke goes down to the right, and the bomb will go down at default. Of course, indicating and telegraphing exactly where he's at. Where does he play this from? Back up over towards Banger.
He's got to really try and waste the time on this one. Can't allow FURIA Academy to get into the side quickly, and they're actually slowing it down. They might be expecting an aggressive play to get in front of the generators itself.
Bruiser repositions for a second time. Bomb, I think, just disrupted, the vision disrupted by the double stack. Face in, the face out, there it is. Brunino with a kill back towards the man. The defuse will just be held together by FURIA Academy once again. 2-0 to their board, but Astralis 2 bomb plants here.
And they can force again. They can go double AKs and Galils for everybody else. Just keep that pressure up. That's exactly what they're going to do straight away, because they have to look at the perspective of chance. And knowing that they've done so much economical damage these last couple of rounds, you give yourself that thought process of, we're so close to that instant reset, so let's push ourselves closer to it.
It's when they lose a round without getting a bomb plant where they start to consider the eco basis. Reset potential very high, and if they can get it, then they can potentially overtake you, FURIA, very quickly. Get 3-2 to their own board. Smokes down, Vessel leaning in first and foremost. Cowes with the M4. Inside player right ahead of him, but he just can't see him through the midst of that smoke. Blind fire from the AK will drive the CT player back.
A lot of respect being given up to Senti not deciding to go for the spam. Flash forward, they might actually have an aggressive peek.
Swing in, Alltech's caught, a 5-on-4 as he backs up. The Fessor's there for a quick trade. ZMB quick to take his place. Doesn't see anything more than this. Smokes up for block vision again for Astralis.
Cowers needed to keep fighting there, just didn't have the room to back off and hold on to his life. You could even say Brahino has gotten quite aggressive towards the B stairs. They can stack up the A bomb site at least with a couple of players, keep that watch on towards the mid control, and even the flash coming over just missed that opportunity of Von Fessa.
Backs up once again. Raze just continues. Descenti. Back up his teammates in the back lines. The 3-man unit will start to push forward and try and regain some map control and presence of Astralis Talent. Descenti will go dropping for it, but him and Koala get a couple kills on the way out. Trades together. ZMB leaves it all on Bruiser for another 1v2 clutch. Bombs on his back. Where does he go for the plant with this? Does he even go for the plant? Yes, down at default. Taps one. Look at the sniper's nest. See the 2 players, but only get damage. No kills. 3-0 for the FURIA start.
And without that plant, like you mentioned, Jay, you're not going to keep buying. You get yourself into a state where maybe you go down to hero for one, or you upgrade slightly, but there's no room for another force invest. And that was a very good round from FURIA Academy. It seemed as if they had a bit of a tell towards the end of it, that they ended up having 3 on A, and the B player went over towards mid, so they definitely had the indication that it was an A lean towards the top of ramp. 3-0 start. It's been competitive so far.
Yeah, even though it is no rounds for Astralis at the moment, they've still all been close. Heavy damage sustained by FURIA. You can see that from the cash amounts. Got players at 750, no dollars at all. The Eagles not quite as frivolous in terms of getting the frags together and doing the damage in this round, but they'll try their hand at it. Fessor will get overwhelmed first.
Yeah, Mister, just trying to see if he can create a mid pick and try and make it uncomfortable for Koala, who's already been seen, thinking about a reposition now. And FURIA Academy still putting some pressure down towards this alley entrance at the top of ramp. With these upgrades, though, you got some armor, you got some digs. Yeah, if they can overwhelm Brahino, maybe they get a bomb down on B. Oof, maybe not.
Not when he's hitting shots like that. And not when he's standing with an AK and the backup right behind him. Boost attempted. I think he just got spotted as Vigo goes falling. Bruiser's next to fall. Well, he's missed against the Eagle shot. So, something. Maybe if he can grab that rifle, that would be more impactful towards the Astralis Talon side. But as it stands, it's just a single frag. A single casualty, which FURIA can account for. Continue with their CT start as the guns come back for Astralis.
Oh, we've definitely seen from FURIA Academy in recent history, Descenti is one to keep an eye out for, and Vertigo and Cowers as well. And those two guys often put up the most numbers for FURIA Academy. 4-0 start, some breathing room to work with, and now probably be a bit more difficult being up against the rifle rounds. And for Astralis Talent, this is where they've got to set a precedent, I think, Jay, to just show how strong they can be on this map.
Smoke set, Descenti, Fausting forward alongside several players around him. Vessel going to get caught off guard by the main CT force. Descenti with a double, finally overwhelmed by Vigo, who's desperate to get another trade back against the other two players. Taps forward, but drops that bomb in the end. A 2-on-2 thanks to the other trades for Astralis, and ZMB brings it back into Furia's advantage. Ultex responds towards him, and now leaves it all onto Cowes. 13 HP, but he has the bomb, he has the smoke. He's going to play ahead of it. Ultex might be lulled into a false sense of security here. Oh, Cowers, this is real sneaky.
Oh, I like this. He's got to realize he's low on HP. 13 points, you've got to be out of the hat. You've got to try something different. He puts the smoke down to indicate he's still playing at RAM.
Ultex checking, Cowers catches him in the back of the head. Important, very fantastically played for him at 13 HP. He needed to go big brain because he couldn't have won directive fight. It was utter chaos from the word go, though. Fessor seeing everybody, and just from that, just the trading game began.
And this is where I think in the Academy League, Jay, you can see visions of the main team. They try and play as similar to the main team as possible. And I mean, that's a FURIA special right there, just charging down towards that bottom of ramp. Relentless aggression, just constantly holding down W and wanting to take as many fights as possible. FURIA Academy off to a flyer.
Ultex so close towards Brahino. M4 fights and does lose it. Cowes did get one trade, but he falls the same, so 2 for 1, and the responsive Astralis Talent have the man advantage.
A double up set up for the city side. Ultex just on the other side of the railing. Descenti's got to be careful about overextending. Rotates are going to be so damn slow, so it's really just him. At least Koala's taking map control, aggressing down towards the bottom of ramp. Doesn't quite force it into a 3v3, though.
Yeah, instead of 4v2, Astralis starting to finally pull away, starting to get a decent round on their board. And as soon as I say that, they run into ZMB, so there is resistance being held by FURIA. 2 players also being pretty low, so this round is still doable for them if they can find the right engagements.
Yeah, hearing some of this util out towards the A site is indicating ZMB to come over, at least have his eyes set towards this A site, and he's still pressing quite aggressively.
All backs up towards that mid control, expecting there to be somebody in Fessor. He's right to assume that, but he's even more passive than one might even imagine. We've got to focus on the sites themselves. Mister has made his way up. The footsteps should be heard by ZMB. Sees the man, but doesn't land the shot. Will he go for the wall bang? No, he won't. Swing back onto Mister instead. Land that one. Ultex, quick trade. Now it's all to the Descenti.
A very good try to keep the pressure on, but now the backstab's coming through from this mid-control. And for Descenti, he's got to find this pick onto Ultex so quickly, even to give himself a chance at the clutch.
There's a shot on Fessor, now down to 1. Ultex low. The incendiary, in theory, could catch him. He puts the smoke down towards the bomb's position. Where is he? Outside, spotted at the edge of that smoke. Descenti played that to perfection. But the concern is the kit with such little time left. Oh, it's going to be close. Far too close to call, but he's got it. 6-0 for FURIA Academy Astralis. This really is not a good start.
And just knowing it was this round, Jay, that's a 2v4 recovery to come through from FURIA Academy. And this has been back-to-back clutches. Obviously, it's very difficult to replicate that on a consistent basis. But as of right now, they're stepping up big time. And keep in mind that even locally, we've seen Vertigo being picked a couple of times by FURIA Academy. In the quarterfinals of the CBCS retake event, they actually picked it against Meta BR. So this is a map that, okay, we don't know that they pick it very often, but they do locally.
Always that concern of translating into international success, and in his case, it's currently going well for FURIA. Astralis talent, even from a 4-on-2 situation, couldn't win the round, and not going to get their chance to get any advantage this time. Cowes and Koala, instant kills on Bruiser and Fessor. Brunino even catching Ultex out towards the B site. Entry ins and just down and out. 5 versus 2 situation, not even any damage being done to FURIA at this moment. It looks like it might stay that way, honestly.
This is a shocker. This has got to be one of the biggest surprises we've seen in the gauntlet so far. Brino doing so much damage to continue down onto Mr. And him at Vigor. What chances are there? You're down to just one player. This is going to be a flawless round. They do lose one, but in the overall grand scale of things, this is an excellent round by FURIA Academy.
Been an excellent map so far. To think as well how well the first map started. Astralis have really struggled in terms of getting openings on these maps. This series has been slow. And I've noticed they haven't taken a tactical pause yet. I think right about now would be the right time to do so. Maybe in the next round when you have guns back in permanence, the rifles to gain. But they need a turnaround. It's been 7 in a row.
And just knowing that in the last game against the Prospects, we saw FURIA Academy starting CT side, Jay. They only managed 5 rounds. The reason they made that map close was because of their T side, and their CT side is just looking electric. They even catch off the first player at the B stairs.
And the Deagles will stand to try to get those trades. Nades onto Cowes. Catching Fessor, 65 HP. Pace in, spray through, man goes down. At least Bruiser can turn it around and get one trade. I don't think it's any more than that, though.
You can't imagine so. Astralis talent just trying to see if they can work the ramp default. Bruiser would love to be able to get another pick, continue that pace forward. And look at the respect that's been given up now. FURIA Academy just fighting a little bit deeper into the site, not aggressing ramp at all.
Sprays up again from the back lines. Catching Vigo, the only AK in for Astralis talent at this moment, picked up the body of one other CT member. Spray through from Koala, gets Vigo to drop. Mr. and Bruiser, last couple of players remaining, still getting domes in. Bruiser doing well with an Eagle. Descenti now with the AWP, sees at least one individual. Now seeing the second, and Mr. Deagle can get yet another frag to his name. Koala lines them both up though, and shuts down the round from that.
Make sure it doesn't get any more uneasy than what it is so far. And we've got to remember too, Jay, there's only 2 maps in the map pool that have got winning streaks for Astralis talent. One of them is Vertigo at 5 maps. The other is Mirage at 4. Those are maps 2 and 3 in the series. We might not even go to Mirage. We might be ending the streak right here. We have seen 3 bomb plants in 8 rounds of FURIA Academy.
This is insane. Because we were pretty confident, like, yeah, it's map 3, guys. It's map 3 now.
Absolutely.
We're going to confident status for Astralis talent because it's one of their best. It looks like the complete opposite. You talk about streaks, and with the kill coming in to start things off for FURIA Academy, their 8-round streak looks to continue the same. Smokes and flashes in from Brunino. And the magical run here in this gauntlet just continues to produce more moments.
And just to think how much success they're getting aggressive towards the B stairs, how unorthodox that normally is. Talk about unorthodox, you've got a double setup out towards the sandbags. So as soon as there's a molly, just put a smoke down. They won't know that there's 2 here.
Swing burst NMB with a kill onto Fessor, 5-on-3. Burst back as Vigo does spot the man, just take it back down. Cowes hiding behind the smokes and waiting for a moment to strike. They think that he might be clear because the player already made his way out into the open. Vigo's watching it just in case, though, and that's the right call. He brings it to an even standing.
Calais could have stayed for a little while longer. At least they've got that backstab. And Bruiser, what's going on there? What?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. Did he just fall off?
I don't know. Honestly, Dwayne, I don't know. Will it impact Astralis' talent in this one? Mr. Falling. Taking Bruino down 2 versus 2. Shots out from the AWP, but the AK seeing them both. And the backstab's perfect for Koala. 9-0 for FURIA. And I'm not sure how much that suicide had to do with it, given the fact that obviously Koala came with the backstab. But either way, not an encouraging sign. Astralis continuing to struggle, continuing to not get anything here on this T side.
Koala's been sick on some of these retakes and in some of the late round situations. Even in that state, it gets forced to a 3v3. The suicide comes through, and then you come into a state of what's going on. You spoke about the lack of tacticals, Jay. The first one's coming through when you're 0-9 down on your map pick, one of the best maps in the pool from you. Does seem very late.
Yeah, definitely late for me. But it has come through now. If there's a moment in which this starts to turn around, it would be from here. As difficult as that sounds to be. Stands to reason that Astralis have finally had enough of their bad luck and their bad fortune, and maybe even some silliness of their own right here, because again, I don't know how that suicide happened. But it might have at least been an extra player to try and hold something together for this team. Maybe it could have made a difference. Maybe it could have.
I wonder if they fight fire with fire, if they just start getting really aggressive on the T side, because the thing that FURIA have been doing so consistently, Jay, is just always looking for fights, always looking to try and put pressure on.
A lot to worry about at this moment here. Very important round for them to take at this moment. Set with the defaults in towards mid. Senti, AWP with the AKs watching out towards that B stairs angle. Menino try and take face. The Molotov sent down, seeing nothing there. Astralis just playing outside that position though.
I like the way we're getting some variation too from FURIA Academy, not just always sending it towards the B stairs. Senti with that AWP just waiting for a mid walk, and Calais quite aggressive. Fesser up and towards the other side. The opening jewel does not go their way. Instead, Astralis talent finds an opener. Finally,
something decent for Bruiser there. Something decent for Astralis. The AWP to Senti, however, quickly in position. Sees Vigo crossing, but doesn't land the shot. Reface back to the left-hand side. The smoke comes in, but he peeks before it blooms. The kill gets found. Bruiser responded to Mister, trying to keep a hold of the situation, and Koala will drop for it. So it's all the Senti's AWP now. 1 kill found, on for the quadra clutch in the 1v3. Looks to the right-hand side, does not see Fessor hiding. I don't think he'll get away back in. It looks like Astralis are finally going to break the habit and get their first round at last.
Yeah, holding on to this AWP could actually be a pretty big deal. Look for some exit frags, try and make it more expensive, but don't throw it away. Keep an eye out for the walk from the sandbags. They peek in together. AWP should only be able to get away with one. Astralis talent finally being able to get there first. And it all started with that ramp pick.
Well, it finally comes through for them, but it was a round that took too long. The entire game leading up to this point for Astralis, and that's just to get them started. FURIA might have lost that AWP and lost all 5 players in that round, but you can imagine that the force buy will come through for them. The AWP is already rebought. For Masters will also be out for them, and SMG as well thrown into the mix. So again, the closeness of these rounds, how down to the wire they've got, even though FURIA have been winning them all, Astralis will capitalize at last. Turning it into a reset round here in round 11. If they get it, and might start to make their game.
Fessor going to get flashed up towards the top of the ramp position. Senti's in a really awkward position now. He needs to get support from his teammate, and that's what Calais is trying to attempt with the MP9.
Altex with a kill back, spray through from Brunino, again doing so well to defend the stairs. Took a lot of damage for it, but comes up good. Still holds his line here at the edge of the B site. Ready for Vigo. Spray's come back to reveal his position, but no more.
Kala is starting to relocate ever so slightly towards the back of yellow. Brahino is waiting for the boost up, or at least a jump towards that right-hand side of the rafters position. Knows that he can't overpeak. He's so low on HP.
Cindieri sent down a driving back. Teams will make their way in towards the mid control. Koala's got that angle in general on cover. He's thinking about potentially moving away. Passive position, and Vigo reads Brunino. Now suddenly it's all Koala left alone, looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and Astralis look to burst in.
What a spam that is going into the banger position. And then from that point onwards, it just breaks the protocol. That crossfire just gets ripped because you're not sure whether to look in for the mid control into B or look towards the stairs directly. Astralis talent find their second. And sometimes, Jay, you need a start to then at least push yourself in a position where you can start gaining rounds. And for Astralis talent, I'm getting the confidence that this is going to turn into a good streak.
The way this is going, it definitely looks encouraging. And again, the money being broken for FURIA indicates no buy into round 12. So it's going to end up being at least a streak of 3 rounds, if nothing more. More expensive round against Astralis, however, so FURIA are keeping their heart up. In fact, only one player stays alive towards the end of that round, so heavy investment, but no such room for a buy will be seen by FURIA here. USPs and a P2K.
And they've been desperate to end this streak as well. Know that they've played the Apex Rebels, Big Academy, Young Ninjas, Prospects, all so far in the Academy League, whether it be in the group stage or in the Gauntlet. They've been wanting to get the leg up, that victory to come through onto Vertigo, and they've always worked so hard for it. Aggression coming through out towards the B stairs, Ultex on the other side, got a teammate with him, so just the anti-eco frags being farmed up. They do get a couple of kills, so at least that could be some rifles recovered.
Yeah, they'll keep those guns. Won't be much else you wouldn't imagine here. Maybe the hunt from Astralis might show a little bit more action in the post plant. But these guys will just hold their crossfire, and it doesn't look like they're all that hungry to go for the kills. The money state for Astralis is still not there, so 3 players staying in is going to be much better to the long-term state of the game. They'll keep up those 2 AKs. But will that end up being a mistake?
Yeah, well, they had a couple of players for that aggressive stance in case that maneuver came in. It could come back to bite them, of course, right? You come into the next round, the economy is going to be slightly looser, you're going to have more money in the bank, you don't need to upgrade into a couple of rifles. And just knowing you've got that one-shot, headshot potential too. I'm looking at this from FURIA Academy and I'm thinking you've got to pounce. When you're in this sort of a scoreline, when you've got this sort of buy ahead of you, they need to be looking at 10, 11 plus rounds in this first half if they really want to put the damage in.
It's 3 on the trot for Astralis for the time being. The guns are back for FURIA now. Nade set in for Mr. Damage done to Decenti. Same thing to ZMB. In fact, the utility thrown out by Astralis is pretty proficient. Klauer is catching a bit of that utility damage as well. Molotov onto his angle. And Cinder is suppressed at the edge of the smokes. The nades that continue to suppress from FURIA. But they've taken the brunt of the opening.
I like the aggression, though. Kala is playing up towards that 51 position. And if they can bait for him, Jade, that could be the distraction that Astralis aren't ready for.
Flash forward. Koala looking for the kill on Ultex, but no. Force forward. There's Fessor onto ZMB. Koala's caught off for 51 at last. Had that moment to get a 3K, though. It was a bit awkward. It comes up good with the plant now.
Yeah, very good side coverage coming through from Astralis talent. Crossfires being set, looking all around. And for FURIA Academy, they wanted to try and put some pressure on towards that top of ramp, bait in the 51 player, but it just doesn't quite work. Even the hunt falling down is going to drop some further weapons. This is looking so much more positive from the Danes.
Yeah, it took a while to get going, but now they're going. Senti just trying his best to stay alive. Should get overwhelmed in the end. Yeah, Ultex with his kill. 4 to the board, 4 on the trot for Astralis Talent. The money's not quite there, I don't think, for FURIA Academy. I can imagine that there'd be some sort of eco play. No, actually going to buy down to the rifles, all right.
Yeah, it could still be an eco, though, to be honest, mate. Like, they got 3,400 loss bonus, so you start working with the idea of, okay, let's buy it down fairly heavy for some, have a couple of hero rifles, and then upgraded pistols for the rest. Try and get as much out of this round as possible.
I'll send one of those M4s forward here. Do something on the B stairs angle. The other one's out towards the A side, back at ramp. Senti tapping, gets Ultex. Vigo trades it, desperately able to bring it back to a 4-on-4, but that's a kill that should never have come through.
And this is exactly what they're looking for. Just put that pressure on, try and see if they can recover a weapon, and even Kallez can have a pretty good hold towards this B site with support.
Spray through, kill found on Fessor. Bruiser able to respond the same with the AWP. 5-7 and Deagle on site. He caught another good kill with a wallbang. Deagle firing, just can't do much for Brunino. ZMB left alone in the 1 versus 3. Gets a first frag. Preliminary one at that, but nothing more. 5th round for Astralis. And we head to round 15.
That's a very good effort and a very good sense of direction with a round like that. And you're able to find 3 kills. It's almost winnable. Doesn't quite happen, and they've still got enough money to give themselves a very good looking buy come round 15 to really try and reach the double-digit marker. Astralis Talent starting to get a streak together, and now, at least for their sake, put themselves in a position where they're driving the comeback and minimalizing the distance.
Shots ringing out again for the AWP. It's ZMB that starts things off, though, alongside Brunino. Trading doubles up between both of those players. And Astralis Talent's aggressive plays will get shut down by FURIA to close out the half on a high. Might not have been the flawless half that they were on for, but 10-5 with a 9-round streak, that's still fantastic.
And how do you even explain that right? You've got 5 rounds in a row coming back from Astralis. It's looking pretty decent. They're starting to get some real good impact frags. Come round 15, when it's a little bit more limited than what has been previous, it's just a shutdown. It's just an absolute rollover round.
A decimation is characteristic for most of the half of FURIA Academy, but you are right. It makes no sense when you think about momentum plays. FURIA still have the control, they still have the momentum, and now they go over to their T side half, and you wonder if Astralis' CT side is going to be just as good as FURIA's was, or whether there's a bit more to it than that.
I've got belief here in the 2-0, in all honesty. A lot of it's pointing for the Astralis comeback, obviously, and we know that their CT side is very good and one of the best in the competitions. But 10-5, when you've been kind of sloppy on your map pick, if FURIA can continue the way that they're playing, they can keep the pressure on, and they can snatch this.
Not impossible. Astralis are not that far behind. 5 rounds made up with the pistol conversions and a rifle round. Very doable for them. So still anyone's game at this stage, but consider who's closer to the finish line. It is FURIA Academy in full control as we enter the second half pistol.
And just knowing Season 1, 8th place. Season 2, 7th to 8th. Season 3, 9th to 10th. Always dead last placings coming through from FURIA Academy, that they could be 6 rounds away from making their first playoffs and continuing to find more success this season. Astralis Talent, what have they got left in them? Some util to follow in for Ultex. Quite a few players going down towards the bottom of ramp from FURIA Academy. Could be pacey.
Taps on the Glocks to Senti, able to get the opening kill against Mister. Trying to fight against the second player of Vigo as well, bearing down upon him from that mid-control, and gets him in the end. 2-man advantage for FURIA Academy as now they start to storm into the A site. B is completely open though. They could still back off. Bruiser gets the 1 trade, but Kallez gets 2. And now it's all left to the man as Sandbags up against 4 for the full-on ace clutch. Less than half HP. Brunino will look to try and finish off the job. He won't be able to do so. Kallez will. A knife attempt was failed by ZMB, but it doesn't matter. It's a pistol win for the Brazilians.
And this is probably what we need to drive home, Jay, is on-the-day performance. That any team can beat anyone on the day if they come prepared and they show up. And for FURIA Academy, I don't think there was anything that you could have said coming into this series that would pin them as the favorites. Anything that you could have addressed over to the fact of, other than the streak that they've had in the gauntlet, that would have put as many positives in front of them as what we're seeing right now.
Is what makes this run so special. Because you could have said that about a lot of the matches prior to this point in the gauntlet for FURIA. Galil's on 3, AK's on 2. The buy-up will see the USPs for Astralis. Harsh Eco to go towards the guns early. Get those things off initially. You get at least that one good kill onto Cower. ZMB also falls, so decent damage being done, but 3 remain alive. And that AK also stays in for them, so more than fine. 12-5. And the rifle buy comes in from Astralis. AWP for Bruiser as well.
And what's even more insane is that yesterday versus Prospects, FURIA Academy came back from 5-14 down on map 3 on Nuke to win it in overtime. The fact that you've had to return from 5-14 on the decider to even find a space today and now find yourself a few more rounds to go to get a 2-0 victory. Astralis have got to put the hurt in now.
Do or die. And one more rifle round after this fact before they can really concede the whole matchup. And Vigo wants to try close it quick. 2 frags, Cowers and Koala down and out. Brunino will try to take the onus of the B-site offensive for FURIA. Got players around the defensive line. They'll slow things down for now. The Molotovs continue pouring in. They still want to go for this.
And Brahino on that entry really needs to start opening up some space, get the assistance from some of the util. Rotates have come in so quickly behind the generators.
Gap and a smoke to the left. Peek into the right for Oltex, gets the kill. Descenti trades it. That's still a 3-for-1 that favors Astralis quite heavily here. ZMB needs to try follow suit. Back up Descenti, but he just can't get anything done for it. Mister will close out the round and get Astralis a very confident 6th.
Yeah, so they wanted something really pacey in a round like that. They send a couple of players into mid really quickly, and then the 3 up from the stairs. So it's obviously a B-split explosion of what they're trying to offer up. Unfortunately, they just couldn't trade with the mid players, which really makes that crunch into B so much more difficult to isolate. Even coming into round 19, they're going to decide to go with the option of the force up, get the AK forward, the upgraded pistols. You have to look at ZMB in this round and think, right, what's he made of?
The buy for FURIA Academy is made up of a hero AK on this force. How much is a very tangible fact? What's intangible is whether it will work. Damage done early towards the Senti's part, very little at that. Further incendiary sent down towards the ramp control. Bruiser's upset in, gets that kill. ZMB can trade. Cowers can get another one, and Vigo's going to get overwhelmed. Oh no, it's right. It's a 4-on-2 for FURIA.
Oh my goodness, they've recovered so many weapons as well. They can just continue this pace down towards A now. Mister and Ultex are the last couple, and FURIA slow it down.
Ever so carefully, Mister leans in. Orp. Koala. Catches the shot towards Mister. And it's all falling apart for Astralis Talent. A 1v4 for Ultex to deny unlucky 13. They're all watching it. Sprays through. Only 1 kill found by the CT player. 13-6. Oh, that couldn't have gone more wrong.
That may be the round that loses them the game. It really could do, Jay. That has so many ramifications now. Because for Astralis Talent, you're not double eco status, but you can't buy. So you have to eco. You got to play 6-14 down. That is such a massive round. And obviously, yeah, it is a force buy from FURIA Academy, but just to keep in mind that all they had was an AK. That was the only rifle. It was pistols for the rest of them.
It's not looking good. Going to go down to pistols for this round and build their loss bonus back into a decent gun buy. But assuming they don't steal this eco round, we're looking at 14-6-2 for FURIA to close this out in 2-0 fashion, and it just defies all logic. Astralis Talent, their own map pick, and they are really in dire straits now.
Just knowing for Astralis Talent, they only lost 2 games in their group stage, one of which was to FURIA Academy on Overpass, and the other one was an overtime loss to Big Academy, who ended up coming first in this group. Descenti up towards that right-hand side, towards the top of alley, just catching the anti-eco pistols, and it seems as if it's going to be a clean up towards A.
Yeah, 1v5 for Altex. You really can't do anything here, can he? Might try his hand and exit. Backslamming in from the bridge. As soon as he's seen, the CTs will be adjusted against FURIA Academy. Make their moves down a ramp, and they will get the kill on the Senti's part. And this is the last chance for Astralis Talent. Last buy round, last opportunity to deny map points, match points, and most likely the reset against them here. They'll take a tactical pause. Probably the most important one of their tournament so far.
Yeah. And just knowing that Astralis Talent are actually the highest ranked team left in this competition on HLTV, the fact that they wouldn't even make playoffs would just then create even more of a massive upset that this could be. The FURIA Academy coming over to EU and just delivering 2-0 against the Young Gods in the second round of the Gauntlet, 2-1 against the Prospects in the third round in what was such a tight and competitive best-of-3 series. Now they've got the chance of being able to close it in 2. And for Astralis Talent, I don't think they've been in a more uncomfortable position this entire event so far.
Yeah, agreed. 100% agreed. It's funny as well, you mentioned earlier you had them down as potential tournament winners, and well, they definitely won't be in the next 2 rounds if FURIA have their way. Shots ringing out from Altex. Koala sees him, taps the AK. Molotovs gets sent back to his backup behind Platt. And the wall bang seen by Brunino. Fantastic start again for the T side.
Just working so well with that molly, forcing the fight out into the open. Now, you've got Fessa close towards that bottom right-hand side corner. They'll need a flash and at least some coverage of a couple of players to make sure they trade easily. And Fessa's even thinking about an aggressive move.
Pushed up towards the smoke, but starts to fall back in the end. A re-smoke down, and he starts to clear, see what's coming. And ZMB gets the frag to a 5-on-3. CT's rotating back. Bruiser first at the scene, 2 more on the way. But they're still outnumbered.
Fessel just caught in the open, puts the smoke down way too late. Yeah, the rotates are coming through, but it might already be too late. Damage is being done.
There you go, faced upon, and Cowes lines them both up. The damage most certainly is done now. A 1-on-5 for Mister, and he's going to opt to save. Doesn't even get given that little lifeline. Brunino, quick to remove it from him. $2,900 of loss bonus flowing into Astralis bank accounts. A force buy into round 22 as FURIA find themselves on map, match, and gauntlet points.
This is an embarrassment coming through from Astralis Talent on their map pick too, Jay. If this was the case on Overpass, I don't think we could have the same sort of thought process, but just knowing that this is their bread and butter, knowing in the Tier 2 scene that they're one of the best Vertigo teams out there, especially in the Danish scene and the Nordic scene at that, they are getting absolutely pumped right now by FURIA Academy. Mister, desperate to make anything happen, might be able to catch the first out for the ladder, but no! Not even that frag lands!
No chance in hell. And that's so unfortunate because he had the jump on him and everything. Caught on the ladder. Should have been dead to rights. With that frag, FURIA slow it down. Start facing in towards Fessel's position. The FAMAS edge of the smoke. Another one. A flashbang comes down against the T-side line. He does get that 1 kill with ZMB. So fast to respond.
Just excellent trading game. How close they are with the spacing to make that an opportunity. And even Koala, he's going to walk B, isn't he? He's going to tell his team that the site's completely open. Rotations are in now from Astralis, at least. Altex dealt with, though. Koala
facing a Deagle and Vigo charging into the site, desperate to get these kills, but no. Simultaneous from Koas and Koala, and it's 16-6 for FURIA Academy, a 2-0 series that sends Astralis Talent out of the gauntlet and FURIA to the playoffs for the WePlay Academy League.
I don't know what to say. This is a massive upset. And what's incredible to think about is that in March, FURIA Academy parted ways with Decenti. They brought him back a month later in April, Jay, and now look at what they've been able to achieve. From 3 seasons, back-to-back, dead last place, to now making top 4, to now making the playoffs, 3 best-of-3s in a row in the gauntlet. This is one hell of a story.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm so stunned at the run that they've had, because it's not like yesterday where 0-0 prospects got taken down to the wire, right? Like FURIA had to go 16-14 at minimum against those guys, and here a 16-6 against Astralis Talent, who I'd rate better than even the prospects. And here they stand. You're right about the disappointment, mate. Like, this really should have been theirs to take. It was theirs to lose, and well, they've lost it.
And just knowing the series yesterday was nearly 100 rounds, Jay. It was so long of a best-of-3. All 3 maps going at least 30 rounds. And now it felt like it was a breeze today with the first half that they had, with the 13-4 scoreline at one point on Overpass, and now what they've delivered here on Vertigo. I'm impressed.
You have to be. You really have to be, and you can see where the impressiveness came through from FURIA Academy. Everybody keeping pace or surpassing the Astralis Talent side. And that, I mean, it was just an outclassing today on this Vertigo map. FURIA Academy rightfully deserving their top 4 spot at the very least. That playoffs position will now be earned by them as Astralis Talent. Like, this has got to be a devastating loss, because again, they did so well in the tier 2 space. They just won a tournament about a month ago, and here they are, not even able to replicate any sort of playoff result in this one. And it's just like the step up has not been there for them today.
And they went back-to-back events, didn't they? They won 2 events in a row, one on LAN, one online. Now coming here into the Academy League, they were a favorite to at least make the playoffs. But no, not to be. And I mean, even Fessor coming into this best-of-3, the second highest rated player, positive 59 KD difference, a 1.43 rating. I don't even think we saw him in this series. He was quiet on the first map, he was quiet on the second. And when you've got someone like that, you need him to perform.
They won't be joining the finalists as a result. Here you can see them on screen. Mao's NXT, Big Academy, the Fnatic Rising squad that we saw earlier today beat out the Young Ninjas, and FURIA Academy will be playing off in the top 4 positions in the double elimination bracket to try and claim the title of WePlay Academy League Season 4. And again, it should have been Astralis for my money. They came in as a stronger squad. They had the better season overall, but this magical run from FURIA, something tells me it might not be over just yet there, Dweg.
I've got the same feeling as you. I'm very excited to see what they do in the playoffs. And I think they can't be underestimated. The fact that they've done as well as they have here in the gauntlet shows best-of-3 contexts. These guys are here. They're aggressive, they're pacey, they're full of confidence, and they've got the individuals to back it up. They've got that skill and talent to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so curious, right? Like, the difference between a best-of-1 and a best-of-3. Some teams just have that little edge when it comes to the overall series, and usually you'd expect that to be the more experienced squads, hence why we looked at Astralis being a squad that would win out this series. But FURIA, there's something about them, man. I think that maybe they might end up continuing this run from here on out, not just in the Academy League, but also maybe in future seasons, maybe in other tournaments they're doing. I know that the Brazilian scene isn't really like they're like, you know, bread and butter per se, and they're not really doing all that well in it. But with the way things have worked out now, they've clearly got a decent mold to shape themselves around.
Yeah, and they're going to have a challenge, right? You're playing some top teams in best-of-3s come the playoffs. I mean, for Mal's NXT, you've got winners after winners after winners on that team. For Big Academy, I think since they brought Keto down from the main team, they've actually been performing at a much higher level than previously. And then even for Fnatic Rising, we saw them a little earlier on today, a couple of roster changes from them, and it seems to be a new, fresh look.
Indeed, and look, man, fresh looks all around for all the Academy sides. The gauntlet is now closed, and we've seen who the teams that come out on top would be. A lot of people had Astralis Talent down, but FURIA Academy, man, I can't stop praising them. They really have been that fantastic. They will be in that top 4 in about a week and 4 days' time, where they'll be battling it out against those top 4 squads for the in playoffs position for the Academy League overall. Dwayne, I want to get some quick thoughts from you about how you think those playoffs are going to end.
I think Mal's NXT are probably going to win it. I think Big Academy are going to come in at a close second. Fnatic Rising is 3, and then maybe FURIA Academy is 4. That's kind of my direction if we were to rank them 1 to 4.
After we just gave them a bunch of praise as well.
You have to. Yeah, but just because you might be 4 doesn't mean you don't keep the series as competitive.
All right, then. Well, listen, they deserve all the credit in the world, and so do all the top 4 squads here in the WePlay Academy League. We're going to head out of here and see you back here in about a week and a half for the final playoffs, of course, for the WePlay Academy League Season 4. But until that point, we're going to bid you all adieu. I'm the Eternal J. And on behalf of my co-commentator, Dwayne, the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at WePlay, I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening over the course of the Gauntlet this week. And we'll see you back here again very soon for the playoffs of the WePlay Academy League Season 4.